Check, check.
Check, check.
And welcome to Alumni Field here at the beautiful University of Western Ontario. My name is Ron Ferwerda, and I'm joined in the booth today by Coach Dave Hawking, former NFL Coach of the Year and current head coach or offensive coordinator for the Laurier Rams, the provincial champions. Dave, welcome to the booth today.
Thanks, Ron. Appreciate that, buddy.
We have here probably the greatest rivalry in Ontario about to happen. In the States, you've got the Red River rivalry, Texas, Oklahoma. You've got the game, Michigan, Ohio State. Welcome to the Ontario equivalent of the game. And we're going to go into that a little bit more after the playing of our national anthem. And welcome back. Again, we were talking about Dave. You've been part of this game many, many times. I've been part of this game many, many times, different age levels and everything else. Talk about the London Essex rivalry in Ontario.
Well, it's just a different atmosphere from a coaching standpoint. This is a game you're always marking off on your calendar as soon as the schedule's out. From a player standpoint, as soon as you're done the week before, I mean, your mind's automatically right here on Essex. You're not worried about Sunday or what you're going to do. You're worried on this game. I mean, the atmosphere, the intensity, you usually don't see this level this early in the season, but you'll see it tonight for sure.
A big week 4 action matchup happening here as the Essex Ravens come in at a record of 1-2, 2 losses early this season. The London Junior Mustangs come out at a 2-1. So these are usually two of the top teams, and they both have at least one L at this point in the season. Essex has won the toss, deferred to the second half, and the Mustangs will receive this opening kickoff. Mustangs in purple jerseys, silver pants, silver helmets. Ravens, white jerseys, black pants, black helmets. We're about to kick things off. Here we go from the Forest City. Running towards the kick. Looks like it's going to be a short kick over the left-hand side. Picked up by number 11. Returns it to the 35-yard line. Beyond the 40. Down to about 43-yard line on that. Good return by number 11 there, Dave.
Yeah, just a great catch and just get upfield, get yards. It's all you want out of the second line there. You're not looking to get a big play. Just don't turn over the ball.
Maintain possession on the kickoff. Let's get those early hits out of the way. Let's get those early jitters out. And again, this is a rematch of the provincial championship of last year. That was a nail-biter, a defensive matchup from the beginning to the very, very end. As we see here, the Mustangs line up with two receivers to each side of the field, fullback offset to the left, single back, Troopish in the pistol formation. Inside handoff, missed the number, gain of about 3 yards on that, but there is a flag on the play. Flags on both sides. Do we have an offside against the defense to start here?
It looks like it.
So probably lining up in the neutral zone. Yeah, they are indicating it's a 5-yard penalty against the Ravens. So not the start the Ravens were looking for. Mustangs would move it up and have a short 1st and 5 repeated again here. And again, good to get that first play out of the way. Good inside handoff. I believe it was number 22. That's Nathan Sims, the ball carrier for the Mustangs, I believe it is.
Cameron Bordeaux.
Bordeaux. Cameron Bordeaux, the ball carrier on that. So Bordeaux seems to be the bell cow for the Mustangs. Inside handoff to Bordeaux. Met in the backfield, drags forward, gets beyond the 50-yard line, down to about the 51. Second down and about. Long 2, short 3 here, Dave.
Just looked like the pull was a little late on that one. Nobody got up to the linebacker. You see him just sitting there.
Yeah, in the Essex, it will play that, that abbreviation of almost a 53 look to it. They vary between a 3-5 to a 5-3 to a 43, so they have multiple fronts up there. Basically, you're going to see 8 guys in the box pretty much all game here for the Ravens. Mustangs motion the fullback from right to left, swinging back over to the left. Bordeaux's ball carry over the left-hand side. It's going to be close to a first down. I think they're going to give it to him just beyond the 45-yard line, the 54-yard line. First down, Junior Mustangs.
Well, and that penalty was huge. It allowed them to set up 2 little runs here to get the first down, get, like you said, get the nerves unsettled. Now they're ready to play.
So good pull on that time. And again, a little bit of leakage coming inside by big number. I believe it's 99 for the Ravens who made the stop. He's a big defensive tackle lining up in the 3-tech on the far side. 2-by-2 set again. Troopish back to pass. Throws it out to the sidelines. Pass intended. I believe it's the number 6 for the Mustangs. Falls incomplete. Second down.
Yeah, if you looked over to the right-hand side, you had number 33 wide open across the middle.
Yeah, you've got that late measure coming. Again, just a little out route. It's so hard to cover in the Canadian game, going to that wide side of the field or even the short side of the field when you're running that down and out and you're able to separate because the defense has to play off so much on that. Second down and 10. Motion towards the line of scrimmage. Troopish is back to pass, taking a shot downfield. Looked like he just stopped running his route, number 15 for the Mustangs.
Yeah, he just gave up on the play, looked back on the ball, and kind of slowed down. You can see he got past the safety there, just a little flat-footed there. That's a great ball.
Really, really good pass. You can see Troopish with lots of time there. I think he just pulled up 5 yards too early.
Yep.
Didn't trust the quarterback's arm strength. The wind is coming out of the south, blowing to the north. So it's at the Mustangs' back right now. Number 1 in for the Mustangs to punt on that quick 3-and-out after the first down. Snap is down. The kick is away. Good high kick. bounces at about the 27-yard line over the returner's head, picks it up and gathers it at the 20, returns it all the way back to the 27-yard line. Good play by the Ravens to get on that loose ball there, and now we get to see probably the strength of the team for the Mustangs, their defense.
Yeah, I didn't get to see them last week, but I mean that front line looks pretty big.
They're a big athletic front line. They get lots of flow from the linebackers. Just really, really excited to see how the Essex Ravens match up as they go single back, 3 receivers to the wide or the bottom side of the field, 1 receiver and an H-back over on there. Inside handoff, met in the backfield right away by a herd of Mustangs, shotting out of the cannon off the edge. I believe that's number 14. Yeah, number 14 right off the edge here.
Yeah, number 2, easy penetration right through there.
Shot the inside linebacker, so the Mustangs bringing pressure right away there, shooting the B gap. And again, something we saw earlier in the game, the offensive linemen are more pass setting. They're not really engaging to run block. Second down here for the Ravens. Little pressure. Inside handoff, met right away in the backfield again.
But you said that, we were watching the Bantam game earlier, and it just seemed like every run play, it was set up as a pass pro because, as you said, they're not getting off the ball. Nobody's getting upfield. You don't see any drive on this whole line.
Yeah, could have been a turnover. Ravens go back 4 yards at their first couple of snaps. So again, both defenses kind of establishing themselves a little bit here. We're looking for the offenses to wake up. We mentioned the Ravens are 1-2 and the Mustangs are 2-1. I'll go over their previous scores in just a moment as we see the Essex Ravens back to punt. Punt is down, kicked at the 15-yard line, driven downfield towards the sidelines, bounces out of bounds about the 46, we'll call it about the 44-yard line for the Ravens. First down Mustangs. We talked about it earlier, Dave. The Ravens in a very unfamiliar spot, 1-2. Week 1, they lost a nail-biter to the Scarborough Thunder, 29-26 in Windsor, which is unheard of. The following week, well, it was a bounce-back week. They played the Etobicoke Eagles, beat them 31-0. And last week, Cambridge went into Essex, big win, 14-8. We kind of see a trend with that. Defense seems to be, holding their own. Offense is really, other than that first game, they got to kind of pick it up a little bit here. So again, Trupish is in the quarterback, throws it out. Believe it's the number 6, makes the first man miss, second man miss, over on the right-hand side, just a little step off screen, down to about the 35-yard line. That's going to be enough for a Mustang first down.
Yeah, and just a great play call there. A little play action on first down, bring in the linebacker, a little screen on the outside. Just great job.
Good athlete, number 6, Dave. He's had a couple shots in earlier games that we saw, him getting vertical downfield. So that is something that the Essex Ravens must be aware of, that this guy is a playmaker in here. We see 2x2x2. Fullback goes off to the right-hand side. Inside handoff to Bordeaux, just screaming straight ahead. Gets it down to about the 31-yard line. Gain of about 4 yards on that. Second down.
And again, if you look at the puller there, he's just a little slow getting around. He kind of clogs up the hole a little bit there.
Yeah, he's just got to
right
keep
there, number 50. Yeah,
yeah,
just got to keep
driving through that. Exactly. That's good. That's a good pickup, Coach. So again, second and we'll call it 6 here from the 31-yard line of the Essex Ravens. 6:44 left to go, first quarter. No score in here. Handoff to Bordeaux over the left-hand side. Cuts it back over into the middle. Keeps driving his legs. I think he's going to drive forward for enough for a first down. Great individual effort there by Bordeaux.
Oh, just tremendous running job. Obviously, they're setting up for 3-down football there if they're going for it or just running the ball on second down. You see it just driving. Another 5 yards right after that.
Contact was at the 27-yard line, and he drove that forward for 5 yards, and that was what the extra effort was what gave him. But look at big number 66 for the Mustangs engaging on there, still driving all the way through right there. Look at that, driving that pile downfield. So 1st and 10, Trupish barking out the signals, 2x2 set, inside handoff to Bordeaux again, busted over the right side. He's got a little bit of real estate this time, inside the 10, inside the 5-yard line. We got our 1st and goal, Mustangs.
And you see the Mustangs just obviously establishing on first down here, the ground game. Just a little counter play here. double pull. It's a great job of getting that kick out and allowing him to come inside.
Really good play call as you've been running towards the pullers. This time you're running a counter off of it. You fake the pull, you come back on the backside there. Big hole open up there. First and goal for the Mustangs. Ball at the 5-yard line. Troupish hands off to number 21, Nathan Sims, over the right-hand side. Looks like he's in for the touchdown. Touchdown, Mustangs! Nathan Sims over the right-hand side. 6-0, Junior Mustangs.
And what I like about that run is you watch him get a little patient here. He's patient around 61. He just doesn't go forward there. Allows himself to kind of get upfield a bit more.
So 6 points on the board for the Mustangs at 5:50 left to go in the first quarter. Nathan Sims, number 21, the ball carrier for the Junior Mustangs with we're going to call it the 5-yard run on that.
I think, Ron, you look at it, that's 2 good offensive possessions. I know they didn't score on the first one, but they got the early first down. They had the wide open receiver deep that they just missed.
Extra point is away. The kick is down, and it is good. Number 1 with the extra point. And so here we go. 5 minutes, 20 seconds left to go in the first quarter. Mustangs strike early, 7-0 off the power run game by the Junior Mustangs, Dave.
Yeah, no, it was a great offensive series, and you're coming in Essex at 1 and 2. You don't want to get behind 7-0 here in London early.
Well, exactly. So your record, we talked about it. They've had a tough season. That opener was kind of the wait, what happened here? Scarborough coming into town and really, 29-26, that's a 3-point game. Could have gone either way. But the Ravens got it quite a sledding still ahead of them. Next week, they're at home. They're on the road versus Niagara. Then they're at home against who I think is the dark horse, is one of the premier teams in the league, at home against the Hamilton Junior Ticats. Then they play Oakville on July 1st on the road in Oakville. Anytime you got to go from Windsor all the way to Toronto, that's a long drive. Number 1 is off the kick here. Kick is drawn down to the left-hand side, all the way inside the 10 to about the 8-yard line, to returned over the right-hand side, beyond the 25-yard line to about the 28-yard line. Really good-looking return there by the Essex Ravens.
No, it was a nice return. It was a great kick, too. I mean, pin him back a bit there.
So really good kick, really good return all the way down to the 29-yard line. And again, the Essex Ravens ended the season at home on July the 8th against the Burlington Stampeders. I'll go over the Mustangs record in a second here as we see the Ravens break the huddle. A little bit of confusion. Number 16, the quarterback in for the Essex Ravens. 1 receiver to the bottom of the field, 3 receivers to the top. Motion the running back out there. 24, little option play. Takes it over to the right-hand side. Big hit downfield by number 34.
That was a great call there. You can see they got the edge there, but watch number 1 as he comes up here, and he really makes a play here. The receiver right there, kind of clips 19, I believe it is, and allows that runner to get upfield a little longer, a little farther.
Really good job of attacking the short side of the field, which you see, most teams want to attack the wide side of the field on that run. But that was a really good job of understanding, they're kind of going over. This time they line up with a 2x2 set, fullback to the bottom of the field, single running back. Number 18 is the ball. Number 12 is the quarterback. Met in the backfield, takes away some of that pressure. Met in the backfield by big number 92 for the Mustangs with the tackle for a loss. Loss of about 4 yards on that. That's going to bring up second down.
Yeah, I don't know if that was just a miscommunication or not, but there was no seal on the end there as they looked to roll the quarterback out, and he had nowhere to go.
I think they're trying to look at that one-on-one matchup, but you're 100% right. They missed the end block on there. Brings up a second down. We're going to call it loss of 5, so second down on about 15 here. 2x2 set. Quarterback rolls out, Blitz coming, number 2, pressures him right away, scrambles him away all the way to beyond the 40-yard line, out to about the 42. Not going to be enough for a first down as we see the Ravens trot out the punt return, or the punt team again here early in this game.
And I like the idea of rolling the quarterback out, but you can see they're just leaving gaps everywhere on that old line. I'm not sure what they're doing in their blocking scheme here, but I like the idea of rolling them out on second down and long there.
Cleaned up by number 83 at the end there for the Mustangs. I believe that's the big Medway product. Gursky out there making the tackle. Punt is down. The kick is away towards the sideline. Bounces the 40. Picked up at the 42-yard line. Returned out, say about the 48, 49-yard line. Unless the referees, I think they're saying he stepped out at the 45, which is what they're doing. First and down, Mustangs, 45-yard line. 3:20 left to go in the first quarter here. We talked about the Mustangs' record early in this. They're coming in at a 2-1 record. Week 1, they went into Toronto and won 40-6 against the Junior Argonauts. Week 2, their home opener, 33-0 over the Oakville Titans, which was a much closer game than expected. It was kind of the late in the fourth quarter where they took over. Troopers with 3 receivers to the bottom of the field. Inside handoff to number 21, I believe that is. Trying to get if it's 21 or 22. 22, that's Bordeaux again. So carry to, again, that short side of the field. There you see the fullback and the puller coming across, Dave. Good gain on that play. Gain of about 15 on the first down.
And again, I like the idea of going to the short side, especially early. You said it early. Like, a lot of teams like to go to the field side, but if you go short side, that's typically where they're going to be less athletes. I mean, double pull on that. That's a great job of getting upfield.
And again, Essex is playing that 8-man box, 2 high safeties. So when you waggle somebody out, you're basically your man across the board with 8 guys inside the box here. A little jet action happening in here. Troopish with the pass. Caught by number 20, met right away by number 22, but there is flags on number 28 is the ball carrier. Flags on the play right away. So do we have offside again lining up against the Ravens? Good catch, good throw there, that wide out. Offside against the Mustangs this time. So we're probably going to move it back the 5 yards. If not, it's just going to be a gain of about 3 or 4. Yeah, you're going to move it back the 5 yards. So I missed who was offside on that a little bit earlier. Regardless, move it back 5 yards, 1st and 15. Does that take the run out of it at this point for us?
No, not the way they're running the ball. I mean, after the first possession, maybe you could say that, but they're getting 8-9 yards carry right now. There's no reason why not to go back to it. A little screen pass here, too, as you start getting the linebackers flowing up. Might be an option.
3 receivers to the bottom of the field, 1 to the top of the field. Troopish just a little step-off screen, passing intended to the number 19. Just couldn't squeeze that for the Mustangs. Falls incomplete, 2nd down. Good ball there by Troop.
Yeah, I mean, a little high, but the receiver's got to come up with that ball. It's nothing but green grass there as soon as you catch the ball. Look at that block there. You don't see a white jersey on the outside anywhere.
No, that's one thing I will say that the Mustangs pride themselves. The blocking downfield by the receivers and the unselfishness of the other players and making sure what we always tried to teach the kids in there was the difference between a 5-yard run and the 50-yard run is what you do on the edges, the blocks that you engage. 2nd down, 15 here for the Mustangs. Troopish back to pass, taking a shot downfield. Intended the number 19, knocked away last second. Great defensive play by number 3 for the Essex Ravens.
Yeah, he got caught up a little bit there, allowed the offensive player to get past him. But watch the recovery here. Ball's a little underthrown, but just a tremendous defensive effort there to recover back to the ball.
So they've had a couple shots downfield. One that he just didn't quite finish the route. That time you can see him, he's running downfield, but really great play by the safety there, coming out, really recovering, coming out of nowhere to knock that away. Otherwise, that's a big play. He might have even gone in at that one. Number 1 is back to punt, standing at the 38-yard line for the Mustangs. Ball is down. Kick is away. Kicked it at the 38. All the way drive down to about the 25-yard line. Ball was dropped. Picked up. Return to the 35. Beyond the 35-yard line. To about the 39-yard line on the far side of the field. good stop by the Essex Ravens. That offside kind of set them back a little bit there.
Well, and you're going to get a unsporting foul here on Essex there on the sidelines. A little push on the Mustangs. You're going to be going up 15 yards on this one.
So that's going to be that's a 15-yard penalty. That's the unnecessary roughness kind. So you get two of those in the game. So we're going to go move it back 15 yards. So just to kind of go back to the records that we were talking about, Dave, Mustangs were 2-0 after the Oakville game, after the 33-0. And like I said, that was a much closer game. It was 7-0 at half, and it wasn't until late in the third quarter, the fourth quarter, that the game really broke open. Last week, road trip to Burlington, for the Mustang organization against the other ponies, the Stampeders, as they lost 15-8. So this is really a bounce back game for both these teams looking to rewrite the ship here. Essex Ravens, one receiver to the top of the field, three to the bottom, one running back, jet sweep action, handoff to number 18 over the right left-hand edge, takes it to about the 29-yard line, gain of about 5 or 6 on the play, second down.
Yeah, you don't want to put too much emphasis on, a game this early in the year, but like you said, this is a bounce back game. You don't often see these two teams with either one loss or even 2 losses. If you're Essex, I think this is a very important game for you.
Yeah, huge game for the Ravens, exactly.
Well, what you said with the schedule coming up, I mean, that's a tough schedule to finish off.
Well, talk about schedules coming up. The Mustangs go on the road next week to the 0-3 Etobicoke Eagles. Niagara the following week at home, and the Spears are 1-2. Inside quarterback keeps it this time after we see a little bit of misdirection in the backfield. He's going to gain of about 1 or 2 yards on that. It's going to bring up a 3rd down and 2. First decision here for the Essex Ravens.
Yeah, I mean, 3rd down and 1. I don't know if that's a tough one. I mean,
well,
we've seen a punt. It didn't look like he had much of a leg. I'd be more tempted to go for it on this one here.
Yeah, but they're bringing the punt formation in, and again, that wind is blowing directly in your face. I'm kind of with you on that, Dave. I think I might be inclined to go for it here. We'll go over how the Mustangs finished because it is a gauntlet at the end of the season as well for them. Back to punt, number 11, I believe it is. The kick is away. Short kick to the wide side of the field here. Bounces out about the midfield, 54-yard line. Mustangs are going to take over on the plus side of the field. Punt of about 20 yards on that. I'm kind of with you on that one, Dave. I think I might have wanted to go for it on that. A little bit of momentum. But that is the end of the first quarter. Quick moving 12 minutes of football. 7-0 Junior Mustangs. Just to recap the scoring on there. The first and only score of the game was at 5:20 left to go first quarter. Number 21, Nathan Sims, with a 5-yard run over the right-hand side. Extra point was good, 7-0. Since then, it's been kind of a little bit of slugfest back and forth. You get a first down, we get a first down. You get a first down, we get a first down. Going back to the Mustangs schedule coming up here, Canada Day, the next broadcast date for us here on London Football TV against the 3-0 Cambridge Lions. Troupish back to pass, throws it out complete to number 19. Gain of about 9 yards on that. I think he's going to be a little bit short.
Oh, looks like he got 11. Oh, they're moving him back. The judge up here had him pass the line.
See, I think he caught it, but he went back on his own power, and then he was tackled. So it's going to be just short of the first down. So again, July 1st, next home broadcast for us against the Cambridge Lions, who are 3-0. And then the following week, road trip to the Hammer against the 3-0, who I think might be the best team in the JV division, the Hamilton Junior Ticats. Second and short here, Troupish hands it off. Bordeaux slips in the backfield. And second the knee goes down, you're blowing dead. Going to give him a loss of about 2 yards on that. That's going to bring up a 3rd down. We're going to call it a long 2 here. Coach, wind is now in your face. What do you do?
Well, it's a no-brainer here. You're going to go for it. I mean, you're running the ball very well. If he doesn't slip on that, he gets first down easily. I don't think there's a decision making here to punt.
I kind of agree, and if Coach Matt Snyder is watching this, that's going to be 2 for 2 that the commentators are on. Matt and I usually bicker back and forth about him being wrong on me being right. So hard count. Ravens player got back. Fullback moving back in the backfield. Troupish hands the ball off. Bordeaux met in the backfield, drives forward. Second effort again. Might have got it. I think he's going to be a little bit short by the spot here.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Ron. It looks like he's a little short. Just great penetration early on by that defensive line.
They're not even going to measure it. He is going to be a good half yard short. Turn it over on downs. I like the call. First down Ravens, ball at the 44-yard line of Essex.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with the call. I mean, we could always play results after every play, but it definitely, to me, was the right call to make. You're into the wind. I mean, you're up 7-0. Why not take it out to him now?
As we see Coach Zach out on the field, kind of disagreeing with the spot, but I think it was the right spot. You know, kind of where we're basically sitting directly in front of where the ball is right now. I thought he was short by that half yard. I'll be honest with you.
No, I agree with you on that one.
So here we go. 3 receivers at the top of the field, 1 on the bottom of the field. 16's back to pass. Pressure right away. Met in the backfield. Throw to the way. It's intercepted.
I think they're calling him
in
down
the grass.
On that
Yeah.
one,
And to be honest with you, Dave, I know I don't always agree with the stripes. That is the right call. He was clearly in the grasp. Throwing down for a loss of 9 on that. Second down and 19. Big pressure coming right away here for the junior Mustangs. It almost looked like he came in unblocked.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, I agree with the call with you on that one, Ron. And if I'm, after this series, I'm talking to that quarterback, telling him, don't bother doing that again.
No,
that could have been disastrous right there.
Young quarterbacks, there's certain times you got to eat the ball, certain times you got to throw it away. That's one of the times that you got to eat the ball. As we see, I think a new quarterback in here, number 11 in that quarterback, is number 18, went to the slot, inside handoff to number 1, straight ahead run, gain of about 8, got some of those yards back, but that's going to be third down and a long 10, and we're going to see the punt team again for the Essex Ravens.
Yeah, nice little draw play there. Just get some yards back, played some field position here. Your defense hasn't been terrible, so they might as well try to pin them back a bit deep and hopefully get the ball back.
Okay, I'm just going to point something out. Far side, there he comes. Far side of the field, number 37 was standing about 2 yards from the end, so not the sleeper because he didn't go beyond that. As we see a timeout or an injury on the field. So number 37, I believe it is, Dave.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not 100% sure. He was standing basically just off to the sidelines. He was still eligible. He hadn't left the field, so he was still in play. It would have been interesting to see if somebody would have picked him up there. The old sleeper play happening.
That's right. It might have been set up with no coverage. We're just going to throw in the ball over there.
Number 52 walking off for the Mustangs under his own power. Third down and 11 here for the Essex Ravens. 8:56 left to go first half. 7-0 Junior Mustangs lead. Number 11 back to punt for the Ravens. Standing at the 32-yard line. Ball is away. Good kick this time with the wind at your back. Picked up by number 22, Bordeaux, at the 35-yard line. Returns it over to the 40. Gets it beyond the 50. Keeps churning his legs. Gets down to about the 53-yard line. Good return by Bordeaux. Takes that back about 20 yards. What you like about that, Dave?
I just like how he gets upfield quickly. I mean, he's not deliberating here. You see a lot of punt returners like to look around and try to figure out where they're going to go. He catches the ball, takes one quick glance, and he's getting upfield. Now watch these legs just drive.
Yeah, that's a great run. What I really liked about that is he didn't. You're right. Didn't dance around. Wasn't trying to turn the edge when there's 10 other defenders on the wide side of the field. Attacked a straight line. Got upfield. I always told our returners, you're never going to score a touchdown running sideline to sideline. Troupish hands the ball off. Bordeaux's the ball carrier over the right-hand side. Met after gain of 4 and then pushed backwards. Going to give him a gain of about 3 on that. Big stop by number 2 for the Essex Ravens.
Yeah, number 55, the linebacker there, just great job filling over as well and stopping the momentum. I would think I would tend to want to take a shot deep early on in this series, see if we can. You've had the deep ball open early.
But again, the wind is coming now into the Mustangs' face. And it is
Yeah.
quite breezy out there. It may not seem it. We don't have a lot of flags around the stadium, but I'm telling you, it is breezy out there, and it's gusting up to about 25 kilometers an hour right now. Trupich barking out the signals, back to pass, taking the shot downfield, intended the number 19, picked up, and dragged out of field all the way down to the 38-yard line. Big gain on that long out, Dave, and a first down, Mustangs.
And a very dangerous throw. He put that on the money to where only number 19 can get it. You try to throw an out route to the far side of the field. That's a difficult, even for varsity quarterbacks, let alone junior varsity.
It's a tough throw to make, but it's so hard to defend. But Essex had 3 guys right around him as well, so that's a gutsy call by Trupich. Hands it inside to number 4 this time. First time touching the ball for number 4. Breaks it over the left-hand side, gain of about 3 yards, then pushed backwards by a flock of Ravens. Going to give him a gain of 3, second down here.
Yeah, you just don't see the drive out of number 4 that you would at 22. He seems to be a bit of a quicker back, but not a power back.
Yeah, and again, good coverage downfield. Number 55, we've called his name a couple times, Dave. The linebacker coming all the way across from the middle. That's a big boy playing in the middle there.
Yeah, he's doing a tremendous job, especially in the run game here.
Mustangs break the huddle. 2 receivers at the top of the field, 2 to the bottom. Fullback offset to the right here. Single running back. Trupich barking up signals. Back to pass. Throws that out again. Complete to number 28. Driving beyond the 25-yard line. Down to about the 24. That's going to be enough for a Mustang first down.
We've seen a lot of deep coverages here, there, Ron. It's just surprisingly, like you said, with the wind gusting this way, you'd think they'd take up a little bit more of the short stuff here.
Well, I love the concept. I've always been a big fan of this. Is what I would call a ghost concept out of a 3 set, where you're running the go and you're running the out. It's so hard to put leverage because if the corner squats on that to take away that out, that ball's going over your head. So it's such a hard concept, such a hard route combination to cover. Trupich fakes the handoff, throws it out that quick screen again. Number 6, ball's Gary. He's gonna get in. Touchdown, Mustangs! Great block downfield by the receivers. Wow! What a fantastic job! Look at this block right downfield there. Both the linemen out front pulling. That's a great job. Number 6, untouched, 22-yard touchdown, London.
And it's a great job of putting the ball right on the front shoulder there, allowing them to get upfield quickly. But like you said, you got 2 linemen down there blocking. I mean, good luck corners.
Number 1 is in for the extra point. 89 is the holder. Ball is down. The kick is away. The extra point is good. 5 minutes, 46 seconds left to go in the half. Mustangs extend the lead to 14 for the junior Mustangs. No score. Ravens. Essex, you need to get a drive together here. They're showing some flashes. Coach, what are you calling here?
Well, this is where, how patient do you want to be down 14-0 here, with 5 minutes left in the second quarter? We haven't seen too many balls in the air here. I think, coming out of this series, I tend to want to take the ball, take a shot early, see what I can get. But you definitely have to get a drive going here. You can't be punting the ball back after 2 plays.
And that seems to be, I think the Ravens have had like 1, maybe 2 first downs in this game, and that's really about it. There's been no real flow to the Essex Ravens. And I know if you're joining us here from the Essex viewing area, thank you very much for joining us here on London Football TV. Hit the like and subscribe button. You can see all the games between the Essex Ravens and the London Junior Mustangs. We do have the varsity call coming up here at 8 o'clock here tonight. And that is, again, another rematch of last summer's OSFL championship with the number 1 ranked Essex Ravens coming in here to play the number 5 ranked Junior Mustangs, who are coming off a loss last week to Etobicoke. Short kick over the left-hand side, knocked out of bounds. Smart heads-up play, number 82 by the Essex Ravens. Does a good job. He's established, knocks the ball out of bounds. Well, that's a great job. Smart play. Trying to moonshot it. trying to get an extra possession. 1st and 10 Ravens at the 52-yard line, Dave. What do you like? What do you not like about that?
I like the call. I mean, you get that onside back, you score again. You take them right out of the game. I like the call. But like you said, 82, I mean, that's a heads-up football play. I mean, London was all surrounding that ball.
So, again, new quarterback in. Number 11 is now taking the snaps for the Ravens. Handoff to number 44. Met in the backfield by number 2. Maybe we'll give him a short gain of about a yard, but the linebacker really stepping up. He's really had a couple big hits in this game.
When you guys start wondering what the philosophy here is by switching the quarterbacks, as you said, there's been no rhythm in this offense. Maybe find a quarterback, establish a rhythm, and let's see how it goes.
I think number 18 is more the athlete because he's still out there and he's playing receiver slot now, where instead of maybe the game plan coming in was maybe run some wildcat, maybe run some stuff with him. This kid looks like more of a traditional style of quarterback. Back to pass, throwing out, zips the ball as we see a late flag coming out here. So we're going to see him roughing the passer against the junior Mustangs, move it up 15 yards, and that's going to be an Essex Ravens first down.
But again, you see great coverage on the outside here. There's nowhere to throw the football, and you've got pressure up front on that quarterback. You know, you talked about the defense before the game started. This is a great defensive unit so far I've seen.
Yeah, you know, pressure from everywhere. Number 17, if he just gets his head around for the Mustangs earlier, he had a house call because that ball like literally zipped by his head. That kid, number 11 for the Ravens, he's got quite the arm. He's got a lot of zip. That's a tough throw.
It was late coming out. You can see he got a little jittery there with all the pressure that's happening. The throw was a little late coming out.
But quite a bit of arm strength in there. I'm quite impressed. 3 receivers to the bottom of the field here, 1 to the top, 1 running back. Back to pass, throws it, knocked down right away. Pass is incomplete. Number 83, we called his name again. Dave, who is that?
Weston Gower.
Weston Gower, big number 83 for the junior Mustangs. He is got to be over 6'4", 270 pounds. He is one of the returning players, one of the defensive stalwarts off the junior varsity championship team last year. And again, this time coming from the inside, he's playing more of an outside edge position, but just an absolute difference maker, Gower is. Number 11 back to pass again. Pressure coming, throws it away. Gower knocks it down again. That's 2 straight. Defense starting to take control again. 3rd down for the Ravens and it was Gower that got the penalty on the late hit, but I think it was more of he hit him up high than it was a late hit, which was the call. But basically after that 15-yarder, it's a 2-and-out for the Ravens, and he's staying in the punt as number 11 as well. So number 11's, that's something that you got to watch now. Okay, they're moving him up because they had a guy on side. Number 12 was lined up behind the punter. Kick is away, downfield, boomed over the punt returner's head, picked up at the 1-yard line, retreated to the goal line, returns it back to the 5, gets it out to about the 7 or 8 yard line. Great punt by number 11 there. Boomed it down about 40 yards over the Mustang returner's head, all the way down to the end zone. That's a 50-yard punt there.
Well, it looked like a little miscommunication with the 2 returners there. 22 thought 21 was going to get the ball, and you can see him hesitate. But, I mean, tremendous punt. Way to shift the field position here on this one.
Yeah, and with the wind at your face, you got to expect, I'm pretty sure the extra point was good. The scoreboard here says 13, but it was marked as good.
I think it was good.
So it was 14-0 junior Mustangs take over the ball. 4:05 left to go in the first half. Troupish with 2 running backs back to pass from his own end zone. Takes a shot downfield. Complete to number 6 beyond the 30-yard line. Down to about 32. That's a gutsy call, Coach. Out of your own end zone, delivering a strike down the field.
I like the call. I mean, if you look out there, Essex looks a little undersized at the corner and safety position, and the Mustangs got some big receivers with number 6, number 19. Everything's been open deep. I like the early shot downfield on that one.
Really good call on there and a great job. Troupish was a little bit off, a little bit oversailed that first one into the wind. Delivered it with authority, with the pressure coming out on his face as well. 2x2 set, inside handoff to 22. That's Bordeaux again. gets it beyond the 35-yard line to about the 36, we'll call it. Gain of about 4, second down.
And what I really like is that every carry, even when there's guys in the backfield, everything seems to be positive with him running the football. I mean, that was a tough 4 yards, but he just lowers it and goes forward. He's just driving everybody with him.
First-year junior varsity player as well, so the future's really bright.
Definitely.
For Mr. Bordeaux there. The Ravens are switching more to a 3-man front now. So they've got the one high safety. So there's you go. They're in their 3-4 look, almost a 3-5 look. Motion coming across the field. Troupish back to pass. Taking a shot downfield. Defender fell, and the receiver caught the ball and then slipped at the 39-yard line. If he keeps his feet, I think he's going to score there. Big reception. Number 88. Who's that, Dave?
Well, if he keeps his feet, he definitely scores on that. That's Lane Veritos.
Excuse me, number 80. Is it 89? I'm just having a hard time seeing. 89, excuse me.
Rowan Pierce,
the receiver. Really good job. You saw the defender slip, and then Pierce caught the ball and realized he's got a house call, slips down, ball goes to the 40-yard line, but another really strong throw into the wind by Jed Troupish. One receiver to the top of the field, 3 to the bottom, fullback offset to the top of the field as well. One running back, Troupish, barking out the signals. Inside handoff to Bordeaux, straight ahead, comes out of the cannon, straight ahead for a gain of about 11 yards. First down, Mustangs are starting to roll.
Well, you just see the old line just give a fantastic push on this one. He gets the ball, it's just 2 hands downfield. He's just running downhill. I absolutely love what I see out of this running back.
You're 100% right. Look at this. The guard downfield, 7 or 8 yards, making contact. You know, they're getting contact in the first and second level players. No wonder these guys are getting big chunks of yards. But the ball's at the 29-yard line. First down, London, 2-by-2 set. Handoff to number 21, Nathan Sims, straight up the middle this time again. Sims still grinding his legs down to about the 20-yard line. Gain of about 9 yards. Big run. Dave, doesn't matter who you're putting back there. These Mustangs are churning out yards on the ground.
When you're getting 8, 9, 10, 12 yards to carry every time, I mean, I would actually be looking to take a shot deep here. I know I keep saying that, but you're 2nd and 1. You know you can get that 1 yard. This is 3-down territory. I'd be looking to take a shot up right now. Number 6, yeah. Even number 19 here, maybe on a little corner route, little seam route. You see the safety's going to shift over a bit to number 6.
They're playing 6 off. Look for 3 in the seam there. You know, this time they just hand it off to Nathan Sims. Cuts it back into the middle. Keeps his legs driving. Nathan Sims breaks it. Down to the 5. Inside. Touchdown, Mustangs! Nathan Sims was hit 19 yards back, and he absolutely kept his legs driving. There's another first-year back. Look at that leg drive right there. Got to wrap up. 15 yards, 20 yards. Touchdown, Nathan Sims. Second of the game, 20-0 Mustangs.
And just a great individual effort. I mean, he's got 2 guys in the backfield right off the snap there. And like you said, just yards after contact on that one. And these 2 running backs, I mean, there's something special.
21-yard touchdown run by number 21, Nathan Sims. That's his second of the day as we see the extra point lining up. Number 1. Ball is down on the 12-yard line. 89's the holder. Looks like they're going to go for 2 on this. Got the Ravens sleeping. Still waiting for the signal. 2-point conversion, Coach. What did you see on this extra point?
I'm a little surprised by the play call. I mean, you're already up 20-0. I don't know what the 2 points is going to serve you on this one, I don't think it was a bad snap, anything like that. It looked designed and just you're dominating the football game. I'm a little surprised, but again, you look at the push up front. They just drove all the way out there on that one.
So 1:29 left to go in the half. This has kind of gotten a little out of hand for the Essex Ravens. Nathan Sims with the 21-yard touchdown run. The 2-point conversion, I got to give it to number 33 because not really sure. I saw him motioning late. But we're going to call it to number 33 with the 2-point conversion. And 22-0 here. And a little bit of a stunner for me. I kind of thought, this had a heavyweight feel coming into this game. Ravens have really got to wake up here quickly. Short kick, flags on the play. Ball bounces about the 35-yard line, picked up at the 31. Smart heads up play by number 37, but you're going to have the Mustangs offside on the kickoff here. So we're either going to move it up 5 yards or move it back 5 yards and re-kick it.
Yeah, I would tend to want to move it up 5 yards.
I'm not going to let them kick the ball again.
No.
I'm moving it up 5 yards. So this is going to be snapped from about the 36-yard line now.
I mean, you even look here. There's miscommunication on this return. I mean, Essex just seems completely out of sorts right now, and down 22-0. That's tough.
This is we talked about this. 1 and 3 potentially go. You're 1 and 2 potentially going 1 and 3. You're in danger of not making the playoffs pretty early in the season here. This is almost like a must-win second half. Number 11, the quarterback, rolling out to his right, pressure coming, dumps it off to number 30. He's got a lot of room going. Another great play by the linebacker, number 2 there for the Mustangs. Gain of 11, that could have been a lot more. Look at the track coming off of this.
Mm-hmm. The running back there on that rush edge, though, that set the play. Great open field tackle.
Who's number 2 for the Mustangs? Is that Sims?
Summers.
Summers? Yeah. Nathan Summers, just a heck of a ball player. He just overall great athlete. Smart heads up. It's just showing it right there. 2x2 set there. Fullback off to the top of the field. Number 11 rolling out to the right. Floats it this time. Almost intercepted by the Mustangs. Great job downfield. Number 14 in the coverage for London.
Again, just no separation by the receivers here. And that old line, anytime they look to roll out, there's 2-3 guys in the backfield every time.
Silva, the defender, number 14, with a great job. He's got delusions of, I'm going to pick this off. I'm going the other way. Always a smart play. Knock the ball down first at the cornerback position, and then worrying about the other stuff. 2x2 again, motion, inside handoff. Met in the backfield. Number 1 was by the Ravens. We've called his name a number of times. I believe it's number 17. No, number 0, the linebacker, coming in that time, cleaning things up. But just great pressure right across the board up front. And we're going to see the Ravens trot out the punt team yet again here, Dave, with 58.1 seconds left. If you're the Mustangs, the way you're moving the ball, you're thinking, great, we still got 2 timeouts in our pocket, lots of time. You got to be thinking about, you can get a decent return. You can get this about the 50-yard line. You're in striking range now.
Well, and I think you're going to get it to the 50-yard line. I think, with the returners they have, and definitely there's so much time on the clock. If anything, I might have used the timeout here to preserve this.
So exactly, the Mustangs are letting this clock wind down. They're going to take a time count? Timeout for the Ravens. So they let the clock run down a little bit, then called the timeout. I'm with you.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised they didn't call a timeout there to preserve the clock.
Yeah, you just chewed up 20 seconds of clock. Now you're probably thinking, let's just get into half. That changes things drastically. Unless you pop a big return here, unless you do something, I'm thinking this is more, let's run the ball. Let's run the ball. A couple runs. If we break one, great. If we don't, we're up 3 scores going into the half. But I'm with you. I think Coach Zach should have called the timeout there on that third down there. Excuse me. So 38.3 seconds left to go. Mustangs lead 22-0 first half. Snap is down, kick is away, kicked about the 32-yard line, drills it over his head, picked up about the 10-yard line, all the way back. Number 22, Boudreau, tackled right away, 15-yard line. What a change of possession. This kid's got a great leg, or this wind is really blowing out there.
I mean, the wind's blowing, but that's a tremendous kick. I don't think it's blowing that hard. That's an unbelievable job, and now you'll definitely see the Mustangs just take this game into the half.
Yeah, and I think that was kind of the plan. When you didn't call the timeout, I think that was the kind of the plan anyway. So again, 25.2 seconds left to go. Thank you for joining us on this Saturday afternoon. My name is Ron Forward. I'm with the coach, Dave Hawking. We're bringing to you live on London Football TV, London Junior Mustangs, Essex Ravens, first half junior varsity action here. Troupish, the quarterback, in for the Junior Mustangs, and Essex calls a timeout. That's both their timeouts.
Well, I mean, they're not going to get the ball back here. I think, you want to make sure you have the defense in set here. You don't want a big play run off here at the end of the half. You've already accepted the Mustangs are going to concede the half. So
I think they had 13 men
13
out there.
guys.
Yeah. So good job by the bench recognizing it, that they had too many men. But interesting, you call on the timeout, and then right after the punt, you have to call your timeout again. Not an ideal situation happening there. But again, smart heads-up play, recognition by the bench, getting their 13th guy off. So again, 25.2 seconds left to go first half, 22-0 for the Mustangs. Thank you again. Saturday afternoon, live from Alumni Field here at the University of Western Ontario campus. Hit the like and subscribe button, to hear some more great football action coming your way. And peruse our archives as well. We've got some fantastic games. If you're looking for something to do on a Saturday evening, I suggest looking at the Cambridge Lions, Junior Mustangs Cambridge Lions game from last year, the quarterfinal provincial game. It was a fantastic ball game that came down to a 47-yard field goal attempt with no time left in the clock. So we got some great archive stuff up there. Again, thank you very much for joining us. Flags on the play, move it up 5 yards, offside against the Ravens. Ball is placed at the 19-yard line, 20-yard line, far left hash. Troupish in at the quarterback. 2x2 set, fullback offset to the right. Another flag on the play. No. Taking a shot downfield, number 89. Well, that's interesting, Dave.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised by it. But again, I like the play call. I like stay aggressive even with 18 seconds left. They've gotten past that secondary almost every time they've gone deep. He's overthrown a couple. He underthrew one. He had a receiver stop on one.
And again, there was a flag on that. Yeah. So we're gonna move it up 5 yards. So we knew he had the free shot.
Yeah.
So, yeah, okay. 18.9 seconds. This has been kind of the slowest part of the game. The last 30 seconds of it, it's usually the fastest. Troupish takes the ball at the 25-yard line. 2x2 set. Fullback offset to the left. Inside handoff. Number 4, I believe, is the ball carrier. Gain of about 2, then pushed back by a flock of Ravens. Good job. This number, can't tell if it's number 4 or number 9. I think it's number 4 was the ball carrier.
It was number 4, yeah.
So gain of 4 on that. Second down and 6. Timeout on the play by the Mustangs.
I'm a little surprised by that again, Ron. I mean, if you're going to run the ball in that situation, 12 seconds left deep in your own end, I'm not sure on why they would call a timeout here.
If you're going to call the timeout, why don't you call it before the punt? Save the 20 seconds. Be aggressive with it. But again, it's, you know what? This is why I don't coach anymore. This is why I retired.
They're up 22-0, so who are we to second guess what they're doing?
Well, exactly. Like Coach Zach's doing a great job. There's a very young coaching staff out there as well for the Junior Mustangs. A lot of first-year coaches on this level. Not that they don't have experience, but a lot of younger coaches really connected with this group of kids as well. There's been a big difference in the enthusiasm and the effort that they're putting in from the game I saw 2 weeks ago to the game that we're watching, that we're witnessing today. Troupish again, barking out the signals, back to pass, taking a shot downfield, going intended for number 19. Ball is overthrown, and with 7.5 seconds left to go in the half, that's going to bring up a third down and about 6 here for the Junior Mustangs. Little late contact there by the Ravens. A little incidental, maybe.
I think it was incidental. I think it was a good no call on that one. I liked that they kept the flag in the pocket.
I agree. I'm just witnessing somebody go down to the ground there. So again, 7.5 seconds left to go. You're going to punt this ball away. I would imagine something close to the sidelines where you're not going to get a return in here. The last thing you want to do is give up a big play and let them right back into this game. But if you're the Essex Ravens, hey, get a return right back into this game. And remember, Essex is going to receive the ball to start the second half as well. Number one is the punter, kicks it right towards the sidelines. Ball bounces at the 50-yard line, takes a Ravens bounce all the way down to about the 41-yard line for the Ravens. 0.5 seconds left. You got time for one more play here by the Ravens. Mustangs, if I'm defense right now, I got like 4 guys lined up across the 10-yard line. And anything else than that, just you're sending 3, maybe 4, and hopefully you can get some pressure, which you have been able to do from your front line alone. But I'm dropping everybody in the coverage on this.
No, I agree with you, and I don't know if Essex has anybody that can get down the field that quickly. Like you said, there's such early penetration by the D line there that he doesn't have time to sit back there and wait.
Number 11 has taken over for quarterback, getting his last second instructions by the coaching staff. This kid's got a good arm. We saw him throw that ball, that 30, 40-yarder one earlier, with some zip on it as well. So he's definitely got some arm strength as the Mustangs call their second and final timeout of the half. Like this one, let's set the defense. Let's get everyone settled. Coach, what are you telling the kids right now?
Just nothing gets by you. I mean, obviously defensively, knock everything down. Don't try to be a hero in the end zone. You just want to make sure you knock that ball down. We don't want to tip that up and have a miracle catch. But again, I mean, I would just be rushing 3 guys on this one.
Dropping 9.
In, yeah. By the time he drops back, you're looking at, probably about a 48-yard pass. I don't know if he's got that in him.
Well, one of the plays that we used to run all the time, or having in our playbook, is the old hook and ladder. Chargers fans like me, go back to like 1982 when we're in the Orange Bowl in early January, and we watched that play and almost broke our hearts. Quick kick, trying to get the rouge on that. Interesting. Okay, ball is bouncing around, picked up by number 34. You just got to get this out of the end zone. Tackled for the rouge. Smart play, because now it's not a 3+. It's a single 3+ game. But you're on the board, and that's the final play of the first half. One that's, let's be honest, has been dominated by the defensive line and the run game by the Junior Mustangs. We started the scoring off at 5:20 left to go in the first quarter. Nathan Sims with the 5-yard scamper came back with a 22-yard touchdown pass to number 6 for the Junior Mustangs. That was at 5:46 in the second quarter. $1:29 left to go. Nathan Sims with a spectacular run breaks about 3 or 4 tackles over the right-hand side for the third score of the game. And now we see number 11 just get the rouge there for the Essex Ravens. So that is your score at halftime. Coach Dave, play Essex Ravens coaches. What are you saying to your kids right now, down 3 scores?
We're just going to point out some of the mistakes we made. It is only a 3-score game. We get the ball back. The game's not over by any means. Offensive line, we've got to do a better. They got to do a better job of taking away those seams in the passing game, and you have to get a hat on 83. If you're going to roll to his side, you've got to make sure you get a chip on him, something. He's been the MVP of this game, in my opinion.
He's been the MVP of a lot of games, and now play head coach Zach for the Junior Mustangs. What are you telling your kids?
Oh, nothing changes. I mean, you're dominating offensively. Every run is upfield. You're getting positive yards on everything you do. In the passing game, it's been great protection. You've got number 6 and 19 are just dominating downfield. They're getting open. They've missed a few passes, but they're open, and I think that's a positive thing that you can bring into the half. Although the pass completion is not the highest, they're open. Nothing. If I was the Mustangs, nothing changes on. I'm coming out in the second half. with the same game plan I had for the first half.
Yeah, it's no score right now at half. It's
Right.
0-0 all over again.
Yeah.
So you
And
got
you
to
just
come
gotta-
out with the same intensity that you came out in the first half.
Right, and if you score early, you just got to make sure that we're talking to our guys about chippiness too. I mean, that's something to take into effect later on in the game.
So we're going to take a quick break here at halftime. Thank you again for joining us on London Football TV. 22 Junior Mustangs, 1 for the Essex Ravens. We'll be back shortly. And welcome back to Alumni Field here at the campus of Western Ontario. Let's just go over the recap here. We're joined in the booth tonight by Coach Dave Hawking. Again, Essex Ravens, London Junior Mustangs, the rivalry in Ontario, second to none. You know, you can have two, no offense, 80-year-old women playing bridge. If one's from Essex and one's from London, there's going to be hard feelings, and you're going to be in for a battle.
Yeah, it's going to be competitive. You know that for sure.
So recap the first half here. The Mustangs got on the board first. Number 21, Nathan Sims with a 5-yard touchdown run over the right-hand side. The extra point was good. 5 minutes, 46 seconds left to go in the second quarter. Great pass to number 6. 22-yard touchdown pass from Troupish to number 6 for the touchdown. Buck 29 left to go in the first half. Nathan Sims with a spectacular run, 21 yards for the 21-0. Actually, the Mustangs went for the 2-point at that point. We're up 22-0. Last play of the half, Essex Ravens, quick kick, got the Rouge, brings it back to 22-1, 3-score game. Mustangs are about to kick off. Dave, I'll get your thoughts on the first half in a moment here. Number 7, I believe that's Emmett Sawyer to do the kicking. Kick is away, driven downfield, picked up at the 25-yard line by the Essex Ravens, returned to the 30, bumped into his own player, brought down to about the 33-yard line by the Ravens. First down, Essex. Number 28, the ball carrier, the returner for the Ravens there, Dave.
Yeah, I mean the first half, it just comes down to the front lines. I mean London's just dominating early on. Weston Gower, number 83, is just having himself a field day, and Essex is having trouble getting any kind of protection in the passing game and any kind of run up field. I mean, they've had a couple decent runs on the outside, but nothing in the middle.
So number 11 is the quarterback for the Essex Ravens. 3 receivers to the top of the field, 1 to the bottom of the field. Inside handoff, met in the backfield right away by a herd of Mustangs. This time, I think it's number 59 for the Mustangs with the tackle.
Yeah, Noah Miller just getting right through right off the bat. And again, nothing inside. There's no penetration or no push on the inside line.
Special shout out goes out to the Essex Ravens area. Coach Glenn Mills, who is not going to be making the trip up here for the varsity game. Coach, we're thinking of you. Get well really, really soon. We'll miss you in London this year, but can't wait to get down there and see you guys host the championship game in August. Loss of about 3 on that play. Second down and 13 for the Ravens. 2-by-2 set. Motion coming across the field. Pressure right away. Number 11 delivers it in the flat. Falls incomplete. Good pressure there by Noah Miller. Number 11 has done a great job for the Essex Ravens coming in. I guess it's relief.
Yeah, Junior Kotick, I mean, again, there's just the motions in the backfield just take too long to develop. And against this D-line, you can't have that delay, and he's got a strong arm. You see him throw a couple of nice balls, but if he doesn't get the protection back there, he's not going to be able to do anything.
So a quick 2-and-out there by the Ravens. Wins in their face as well, so they're going to get the win in the fourth quarter. That's going to possibly be a factor as this game goes on here. In a quick, 59 seconds of playing time there with the incomplete pass. Number 11 is back to punt. He's going to be punting it from about the 13, 14-yard line here. Just the officials getting the ball correct on the hash mark here. 11:01 left to go. Third quarter just started here. Kick is down. He's had a couple great kicks. Booms it towards the sidelines there. Ball bouncing around. Picked up at the 52-yard line. We're going to have a 5-yard no yards penalty added on to the end of this. I believe it was Bordeaux was the ball carrier. Takes it beyond midfield to about the 52-yard line. With the 5-yard penalty, it's going to be added. Mustangs are going to be scrimmaging here about the 48.
Yeah, Junior Kotick's done a great job all game. Like you said, kicking the ball. I mean, that was a deep punt into the wind. Just a fantastic job. This is danger time for Essex, though. They need to stop desperately here early in the third quarter.
Yeah, you've got to hang your hat on something, and your defense has got to step up here. Again, thank you very much for joining us here on London Football TV. Hit the like, hit the subscribe button. There's some fantastic games in our archives. We did the varsity championship game last year between what's going to be coming up here at 8 o'clock, a rematch between the Junior Mustangs and the Essex Ravens. One that I'll be honest with you, the Essex Ravens absolutely blew out the Junior Mustangs in last year. And just great game planning and just personnel across the board was so much better. And just fun fact, looking back on that broadcast, and I'll go back to this in a second, Nathan Sims, the ball carrier, takes it over the right-hand side, breaks a tackle, breaks another one, cuts it back into the 5, down to about the 6-yard line. Nathan Sims just will not be stopped. A 45-yard scamper off the right side, cutting it back into the middle. Ball is down to the 6-yard line. 1st and goal, Mustangs. What a great run by Nathan Sims.
Yeah, just, a little off edge there. I mean, just great job. Great blocking up field, too, by the receivers. You got a couple of Essex Ravens down right now. I can't get the number. Jory, your fun fact. What was your fun fact?
I lost my train of thought.
Okay. Well, we said they needed to stop, Ron, and first play, scrimmage, 45-yard scamper down to the 5.
Fun fact. Okay. Off that varsity team that won the championship last year, they only graduated about 7 or 8 kids.
Wow.
So you've got the runner-up at the JV level, which I believe graduated out about 20 or 30 of those players, into a team that had probably about 30 or 40 holdovers off that team from last year. That Essex Ravens team that's coming in here tonight, that might be a juggernaut in Ontario this year, and we're about to see how good they are going to be. The quarterback play, the receiver play, defensively across the board, they've got playmakers everywhere.
Well, normally when you see a team at that level win a championship, especially a provincial championship, it's with veteran guys who are graduating out.
Yeah.
To see only 7 guys are not returning, that's pretty phenomenal.
Yeah, we'll say it's about. We're going to say it's around 10, but I know it was a really.
It's a low number.
And I was watching the broadcast, getting ready, like trying to refamiliarize myself with what Essex does. You're going to see a lot of similar formations here. 3 receivers to the wide side of the field, 1 to the boundary, trying to isolate that stud receiver with a one-on-one matchup. You're trying to you play some games up there, and we're going to see a lot of the same stuff with the varsity team as we're doing with the JV team. But the commitment to the run and the ability to isolate their playmakers and get the matchup that they want, the Essex coaching staff is really second to none in the province. Coach Mills, who's been around, as long as I've been coaching football in Ontario, we see, I believe it's number 22 who's being helped off the field here for the Essex Ravens. Valiant effort by the young man. We never want to see anybody hurt. That's the last thing you want to see in this game, in any game for that matter. Are injuries. So it's great to see him walking off with some assistance, but again, getting off the field here. First down, handoff to Nathan Sims over the right-hand side. This time throwing down for, no gain on that. Number 46 with the tackle for the Essex Ravens, coming off that outside linebacker position. Good job really cleaning things up there.
Yeah, Armand did a great job there flowing over. You could see a little bit of a timing or what in the backfield, but it wasn't a clean handoff, which kind of delayed things going upfield.
Yeah, and I think they were trying to be a polar there, and he got caught up in the wash in there. So all of a sudden, I think he was trying to be isolated. 2 receivers to the top and to the bottom of the field, fullback offset to the right. Troopish back to pass, throwing it in the back of the end zone. Pass is incomplete, intended for number 6. Logan, what's
number 6 is Drake Logan.
Drake Logan is the receiver there. We called his name a number of times. He got the front touchdown pass in the first half. Pass was intended for him, just a little bit, off his fingertips. Good play by the defender. I think he was looking for a little bit of pass interference. There wasn't any there. It was just a great defensive play.
No, there is no pass interference. I mean, that's a great job. It's a great ball, and I like the play call to try to isolate number 6, but Avon just did a great job of recovering and breaking up that ball.
And again, we're saying the Essex Ravens, you need to have a stop here and hang your hat on something. After giving up the big run, that's a quick 2 and out. So Good job by the Ravens defense bouncing back and coming up with a stop, forcing the field goal attempt. Kick is down, and it looks like the 15-yard field goal is good. Number one with the field goal. So at 9:02 left to go in the third quarter, the Mustangs now go up 25-1.
Well, they needed to stop. I mean, it happened a little later than they'd hoped, but I mean, like you said, at least they can carry that into the next possession, and we'll wait to see what they do offensively here. But they've got to figure out how to protect better up front, because right now this quarterback's got no time at all.
Yeah, unless you can turn around and slow down this line a little bit here, it doesn't matter what kind of adjustments you're going to make. You're getting 1,001, 1,000, and there's somebody in your face. You don't have time to get more than about 7 or 10 yards downfield. And that's how the whole Mustang program is built, is built off that front four providing pressure. And you've got speed at those linebacker positions, too, for the Mustangs as well. This time under center, met in the backfield right away. We said his name a number of times. Weston Gower absolutely swallows somebody from the defensive end position. And number 95 as well for the Mustangs. Having a party in the backfield, throwing down for a loss of about 3 on that. Second down, Ravens.
Yeah, Damon Kennedy had nowhere to go on that. Just like you said, early penetration. I'm a little surprised to see them under center right now, even on that one play.
Well, first time that you went under center and you brought your fullback inside to almost like a traditional offset eye there. This time, 2-by-2 set. Fullback is offset to the right. Single back. Quarterback back in the pistol formation. 8:06 left to go. Third quarter here. A little bit of jet motion action happening. Gower in the backfield right away. Pass is complete. Knocked down. Number 2. We said his name earlier. Mr. Summers, Nathan Summers, separates the receiver from the ball. Would have been short of a first down anyway, Dave.
Yeah, it would have been short. They've ran this concept before, and again, if you look at the motion in the backfield, number 7 is just too delayed, and everything's just taking too long. If you don't get a hat on 83, there's no way you're going to be able to run that concept to the outside.
Now, when you're running boot into Weston Gower, you better have 2 pullers out there to take care of them, and still you have to set your feet and throw it over the 6'4" body that's coming in with you. Now with his wingspan up in the air, that's almost 7 feet in the air.
Well, and number 7 with that motion accomplishes nothing there. Why not have him at least try to chip number 83?
Yeah. Punt is away, kick towards the sidelines, not quite as deep as the other ones have been. I think it might have got caught up in the wind. Ball's going to be placed probably somewhere around the 45-yard line, exactly the 45-yard line. So with 7 minutes, 37 seconds left to go, Mustangs take over 25-1, 24-point lead here for the junior Mustangs, and they get the ball. Coach, what do you like here? You've got number 4 in the backfield, so it's good to see that the Mustangs are starting to turn out the running backs a little bit more now.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to overload the 2 you've been running the whole time. I'd be looking more downfield if you got number 4 in the backfield here to see if they take a shot.
Fullback is to the bottom of the field here, to the top of the field, 2-by-2 set, cross motion coming across, blitz picked up, caught by number 6. Gain of about 2 yards on that. I'll say about 1 yard. Came back for that. Number 6 with the reception, trying to get that wide receiver. That's how they got the touchdown on that, was that kind of Z wide receiver screen there.
It just took too long to develop this time. Number 6 got too far back. That ball needs to be thrown about a second sooner on that one. Then he gets a chance to get upfield.
And I think the fullback was supposed to come out and scrape to one of the linebackers, and he got caught up inside. Yeah. So you didn't get that puller out there, the extra puller out there, like they did when those linemen were downfield, 20 yards downfield blocking on that touchdown reception earlier. Troopish 22 look, back to pass. Sets his feet at the 22, delivers a strike downfield. Pass is intended for number 6. Dropped at the 4-yard line. Claire, just a straight drop on that. Wow, he had him. Great throw by Jed Troopish downfield. Look at this throw, 52-yard line, down to the 5. right in his hands and just wasn't able to squeeze it. Is number 6 for the Mustangs.
Well, number 2 on Essex there, Avin DeFriends does a great job of just kind of smacking at the ball last second as number 6 comes up with it. Again, I love taking a shot downfield with these big receivers against these small corners. But you can see just broken up there at the very end.
You know what? He didn't drop it. You're 100%
Yeah.
right. Number 2 clearly knocked that ball out of his hands. Thank you, producer Stephanie, for bringing that replay up here. That's a clean as a whistle. He came across. That's a great play by number 2 there for the Essex Ravens. Punter standing at the 52-yard line. Kick is away towards the right sidelines. Caught out of bounds. About the 18-yard line. That's exactly where they're going to mark it. 18-yard line for the Essex Ravens. Taking over. You got your stop. Now let's get a couple first downs here, Coach.
You have to get something going right now. You got 6:04 left in the third. Offense has been stalled for most of this game. And you just kind of feel one big play here from the Mustangs and the game's going to be over. Essex has to sustain something here offensively.
You know, if you obviously, if you're the Ravens, you're looking for a score here. But other than, like, you know, a first down or two assisted by penalties, they really haven't done much offensively in this game.
No, they had a couple outside runs on that option look, the jet sweep, and that's about it.
So 3 receivers to the top of the field, 1 on the bottom, motion across number 7. This time is a jet sweep action happening. He's met in the backfield by number, is that 92? No, number 52, the linebacker.
Simon Hunt does a great job up there.
Wow.
Getting upfield.
Look at the scrape coming across here, fighting through 2 blockers there. Throws him down. Don't like the throw. I don't like the throw at the end there.
I don't either. He's lucky he didn't get a flag on that.
Yeah.
But
yeah, that's you can't really do that.
If you're going to run those jersey looks, the jet sweeps, you have to have more speed in that. I mean, number 7, Jalen Bayless, he's just a little late. You can see him kind of hesitating before he gets the ball. You need that on a dead sprint to be effective, especially against this rush.
Yeah, loss of about 7 on the play. Second down, we'll call it 18. Ball is snapped at the 11-yard line. Inside handoff. Good run up the middle. Good solid run by number 1 by the Essex Ravens. Hey, great first down run there. He's going to get about 17 of those 18 yards back. No, they're going to give him the full 18. That's a first down, Essex Ravens. What a tough run all the way down to the 29-yard line.
Great effort and great play call here. And again, you can just see right there, contact, drives him forward for a couple yards, gets the first down. That's exactly what they needed
That's
here.
a tough finish at the end there by number 1 there for the Essex Ravens.
Connor Thompson.
3 receivers to the top of the field, 1 to the bottom. Inside handoff to Thompson. Takes it over the 35-yard line, breaks it over, slips down. I think he was trying to make an extra little move. Ended up going down about the 42-yard line. First down, Essex Ravens. Hey, we're in business here.
And you see some momentum going. You see some rhythm going in the offense here. Like 2 calls here, and you can see a little bit of excitement over there on the Essex sideline.
So good play. Good couple really good play designs there on that second down, almost like a draw play on that. And that was just a straight ahead, almost like an ISO look that was happening there. And again, made the one guy miss. 3 receivers to the top of the field, 1 to the bottom. Inside handoff, hitting the backfield, number 59. This time is like, no more of that.
Yeah, Noah Miller's had enough of seeing number 1 downfield. He gets upfield, does a great job.
Noah Miller absolutely can be a wrecker. You know, he is a Team Ontario kid as well. I believe he made the final 40-man roster. I know he was on the u16 team last year. Just a fantastic ball player all the way around. Good kid too, hard worker. Scouts, that's a kid that you want to keep your eye on. 2x2 motion towards the line of scrimmage. A little bit of pressure coming off the edge. Pass completed over on the far sideline. Number 82 was the receiver on that. Gain of about 3 yards on that. But there you go. You're rolling out. You're rolling away from the pressure. That time the Mustangs brought pressure off the edge with number 1 as well. But again, gain of 2 brings up a third down and 8. Ravens elected. They're showing to elect to punt on this.
I don't disagree with this one. I mean, they haven't really gotten much going. I do like the rollout away from 83. The problem is now you got a right-handed quarterback rolling out to the left.
Yeah,
so how effective is that going to be?
That's really tough. Punt is down, kicked out at the 34-yard line. picked up in the air by the returner, takes it beyond the 50 to about the 54-yard line. Bordeaux was the punt returner on there. Good to see his name getting called in the second half. He had himself a whale of a first half. Tell you, that kid carried the ball early in this game. Nathan Sims was the touchdown scorer, but it was Bordeaux that got the mail in the delivery area.
Yeah, I mean, it was all Bordeaux all the way down, and Nathan's just picking up the touchdowns. He's a touchdown man. But all the hard work early on was definitely Bordeaux going down.
So here we go. First and 10, 3 receivers to the bottom of the field, 1 to the top of the field. Fullback set off to the left of this as well. Handoff to number 4, takes it off the left-hand side. Gain of 2, met right away by number 55 for the Essex Ravens. That big man, we called his name a number of times in the first half, Dave.
Yeah, Cayman Benke, he's done a great job. I mean, he kind of got washed out a little bit there, but that's a great job of getting upfield and making a play. He definitely had a couple big plays in that first half to keep that defense.
If we could show that one more time, that replay again, watch his linebacker play. He's coming across. He's playing the Sam position. See him to recognize, scrape across. Look at that gather right at the very end there. Mm-hmm. Buzzes his feet, what I call the buzz of feet, short choppy steps, keeps nice and low. That's a big man that could have been playing a lot higher, does a good job of keeping pad level down there. That is one thing. As someone we've both coached, against the Essex Ravens for a number of years, I'm always my hat off to them. They were always like phenomenal tacklers. Coach Mills and the whole Essex organization, they spend so much time on tackling, and they're really, really good at it. And something like that just shows you that's a bigger linebacker. It's really not designed to play in space. He's more of I want to play in a phone booth type of kid, by the looks of him, but does a good job of gathering his feet, dropping his pad level, finishing the tackle. And what happens on the tackle? He drives him backwards. So what could have been a 4 or 5 yard gain had a broken tackle, hold them to 1 and ends up pushing them back. Good job by the Ravens defense. Hey, you know what? You got to finish those runs if you're number 4. Again, number 4, another first year player for the Mustangs, as we have an injured player down there. 2 minutes, 8 seconds left to go. Just to recap what you've missed if you're just joining the broadcast. At 5:20 of the first quarter, Nathan Sims with a 5-yard run over the right-hand side for the touchdown. Extra point was good. That was 7-0 for the Junior Mustangs. Didn't have any more scoring until the second quarter. We're at 5:46 of the second quarter. 6-yard touchdown pass by number 6 on that wide receiver screen to the far side of the field. You had a couple of linemen downfield pulling, and he just walked in from 22 yards in. That could have been 40 yards, and that kid would have walked in with the blocking downfield. Mustangs came back with a fantastic run, a 21-yard run by Nathan Sims, who was started over to the right, broke it back over to the left, started it over the left, broke it back into the middle, then all the way to the right, and it just kept his legs churning. Could have been stopped at the 9-yard line, but a couple broken tackles and a great spin move in there. Then the Mustangs went for 2. They recognized something in the defensive lineman, went for 2, went up 22-0. Number 11 kicked the ball into the end zone for the Essex Ravens. The quarterback, we said his name a number of times today, kicked it into the end zone, get the Ravens in, and that's your halftime score, 22-1. Since then, number 3 has come out, 3-point play field goal attempt on the 15-yarder, and that is the score at this point, 25-1. Junior Mustangs lead over the Essex Ravens. We'll talk about the Essex Ravens. They are on the road. They're at the road next week, going to Etobicoke to play the 0-3 Etobicoke Eagles. Then they're at home on the 24th. So home date, back-to-back home dates coming up here for the Essex Ravens. Home date against Niagara. Then really a big game coming up for them. Excuse me, this is the Junior Mustangs schedule. My apologies. Junior Mustangs here at home against the 3-0 Cambridge Lions, and then on the road, final week of the season against who I think is the best team at the JV level. I know there's a team in Ottawa who right now will say, hey, wait a second, we think we're pretty good up here too. I'm telling you, this Hamilton team is pretty good against the 3-0 Hamilton Junior Ticats. The Essex Ravens next week, are on the road to Niagara to play the 1 and 2 Niagara Spears, then at home on the 24th to play the 3 and 0 Hamilton Junior Ticats. Again, one of who I think is going to be a team potentially in that playoff championship in Windsor, at Alumni Field in Windsor in October. Then on July 1st, the Essex Ravens go on that long bus road to Oakville, and they play the Titans, who are 0-3. And finally, the Essex Ravens on the 8th host the Burlington Stampeders against 2-1 Burlington Stampeders. Very good team that beat these Junior Mustangs last week, 15-8.
I mean, that's a tough schedule to close. Even Niagara, I mean, 1 and 2, but that's always a tough team.
Yeah, anytime that you're playing Niagara and you're on the road in Niagara, that is a tough place to play. So back to the game action. Troupish calls his own number, keeps it, takes the ball beyond the 50-yard line to just beyond the 50. So we're going to have about a 3rd down and 4 and most likely a punt situation here for the Junior Mustangs.
Yeah, I would punt it as well in this situation. I mean, you're up 25-1. I don't know if I would have let my quarterback carry the ball in that situation, but
well, they're doing a straight read there, so he read something, so they're either tearing off and chasing Bordeaux on that, and then leave the gap. So you got to let your quarterback and let your guys play, but more times than not, 99% of the time I'm saying, hand the ball off, Jed.
That's right.
Hand the ball off. Talking about the Junior Mustangs and the games that they played, 40-6 week 1 on the road for the Mustangs over the Argos, 33-0 here at home against those Oakville Titans. Last week losing 15-8 against the Burlington Stampeders. Snap was actually looked like it just something happened weird with the snap there. I kind of missed it. Long story short, turn it over on downs. The Mustangs with a miscue on special teams. Coach Baker's not going to be happy about that. Basically, right at midfield, Essex Ravens take over. And then back to the scores, 15-8 last week, and what was a very good Burlington team. And again, that team's not going away quietly anytime soon. The Essex Ravens lost 29-26 in kind of a surprise game to me against the Scarborough Thunder, beat Etobicoke 31-0, and then lost last week 14-8 to the very good Cambridge Lions team as well. Ravens hand the ball off outside to the left-hand side. Gain of about 1 on the play. Give them 2. Call it 2nd down and 8 on that, Coach. What did you see?
Just, a little jet action to the field side, or to the boundary side. Again, just 56 there. No sustain on the block. I mean, running backs got to see that, though, and kind of cut that ball upfield instead of trying to get to the edge every time.
Number 1 is like a tough runner in there. I really like what they had going earlier with a couple of those backs when they're trying to go kind of straight at them. How do you beat a team that penetrates so much, Dave?
Well, we haven't seen any screen passes. You'd think maybe look at screen. I mean, the draw has been effective. There's different ways to kind of shore up your pass coverages. It looks like they've definitely tightened their splits here in the second half. But if you don't get hats on those ends, you're in trouble in the passing game. Junior Kotok is definitely athletic enough to get out of the pocket, but against this defensive line, you just can't get outside.
Well, and that's the thing. You elude the first man of pressure.
Yeah,
by the way, there's 2 more there.
That's right. I mean, if it's not 83, you got like you said, number 59 flowing through, even number 1. He's Daniel. Yeah, he's been done a great job as well.
And then the linebackers, you've got speed of the linebacker position as well here. What about something like a quick hitter to the fullback or something to kind of neutralize? If they're going to play upfield so hard on the defensive ends, why don't you try to hit something inside? See a pass going downfield. Great coverage downfield. A little bit of hand checking, I thought there. Pass broken up by number 17 for the Mustangs. Intended, I believe it was for number 1 for the Essex Ravens. Knocked it down. 3rd down. We're going to call it 3rd down and 8 here. And I think the offense is going to stay out here.
Well, I think it has to. But I do like the idea of the fullback leaking out. You got a pretty decent fullback there in Damian Kennedy. Maybe try to get him the ball in open space. They haven't really keyed on him.
Yeah, maybe like on a wheel or something like that.
Just kind of hide him coming across on like a power look and then have him slip out.
Yeah.
Right?
Like
He'd be unnoticed.
Yeah.
That's right.
Or even like, yeah, you're right. Like if you can start him on the like he is lining up here, if you can slip him to the over to the left flat here on a slice look, that would be good too. Rolling out to the left, to the right there, throws it downfield. Pass is caught by number 7 downfield, tackled by the number 8 for the Mustangs, all the way down to the 25-yard line. First down, Essex Ravens. Hey, great completion downfield.
Well, that's a great ball. I mean, Jaden Bayless does a great job of getting to the corner on that one, but you can see the chip on the end there. I mean, it doesn't sustain it, but it just gives Junior Kotick enough time to be able to get that ball outside. That was a great job by number 30, Chase Wilson.
So that is the end of the third quarter, 25-1. Junior Mustangs do lead, but the Essex Ravens, they're in business knocking inside the Mustang territory at the 25.
And just building even from this week to next week, this drive is extremely important, even if it's not so much for the score for this game. It's about building into what you're going into next week.
Yeah, exactly. And next week is on the road at Niagara, which is, that is a tough place to play. That's a long drive from London to Niagara. That's had a couple hours. That's a 4.5, 5-hour bus trip down to St. Catharines to play the Spears.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it takes a little bit out of you on that little bit of a trip.
And again, those types of trips, like you're talking 4 or 5 hours on a bus. You got to make sure that you eat properly on the bus, that you get proper rest, but you don't get too much rest where you come out flat or stiff, and you hydrate properly. Inside handoff, this is kind of where I was going earlier. Number 44, that's a big physical runner who delivers a blow at the end there. Great job by number 44. Just a straight handoff over the right-hand side. Gain of about 12 yards. First down, Ravens at the 14-yard line.
Well, we talked about giving Damon Kennedy the ball in space there on the passing game, but we haven't really seen him give him the ball in the running game. That's a heck of a run.
Physical run inside, which is kind of something that I'm surprised not to see more of with an Essex Ravens team. They've always played physical football. Leave 44 in the backfield, 18 in the jet position. That time they run the fullback right behind him from the ISO position. Handoff over the right-hand side. Gain of about 5 yards on that. Hey, coach, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Run it again. Second down and about 5 to go, Essex Ravens.
And you might see it again this time. This time they do a great job with the jet action, giving it the full speed look. You see number 18 there just does a great job, Jacob Marcelloni.
Yeah, now what he's got to do on that, he's just got to expand out there a little bit more because that's going to draw the defender out with him a little bit further. That's going to open up the run lane. You can see it right here.
Yeah,
you can see the linebacker right there. I believe that's Summers who was tracking him. Then he realized he'd stopped, and then Summers just basically stopped, and we see them run right into it there. So again, little details that you got to finish. Rolling out, great defensive play coming over the top. This is the number. That's number 8 for the Junior Mustangs. Knocked away about the 3-yard line. Look at that play right there.
And great job by Tayshawn Duncan getting upfield and creating a little bit of pressure to rush that throw.
Yeah, just great pressure across the board. And again, Duncan over the top, making that great play. This is a really solid. This is kind of the calling card that we knew the Mustangs were coming in with was a phenomenal defense. It's whether the offense can start clicking on some of those, starting to hit on some of those big plays. Well, timeout here by the Ravens with 10-15 left to go in the ball game.
Well, we touched on, obviously, Weston Gower, but, I mean, it's every single person.
Yeah.
I mean, there you see Tayshawn getting upfield, somebody we haven't talked about, but he's going unblocked and creating the pressure. And it doesn't matter who we're talking about right now.
Noah Miller is another kid that we've said his name a number of times. Summers at the linebacker position coming through in that first play, really setting the tone on that very first offensive play for the Essex Ravens, coming through the B gap, almost untouched and blowing up the run play before it even got started for a loss of 4. And it's kind of seemed to be downhill at that point for the Essex Ravens.
And now we're talking about a very vital 3rd down and 4 here. Essex calls timeout to get their play call going here.
Yeah, you've got to get a score here.
You do.
A field goal doesn't really, although you're going to need a field goal at some point to get into this game. I do love the most Canadian play in football, which is the rouge, which means red. But by the way, do you know what they call it in Quebec?
No.
A single.
A single.
They don't call it a rouge. They go, why are you calling it red? Quoting a friend of mine, Johnny Urban, who has done a number of these broadcasts with us. He was calling the Canada Cup a couple years ago when he was with the Quebec broadcasters. And he's like, oh, you kick it through the back of the end zone for a rouge. And they're looking at him going, why are you calling that a rouge? That's what we call it. We call it a rouge. He said, it's called a single. Okay, so anyway, back to the action. Space Killer 101 there. Number 11 flips it off to number 44. Hit in the backfield. He's not going to get there. That's a great play. Number 92, Noah Miller again. We said this. I love this play design. We talked about getting the fullback the ball in space, but there again, just great penetration. I think number 92 is Noah Miller, is it not?
It's Tayshaun Duncan.
It's Tayshaun Duncan.
I know that because he's a Laurier kid.
Well, there you go. Yeah. Taking up for the home team, eh, Dave?
That's right. Going back to the Rouge, Ron, honestly, it's funny because that's the one thing I honestly hate about Canadian football is a single. And it's, they laugh at me at Laurier because we won the city finals against South last year on a Rouge, and then we won the OFSA championship this year off a Rouge. And I tell you, I'm still not a big fan of it.
I'm sorry. For me, this is the point where we're going to disagree. I think it's the second Sexy's playing football. The Sexy's playing football is a kneel down at the end of the game to kill the clock. Inside handoff, I think it's number 4 with the ball carrier, gain of about 3 or 4 yards on that. Second Sexy's playing football, punted through the back of the end zone from the 1 yard line for the Rouge. There is not a more Canadian play that you could possibly have. But on a side note, do you know how Rouge came around?
I do not.
So if they used to deduct a point, so it was called a red zone point, or that's how they call it a Rouge, because rather than giving the offense a point, because if you got tackled in your end zone back in the old CFL days, I'm talking about when there was the big 3 CFL, they'd actually take a point off the board. So it was meant as a deduction or a red mark against your ledger. Inside handoff, again, nowhere really to go there for the Mustang running back. Gain of about maybe 2 on that. That's going to bring up a third down as the ball is placed at the 15-yard line. So a little school history there for a little football 101 history for you. I have 3 basic trivia questions for the CFL. Hey, why do we call it the Rouge? Why are the Ticats called the Ticats? And what do the 2 names of the Rough Riders actually mean? So those are my 3 kind of trivia questions. I'll give you a few minutes not to Google it, because if you Google it, you take the fun out of it. And then I have nothing to talk about for the next 7.5 minutes. As we have 8:47 left to go in the game here. And I touched on it, give you a little hint earlier if you're paying attention when it came to CFL and Big 3. I'll kind of answer that Hamilton question for you after the punt here. As we see number 1 standing at the 2-yard line. Wouldn't be surprised to see them give up the deuce here, Coach.
I think you do going into the win here.
Punt is caught, and they're electing to kick the ball out of bounds towards. Ball's all the way kicked down to about the 47-yard line, taking it all the way across the field, breaking it to the 50, getting to the edge, all the way back to the 55, down and caught about the 46-yard line of the Junior Mustangs. All that running side to side for a gain of 3 yards, Coach.
Yeah, number 51, Liam McGregor. I mean, it didn't look like he was going to be able to get to him. It looked like they're going to get the outside edge there, but he does a great job of just flowing over and making that tackle.
Great pursuit overall here.
More speed than what it looked like, for sure.
Yeah, I'll go back to the Ticats. So back in the old days, there used to be 2 teams, 2 leagues in Canada. There was the Big 3, which Hamilton, Toronto, and Montreal played in, and there was the CFL, which Hamilton had a team in. When the CFL and the Big 3 merged to become one league, the 2 teams in Hamilton amalgamated. One of the teams was called the Hamilton Tigers. The other team was called the Hamilton Wildcats. So rather than giving up and having one of the names come to the forefront, they changed it, put the Tiger logo on it, and called them the Tiger Cats. So hence the name Tiger Cats. As we see, there was a flag on that play.
Yeah, it looks like Essex is elected to have the Mustangs re-kick. So now I definitely think you take the 2
now
point here.
You definitely take the Rouge here at this point. And the other one is the Rough Rider and Rough Riders. So there used to be a team in Ottawa called the Rough Riders, and there's a team in Saskatchewan called the Rough Riders, which there still is. The Saskatchewan Rough Riders were named after the Mountie rugby team that were horseback riders that used to have a rough ride over the plains. There's a single. So that was kind of what we expected last time. 7:56 left to go, third quarter. Mustangs concede the deuce, 25-3 here in the fourth quarter. So going back to my CFL stories here, because this is all I got at this point. So the Rough Riders in Saskatchewan were named after the Mountie rugby team that were with the RCMP, and they were Special Horseback Division, and they were nicknamed the Rough Riders because riding a horse over the plains, they were actually called Rough Riders. The Ottawa Rough Riders were named after a completely different type of Rough Rider. The Rough Rider the Ottawa Rough Riders were named after were the log riders that used to ride the logs from Quebec down to Ottawa on the Ottawa River. Those guys were called Rough Riders because the water was so rough. Hence, the two different names of Rough Riders versus Rough Riders, two different meanings, same word. Different spellings, just for the record. First and 10, 35-yard line here. Essex back to pass, complete to the 50-yard line. Great completion there. Caught by number 7 for the Essex Ravens. Takes it beyond the 45-yard line. Just beyond the 45-yard line, my apologies. First down, Ravens.
Yeah, Junior Kotick just sitting in the pocket there. Does a great job poised at finding number 7, Jaden Bayless, coming across on a little slant route. Nice pickup on first down here.
3 receivers to the top of the field. 1 receiver down to the bottom. Fullbacks off to the right as well. Inside handoff to number 1. Met in the back. Met after a gain of about 2 or 3. That's number 63 who's there. And I believe number
25.
Number 25 for the Mustangs as well.
Yeah, Cole Cermak.
Cermak with a good carry. And that was number 1, I believe, was the ball carrier for the Ravens. I think number 1 or number 7. I wasn't 100% sure on that. But again, gain of 3 yards on that after the completion. Ravens with the second down and we'll call it 7 at the 48-yard line of Essex. Rolling out to the left, throws it. Pass falls incomplete. Closest player was number 17 for the Mustangs. Pass was intended for number 82 for the Ravens. That was just a little, almost like a little whip route happening there.
Yeah, and a little corner route over top of it. But again, we talked about rolling it to his left side. It takes a little longer for a right-handed quarterback to be able to get those shoulders and those hips turned around on that against this kind of pressure. That's a tough ask for this young man.
6:24 left to go in the ball game. 25-3 here. Thank you again for joining us here on London Football Television. My name is Ron Forwerda. I'm joined in the booth today by Coach Dave Hawkins. Punt is away, caught by Nathan Sims at the 35-yard lines, returns it all the way down to the 50. Sims got a chance here, takes it all the way down to the 54-yard line. Late flag comes in. That's usually a block from behind or something. So I believe this is going to be coming back 15 yards. Unnecessary roughness against the Mustangs was the call here. Right there at the top there, number 16, I believe it was. Can't do that, son. I'll call you out when you do something right. If I know you do something wrong, I'll also call you out. Coach Zach will have a word with you on that. So that you can't make that block. That is the pedestrian block that is clearly away from the play. Going to move it back 15 yards. Mustangs are going to scrimmage inside their own 45-yard line. Ball is placed at the 39-yard line. 6:04 left to go. Fourth quarter here. 25-3. Mustangs do lead here. Mustangs with the ball. Trupish has gone end-to-end at quarterback here. Looks like Bordeaux is back in the backfield. 2-by-2 set. Fullback off to the right. Handoff to Bordeaux. Makes the first man miss. Second man miss. Keeps his legs churning. Grinding the ball. Gain of 4 yards. That could have been a loss of about 4 yards on that, Dave.
Yeah, you see 55 just get right upfield on that one. Again, we've called his name out quite a bit, Caleb Beneke. But it's the feet moving. It's the eyes upfield. It's never giving up on the play. This kid is a tough runner, Ron.
Gain of 5 yards. They're going to give him the full 5 on that.
It's a long way to go for 5 yards.
That's a tough run. That was a really solid job. I really like that. I can't recall a time in the last couple games where this kid was pushed backwards.
I haven't seen it today.
Trupish again at the quarterback, 2-by-2 set, fullback offset to the right there. Trupish is back to pass, throwing it out, complete to number 6. At the 50, makes the first man miss, second man miss, returns it all the way down inside the Essex 50, brought down at the 47-yard line. First down, Mustangs, back in business. Number 6, another step off screen.
Yeah, and again, I like the play call. It's they're doing a great job with this, giving him the ball in space. I think the Q needs to stop patting the ball a little bit and make sure he gets that ball out there a little quicker. But number 6 is just, I mean, just a great receiver.
Yeah, really, he's the playmaker on the outside for the Mustangs. He's had the opportunity a number of times, and in the other game against Oakville as well. Just couldn't quite hook up with them earlier in the season. Seemed to be getting their chemistry going a little bit better. Sims with the ball carries it all the way to the 45-yard line. Gain of about 3, call it 4 on that.
Yeah, Jordan Strickland, number 48, with the tackle. Good job getting flowing over there, making tackle, make sure he doesn't get any more yards.
Both teams starting to substitute some players in here as we see some substitutions going along. The defensive front for the Essex Ravens and as well different ball carriers trying to get everyone a couple touches in this game. 3 minutes and 46 seconds left to go. Fourth quarter, London does lead 25-3 here from Alumni Field out Western. Little jet motion action happening. Trupish backs the pass. Decides he's going to scramble and run around with it. Flags on the play. Met in the backfield. Sacked by number 9, Essex Ravens. Thrown down for a loss of about 2 or 3 on that. See what the flag is. I believe it's a holding call going against London here.
Yeah, it is. It's declined. Yeah, great job by George Masiqua. You can see number 19 just slip on the inside there. That's who he was looking for. And when he didn't see when the receiver fell down, see right there, he kind of trips up. He decides to take off with the ball.
Stick his leg out?
I think it was incidental. I don't think he stuck his leg out.
Okay. So, almost a 3-minute warning. 3:38 as on the far side of the field, we see the varsity Essex Ravens in the white and the black with the black helmets. They'll be coming up here. That game, I believe, will be kicking off shortly after 8 o'clock. Might actually be right at the 8 o'clock start. This is actually being a pretty quick moving JV game. Kick is away from the 49-yard line. Good high hanging punt. Caught about the 17-yard line by number 3. Makes the first man miss. Returns it to the 20 and stacked up. Nowhere to go. They're going to give him the 21-yard line. Number 3 on the return for the Essex Ravens. And a late flag coming in there. Someone said something on the way out.
Well, you can see number 3, Ashton Favreau, just kind of lightly toss the ball at one of the Mustangs players. That's what the flag's going to be on this one. But he had nowhere to go. That's just great coverage down there by the Mustangs.
So, yeah, they're going to give the number 3 an objectionable conduct call on this. That's going to move it back 15 yards. And I'm not sure it's into the goal, or do they give him the full 15 because it was outside of the 20? Oh, 10-yard penalty. Okay. So ball's all the way back to the 11-yard line. 3:11 left to go in the ball game. Essex does start with the ball. Long way to go, 99 yards away. Essex Ravens at the 11. 2-by-2 set, fullback offset to the top of the field, off to the right. Single back, number 44 is in the ball carrier. A little bit of jet motion action. Coming across, inside handoff to number 44. Nowhere to go this time. Thrown down for a loss of maybe 1 by the Mustangs. That's going to bring up second down.
At some point, you've got to hit that jet if you want that play to work. They've gone back on that at least 5 times in a row.
You're talking about the guy that would run a jet sweep 100 times in the game if he could. And I get it. You know, I've always been the guy. Hey, I don't want to give the ball to anyone standing still. I want to get him moving, and if I can give him the ball at full speed, I'm not sure there's much sense running into the heart of this defense, which seems to be on the outside edges. I kind of like the counter action inside, but if you're going to run the jet action, I want to come almost like a counter coming away from the jet. I think it's going to offer you some more opportunities. 3 receivers at the top of the field, 1 at the bottom. Inside handoff to number 44. It's going to be brought down. Gets back to the original line of scrimmage and maybe a gain of 1. That's going to be a 3rd down and maybe 9 as Essex trots out the punt team yet again. Just nowhere really to go here. The Mustangs just filling up every gap.
Well, even as they start subbing guys in, I mean, they're still getting penetration, like you said. The gaps are all filled. There really is nowhere for Essex to go right now.
So did the Essex Ravens give them the deuce at this point?
Yes.
Yeah, you know, at this point, you'll live to fight for the field position that you are.
Wow.
And Dave,
we're wrong again.
We're wrong again. Bordeaux fumbles the ball, picks it up at the 50, returns it beyond midfield, 55-yard line, gets it back to about the 51-yard line of the Essex Ravens. Great punt. That was a 50-yard punt. He catches that clean, though, and that's going to be a much bigger return. You're going to be looking at it at the 40. And again, every time we tell the kids, hey, anytime that ball hits the ground on a special teams, that's going to cost you 15 yards. You kind of look at how that panned out. That was definitely about 15-yard difference.
Yeah, it definitely worked out for him. I mean, this kid, Junior Kotick's done a great job punting the ball for him today. But again, if he catches that clean, that he's easily inside the 40.
Yeah, for me, he's kind of being the player of the game. He's been their jack of all trades guy. He's got a great arm. So we see Sweeney in at quarterback now for the Mustangs. Drops it off over on that step-off screen that we've seen a number of times. Number 9 is Sweeney. Tell me a little bit about this kid. I really like him. I don't really necessarily like the arm angle the ball comes out at. I think he's got some mechanical issues to work out. This is a really athletic-looking quarterback.
Yeah, no, I like him as well. And again, I think the ball comes out a little slow based on the arm angle. And you're going to see balls sail a little bit more. He'll get that down as he starts to develop, especially with this coaching staff that they have down there. I know Brian Harkness, former Lucas quarterback, will do a good job with him.
Snap goes over his head. He's in trouble here. And it's picked up by the Essex Ravens. Number 9, that's going to be returned for a touchdown. Number 9, scoop and score. Essex Ravens with their first major of the day. Touchdown, Ravens! On the bad snap, number 9.
Yeah, number 9 does a great job picking that ball up and going inside. George Massaquoi for the major here for Essex. And, now they're starting to build on something, going into next week.
Yeah, positive momentum.
That's right.
You're trying to look for some positive momentum in here. But again, hey, anytime your defense can make a stop, we always tell the kids, we want to get big plays on all 3 facets of the game. I thought they've done a great job on special teams today on punting and coverage downfield. Other than the one, they haven't really let that big return out. Defensively, they've given up plays. This is a tough spot that they've been put in all day. And now you get a score on the defense with the scoop and score. Just got to bring along the offense a little bit more. I like what they were doing with number 44 earlier in this game. I kind of want to feature him a little bit more, that fullback type, even in the ISO, as we see them going for 2. Levin's back to pass. Timeout was called by the Essex Ravens. So that was, by London. So that's London's first timeout at the half. 1:58 left to go. So we see the Ravens going for 2. I like the call.
Yeah, I don't mind.
You got to get it.
That's right. You got a 2-hour bus ride home. Let's see if we can get some kind of positivity coming out of this game.
But not only that, but now that puts you in, quick strike situations. You're looking at, scenarios, onside kick, get a score, maybe make a play. 2-score games can become 1-score games really, really quick. Hey, if you watch that CFL game last night, look what Hamilton did in the second half. Almost came back and won that game. They were down big, and play after play after play, Hamilton kept digging and digging and digging and made it a real good ball game against a really good Winnipeg Blue Bomber team.
I guess the counter to that, though, is if you don't get this, you're now down 16. So it's 2 touchdowns and 2 2-point plays. If you kick the single here, you go onside, you can score again, and then leave that 2-point convert to the very end. And you only have to do it once.
You need the deuce at one point.
Right. I would tend to want to leave it more towards the end than I would right now.
I kind of agree with you a little bit. I don't hate the call. You just had a big momentum shift with the scoop and score. Let's see if the offense can get something going here a little bit. Try to build some type of momentum. So, again, number 44 is in the backfield. 3 receivers at the bottom of the field, 1 at the top. Picks up the blitz. Pass falls incomplete. They tried to hit that slant pattern again. Love the play call. They were able to hit that earlier. Not quite this time, though. Great blitz pickup by number 44 as well. Pass was just a little bit high for number 7 and turn it over 25-9.
I'm with you. I think it was a great play call. It just sailed a little bit too high. Number 7 had position there. Jaden Bayless. Ball just kind of carried over to a bigger corner. Was able to knock that down over top. Great blitz pickup, like you said, by Damian Kennedy. Everything was right on that play. The ball just sailed a little too high.
So that was we're going to call it a 55-yard defensive scoop and score for the Ravens to make it 25-9. with 1:58 left to go in the game. I fully expect an onside kick here by the Essex Ravens.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that now they're starting to push up a bit here.
Short dribbling kick right in the middle. That might have gone 10 yards, and you gotta battle for it.
Yeah,
Essex Ravens come away with the ball.
Mason Leatherdale with the recovery there. A little discussion.
Now,
see if
was
went
it
10
touched
yards.
beforehand?
Nope.
They're saying it what? They say it absolutely did. Onside kick. What do we just say? Back in business now. 25-9. Essex Ravens with the ball. Wow, coach.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised nobody stepped up to pick up that ball. I mean, everybody kind of just waited till it came to them. Not very good return on that one.
Mustangs defense doesn't look set on this. Inside handoff to number 1. Nowhere to go. Just you're breaking everything to the edges here, and there's just nothing there. The outside is completely locked down by the junior Mustangs. Tackle made by number 59 by the Mustangs.
Yeah, Noah Miller, number 25 there. Cole was in on the play as well. Just a great job by both of them. Noah Miller, we've talked about him quite a bit. Like he's a wrecking ball in there.
Yeah, really a good, smart, heads-up football player. And again, you're running towards Gower on that as well. That's just you're in for a long day if you're running that all day. Motion coming across. It's time you give it to the jet sweep. Maybe that's why you haven't run it enough time. Said his name in number 59, Dave. Tackled from behind. How do you stop a jet sweep, or how do you stop a speed team? Get penetration upfield in the B gap quickly. That's exactly what happened.
But this is where it's just inexcusable for a backside tackle to be able to make a tackle on a jet sweep. The timing's just way off on this one.
That's the frontside tackle that made that. He shot the B gap. Producer Stephanie, if we can get that replay one more time.
Oh yeah, you're right. Frontside.
Yeah, frontside tackle, but he's just hitting the B gap, and again they're missing the block. Back to pass number 11 down the field, complete to number 18 or number 10 here. I'm not sure. A little shaken up on the play as well. Number 10 is the receiver. No, 18. Number 18. My apologies.
Jacob Marceloni there on a nice route. Great ball there. Absolutely wonderful ball.
Yeah.
And the poise in the pocket there after all the hits he's taken today.
Yeah. Go down. So there you go. Okay. So, again, just a nice little mesh crossing pattern. We haven't seen – now, mind you, they just haven't had time to throw that all day. As we see the Mustangs basically rushing to that time and dropping 10 into coverage.
But you see a deeper drop here, too, which is key on this one. It's something we haven't seen. It's something that they might want to look into as they go forward. That allowed him to come across the field. It's absolutely wonderful thrown ball.
First down, Ravens at the 38-yard line. 1:12 left to go, fourth quarter. Clock is running, rolling out to the right, stepping up, avoiding the pressure this time, taking it over the 30, over the 25-yard line, over the 20, inside the 10, tackled out of bounds at about the 7-yard line. That ball is going to be placed on the 1-yard line now with the late hit out of bounds against the Mustangs. We talked about it. Essex Ravens, you're in business. This is one of the things about the Essex Ravens. They keep fighting till the very, very end.
And that's just a great individual effort. He's looking to roll out on that. Sees he's got nothing, stops his feet, cuts back upfield.
If we could get that one more time here. Look at how he sets his feet. Sticks decisive.
Yeah.
I like that for a quarterback. Nothing else. I like the arm strength. I've said that a number of times. But that's really impressive to me. See, he understands there's nothing there. Stick your foot in the ground and get upfield. That's a smart heads-up football play by a smart heads-up football player.
And we haven't seen that athleticism out of him today.
No, I'm kind of surprised. Why do you keep trying to beat a dead horse? You're trying to get to the edge, The edge is like 7 yards in your backfield.
Yeah.
First and goal for the Essex Ravens. 58 seconds left to go in the ball game at the 1. Miss handoff. We've said his name a number of times. Weston Gower off the edge, throwing down for a loss of 5 yards. Second down, front and goal from the 6.
And again, I don't know why number 44 is not in the backfield on that one, Damian Kelly. If you're just looking to get the ball, Kennedy, if you're just looking to drive that ball up the middle there, I'd want my power back in there.
Why does nobody block the defensive end?
Well, in this one here, because you're just going straight upfield. I mean, you chip, but you allow him to get up.
Defense looking to pitch the shutout pass, and it's intercepted by the Mustangs and then dropped. Number 44 for the Mustangs stepped in front of it, picked it off, then dropped the ball.
Caleb Chapman, he just got a little excited
He had
there.
delusions of 110 yards.
That's a great effort, though. Yeah, he saw that end zone. He was excited. He just dropped the ball. Great break on the ball.
Yeah, the defense is trying to pitch the shutout. It's a pride thing at this point. He had it. Wow, he just got to get that. Wow, and all of a sudden the stands have come absolutely alive here with 38 seconds left to go. It's shaking up in the booth here. Unbelievable action down in the stands. 3rd and goal from the 6-yard line. 38.5 seconds left to go. Ravens with the ball, number 11 breaking up the signals. Hand off to the jet sweep over to the left-hand side. Caught in the backfield, number 25 for the junior Mustangs. Throwing him down after a gain of about 1 yard on that. Turn it over on downs. First down, London.
Yeah, Cole Cermak, number 25. If he doesn't get there, I'm not sure if he's able to get in the end zone or not. That's a great tackle.
That's the story of the game. If he didn't get there, but they did.
Yeah,
these guys have made tackle after tackle off the edge, just nowhere to go. I'm telling you, if you're going to go on this Mustang team, maybe the secret is going to be run in between the tackles on them, which I'll be honest, not a lot of teams in Ontario are built to do.
No, but I mean, you definitely can't get to the outside against these guys. I mean,
it's just not there.
I mean, if you're going to run that jet sweep, maybe look at kicking the end out and cutting inside on a little bit.
Yeah, exactly.
Instead of trying to get outside the end, more like a power play.
Yeah, if you can't hit that D outside, which is way, way wide, or the old 8 or the 9 if you're numbering it, try to hit the 5 or the 7.
Mm-hmm.
Hit it up just after the hash, in between the number and the hash if you're running that jet, and, maybe good things are going to happen, but you're trying to turn it out inside the numbers, and there's just no chance on that. As we just kind of saw the end of the ball game, and boy, what a ball game it was. Let's just go over the recap here. 5:20 in the first quarter. The Mustangs, Nathan Sims, scored the touchdown with the 5-yard run. Extra point was good by number 1 for the junior Mustangs, 7-0. Next scoring was in the second quarter, 5:46 left to go. Number 6 with the big reception, the 22-yard screen pass. Extra point was, they went for the 2. Extra point was good on that one. Nathan Sims with the run of the day, the 25-yarder, started off to the left and broke it all the way back to the right. Spin move right at midfield, about the 15, and then off to the races he went. Just a fantastic run. Bordeaux had himself a great game, although he didn't hit the score sheet. Just going to go on record as saying that. That was a 2-point conversion. That was 22-0 for the Mustangs. Last play of the quarter, in the half, Essex Ravens hit the single, made it 22-1 at the half. Second half action, Mustangs kicked the field goal, 15-yard field goal by number 1, made it 25-1. Defensive scoop and score by the Essex Ravens, number 9, who just a great job, 55-yard scoop and score off the bad snap. And then that's pretty much your ball game, 25-9. Coach Dave, thoughts, comments?
Well, I mean, if you're Essex, you can build off that second half. I mean, you only gave up the field goal, right? So defensively, they're able to maintain, get off the field. But offensively, they've got to figure something out. I like their quarterback, Junior Kotick.
Yeah.
He showed some athleticism. I don't know if there's anything in the playbook for a little bit of option look for him. He definitely can get the ball downfield. Number 7, Jalen Bayless, did a good job as a receiver. And number 44, I really like that kid, Damian Kennedy.
Yeah, that was for me, number 11 and number 44.
Yeah.
Those are kind of the two. Number 55 off 55, the defense.
Yeah, definitely came in Benke, did a great job. I mean, they just got to, offensively, they're flat, and they got to figure out ways to stay on the field. maybe some big plays downfield, but they just don't have those big receivers either. That's part of the issue.
And again, we talked about kind of, hey, this kid had a great game. This kid had a great game. Let's talk about probably the player of the game, Weston Gower.
Oh.
What did he have? Like 7 tackles and the 7 sacks in this game? Unbelievable, this kid.
I was really impressed when he took that roughing the passer, and then the 2 net plays right after that, he deflects both balls before they can even get out of the backfield. I mean, that kid, he changed the game. I mean, he forced them to kind of roll a little bit to the left, which really affected the way the quarterback threw the football. He changed everything, and he opened the things up in the middle for Noah Miller. Even Tayshawn, when he came on the field, they just did a fantastic job. I was really impressed with the quarterback, though. Liam Sweeney, just sitting in the pocket. He throws an absolutely fantastic ball. And they got 2 really good.
Jed Trupish, number 12.
You're right, my bad. Number 12. He did a great job. And they got 2 great receivers in number 19 and number 6.
Yeah, this looks like a totally different team than the one I saw a couple weeks ago when they were playing Oakville, which 33-0. Wouldn't think that was a close game, but it was a lot closer of a game than you thought it was. And again, we're going to be back on the air with you at 8:00 to bring you the rematch of the varsity OSFL championship game for the number 1 ranked Essex Ravens versus the number 5 ranked London Junior Mustangs. My name is Ron Forwarda. Thank you for joining us. For the coach, Dave Hawkins, see you at 8. And welcome back to Alumni Field here at Western Ontario. My name is Ron Fuerta. I'm joined by the coach of the OSSA champion Laurier Rams, Dave Hawking, former London Junior Mustang coach as well. Dave, we got round 2 of Essex versus London. The number 1 ranked provincially and defending champion, Essex Ravens in white, black helmets, black pants. The Mustangs going with the blackout stuff tonight. Black jerseys, purple pants, silver helmets. Number 1 versus number 5. Rematch of championship game last year in the OSFL. What do you expect in this game tonight?
About the same as what we saw last year in the finals. I mean, you got two powerhouse teams. London loves to run the ball, try to establish it with Dobie and Noaz. Essex, the big quarterback there, I expect a little bit more downfield. This is a game we were waiting for, right? This is a game you can see people still coming in from the street or from the parking lot there. We expect the packed stands. It's going to be intense.
Anytime you get two teams together from London and the Windsor area, Dave, I know you're involved with Fanshawe basketball.
Mm-hmm.
Play the Saints coming out of St. Clair. London Knights, Windsor Spitfires. You can have two 80-year-old women playing bridge. You put one from London, you put one from Essex. It's going to be a dogfight.
Yeah, it's going to be intense. I mean, Beefeaters and St. Clair Saints, right? I mean, those are
and
always
Saints,
tough games, yeah. I expect a good game here. I mean, hopefully it comes down to the wire and we get an entertaining football game.
Well, exactly. But, you know, we talked about it earlier in the first broadcast as well, and we'll kind of go over the highlights of that first broadcast in a little bit there. Anytime that you get something like this, it's going to be the big key for me is always who can keep their emotions in check, who can play with the most composure, who cannot let momentum take complete advantage of you and lose your game plan. And again, it's just the intensity of this game is second to none. You know, Essex, led by Coach Glenn Mills, who is not here with us tonight, unfortunately wasn't able to make the trip down to London. Coach Mills, he is here. Coach Mills is here. My apologies. We weren't expecting him. As we're going to pause for a moment for the playing of our national anthem. And welcome back to Alumni Field. And again, Coach, we were talking a little bit beforehand. We talked about it in the first game. This is the Ontario equivalent of the Red River rivalry, the big game, the Michigan-Ohio State. When it comes down to football in the province of Ontario or sports in the province of Ontario, and I know there's a rivalry game up in Ottawa between Cumberland and Myers, which those people are going to take exception to. I'm telling you, there's no bigger rivalry in Ontario than there is like the Mustangs and the Essex Ravens. It is fiercely contested, fiercely respected by both sides of the team, by both teams. But again, you're about to see 48 minutes of absolute gridiron excitement. Let's hope to see a really, really close game. The number 1 ranked provincial powerhouse, Essex Ravens, who to my knowledge haven't lost a game in about 2 years. They are absolutely loaded on offense and defense versus the number 5 team in Ontario, coming off their first loss in regular season in 2 years, the London Junior Mustangs. Essex will kick off, drives the kick down the field. It is picked up at the 6-yard line, returns it across the 10, across the field, down to the 15, beyond the 20 to the 25, makes a man miss, gets it to about the 27-yard line. Good return to start for the Mustangs as we see number 6 for London coming out to play quarterback. I believe that's Sweeney. No, that's Melrose, the receiver. My apologies. I'm waiting to see the quarterback number come out.
Number 8, Hunter Swift.
Hunter Swift. So he is a big kid who is not afraid to throw the ball, but more importantly, he's not afraid to run the ball either.
No, and he's got a cannon for an arm. I mean, hopefully we can get some separation with the receivers here.
So here we go. First down and 10. Ball is at the 26-yard line. Mustangs scrimmaging 3-by-1. Inside handoff. I believe that's Dolby. Caught in the backfield. Falls forward for a gain of about a yard, maybe 2. Second down. No real penetration there by the Mustangs.
No, they just, I mean, nothing upfield. We said right off the hop that they're going to try to establish the run, and that's what they try to do here on first down. We'll see what they end up doing here on second down.
Second down, and we'll call it 9 here for the Mustangs as we're just starting the game here. 2 receivers on both sides of the field, fullback to the short side of the top of the field, 1 running back in, jet motion coming across, inside handoff to Dolby, gets it beyond the 30-yard line to about the 32. That's going to be short of a first down, though.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be tough sledding up the middle here against this Essex front, especially with that big D tackle there, number 99.
Yeah, big number 99. That's a big boy playing in the middle there.
Joseph Fillion. I mean, they're going to have to figure out ways to get him going here. Get him moved, push him out of the way.
And again, both these teams like to hang their hat on their defenses. Essex, I think, has got a little bit more at the receiver position out wide, where London is going to try to run the ball, establish the run, that tackle pullers, that power game that they like to run. They also like to run the zone. Essex is a much more one-back zone type of team, but they will take advantage of you on the outsides. Rivard is the punter, standing at the 15-yard line. Kick is away, bounces at midfield, bounces all the way down to the 42-yard line. First returner makes a miss, breaks it over to the left-hand side, beyond midfield, down to about the 53-yard line. Didn't catch the number for the Essex Ravens. Good return beyond midfield for the Ravens to start.
Yeah, number 25, Tayshawn Jackson. I mean, not a great punt, a little low, a little short. Does a great job picking the ball up, getting upfield.
Really good return in a small space. Doesn't use a lot of wasted motion on that. Always keeps his feet moving on that. So now we get to see the Mustangs and see how they come back from their first loss in a couple of years in the regular season. Number 11 is the quarterback for the Essex Ravens. 3-by-2 set for the Ravens. 3 to the near side of the field, 2 to the top. 1 running back in place. Zone read, handoff, pitched. Caught to number 16, I believe that is, inside the 30, down to about the 28-yard line. Big reception for the Ravens. First down, Essex.
Yeah, number 84, just a little slant right across the middle there, Nathan Smith. But number 11, Nick Novoski, we talked about pregame. I mean, this kid is a big kid, big arm. I mean, he just threads that needle there.
Yeah, and again, Nowoski, he's a big quarterback. 84, the receiver there. He's much more of a tight end, much more of a Y-style kid, but he's got the skills to play outside. Inside handoff, met in the backfield by a herd of Mustangs. Andre Thompson and number 99 for the Mustangs. Met him there. Wes McClellan also there with the stop.
Logan Hunt in there too, number 99. Wes McClellan just great penetration. They were bringing the house on that play.
The St. Joe's graduate and the commit to the McMaster Marauders,
Yep.
Wes McLennan, playing linebacker, stepping up in that position there, throws him down for a loss of a couple on that. 2nd down and 12. This is much more of a familiar set for me for the Essex Ravens. 4 receivers out here to the near side of the field, 1 at the top of the field, 1 running back in play. Quarterback is back to pass, throws it out. It is caught by number 17 at the 25-yard line. It's going to be a gain of about 6 or 7 yards. It's going to be short of the 1st down. First decision here for Coach Mills.
Well, it looks like they're bringing the field goal team on here. I like this call.
Yeah.
Get the early points. Just put something on the board right out the hop. I mean, they had a pretty decent drive, couple big plays. Might as well come away with something out of this.
Ball is placed at the 25-yard line, so this is going to be a 32-yard field goal attempt. Number 87 is also the kicker, so multi-talented player for the Essex Ravens. Smith, I believe it is.
Mateo Triton.
Triton, my apologies. Snap is down. The kick is away. The kick is wide right, and goes through the back of the end zone for the Canadian. We talked about it in the earlier game.
Mm-hmm.
Single point if you live in Quebec. Rouge if you live in the rest of Canada. 1-0 Essex Ravens lead. 8:39 left in the first quarter.
That kid's got a big leg. I mean, that kick, he could have made that kick from about 10 yards back at least. Now we see what London can do here, whether or not they go stick to the ground game or look to put the ball in the air a bit.
So what I always like about after the missed field goal, you have the opportunity or a field goal made of taking the ball on the 35-yard line. Because it's a Rouge, obviously they're taking it on the 35 regardless. So again, 3 receivers to the near side of the field. Inside handoff to Dobie, trying to run that zone action. Nowhere really to go. Gain of about 3 or 4 yards there. We see London staying true to their game plan. Try to run the ball.
Well, we knew that coming in. I mean, that's always been a staple for the varsity program is run the ball, run the ball. You've got 2 Western commits in Dobie and Nawaz, 2 great running backs in that O-line. I mean, it's a pretty big O-line up front.
Big offensive line that's missing one of their key players as well out of this week. We won't go into details into that much more than he's going to be sadly missed. You've got big number 40, Brian Bennett, the fullback, lined up to the near side of the field with 1 receiver, 3 receivers to the top of the field, back to pass, throwing it up. Pass falls incomplete, intended for Melrose, way over his head. 3rd down and 7 for the Mustangs.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like he was looking somewhere else and came back to Melrose and didn't really get his feet set when he threw that ball.
Is that
it
an
was
option?
Good coverage.
Is that an option route where Melrose sees the inside release? He understands he's not going to beat him up top, and the quarterback wants to throw the fade anyway.
I think he was looking for Bennett on the outside on that one, and nothing was open there. You had Fonte coming across the middle as well on a little drag, and it looked like last-second decision to go to Melrose, and he didn't really get himself set on that one.
So Rivard in the game for his 2nd punt, another 3 and out for the Mustangs. Standing on the 25-yard line. It's a fake punt this time. Direct snap to Andre Thompson. He's going to be stopped short of the yards to gain, though. I think he had to get to the 40. He got to about to the 38. It's going to be well short. Turn it over on downs. Gutsy call early in the game in your own ends, Coach. Do you like the call?
I don't. I think it's too early to put. I mean, it's a 1-0 game. I don't know why you would show that early. They had that same play against Oakville.
Yeah.
So you know it's on film. You know the Essex coaches are preparing for that. I don't like that call this early.
No, I kind of agree. And if Coach Snyder's watching this, he's going to be turning over right now going, oh, my God, like the color and the announcers are actually agreeing on what they're seeing out there. Coach Snyder, we miss you. I know that you're busy doing some other stuff this weekend. Hope you're having a great weekend. 3-by-2 set, 3 to the top of the field, 2 to the bottom, 1 back. Quarterback is back to pass, feeling the pressure, delivers the ball downfield. Nowhere there. I think he was just trying to get rid of the ball on that one. Great pressure up front. Pass was intended for the Essex Ravens. Falls good 10 yards over his head.
Yeah, he had number 84 streaking across the middle deep on that one, too, if he'd actually looked. But he was looking this way all the way, and then, like you said, pressure kind of looked to get rid of the ball a little early.
The Mustangs enter this game as the number 5, 2-1 record. Went to Toronto week 1, won 27-2, Week 2 at home opener, beat Oakville 40-19, and then last week lost 22-9 in Burlington. Essex Ravens are 3-0, number 1 ranked in the province. We'll go over their stats in a minute. Back to pass. Throws that slant again. It was there. This time it's just dropped. Celebrating. I don't know what you're celebrating. Number 80 just dropped the ball on that for the Essex Ravens.
Yeah, it was a nice route. I mean, he would have had the yards if he got it. Gave Varmoso just, the ball maybe led a little too far ahead of him. But, as a receiver, you got to come up with that ball in this kind of a game. No, I was dead on him. Dead on him.
So Essex Ravens to punt the ball. Ball is at the 43-yard line. Essex 3-0 coming into this game. We'll go over their stats in just a moment as we see a late run on for the Ravens here. 87 is the kicker. Kicks the ball right at midfield, drives it down into the end zone, splits the uprights. It is caught, returned out for the for the Mustangs, brings it beyond the 25-yard line. Number 2, I believe it's Noah Amaral with the return.
Yeah, it's Noah Amaral, South product. Great job of getting that back out to the 25.
Another McMaster recruit. McMaster's done really well for recruiting in the London area the past year. Essex Ravens, we talked about them. Number 1 coming into this season. Won week 1 against Scarborough, 21-0. Won week 2 against Etobicoke, 39-0. Last week, a little bit of a dogfight, 28-11 over the Cambridge Lions. And again, 3-0 versus 2-1. Rematch of last year's championship game here at Alumni Field. Inside handoff, I believe that's to Nawaz. Nowhere to go there. Gain of about 1. London's trying to stay true to that formula of running the ball.
Yeah, and they're going right at number 99, Joseph Fillion. He's just plugging that hole, and you're not seeing any black jerseys off the line of scrimmage right now. They're just not getting a push against his front.
Now, this is a really good athletic front. They're big and they're strong across the board, and they're a lot more athletic than you think they are.
Yeah, just from the booth area, they don't look very athletic, but, these guys are getting to where they need to be quicker than we're getting to where we got to be.
2-by-2 set, 1 running back, fullback scraped off. Flag on the play. I believe you're going to have a time count violation coming against here for London. That's exactly what it is. So it took too much time coming out of the huddle. 1-0, 5:13 left to go, first quarter. London going back after the gain of 2 yards is what they gave Noaz on that first carry. So we're going to have a second down. We'll call it 13 yards to go for London.
That's a tough penalty. That's a big difference from 2nd and 8 to 2nd and 13.
It's a passing down regardless.
Right.
But your concept of takes that 5-yard quick hitter, make a guy miss, get the first down. That's not there anymore.
No.
So a little switch hack action happening on the backside. See a wheel route coming over the top. Intercepted by, I believe it's number 2, Essex Ravens. Picked up at the 35, down inside the 10. Inside the 10 to about the 8-yard line. Great play, great read. Safety coming over the top here. You see the switch. They saw it coming. Look at the safety coming right over. Read recognition. Picked it off at the 40. Brings it all the way down inside the 10-yard line to about the 8.
Just an underthrown ball. I'm not sure what he was looking at on the outside there. Well covered, and you had the safety over top.
So great defensive scheme. And again, we talked about it. Both these teams kind of hang their hat on their defenses. And Essex having a little bit more explosion on the outside. Now, first and goal to go position here. 4:50 left to go first quarter. Essex Ravens under center, 2-by-2. Little jet sweep action coming off. Fake the handoff. Trying to hit him on the edge. The pass is complete. Number 87 in for the touchdown. Essex Ravens, number 87 in for the touchdown. Just a drag route coming across. You see it's a tight end release coming right across the middle, reaching that big body across. Touchdown, Essex Ravens.
He does a great job, not just catching the ball, because he's catching the ball with contact, but able to maintain his feet and make a second effort to get in the end zone there. Great job there by number 87, Mateo Triton. And a good throw. That ball was dead on the money.
So far, number 87's accounted for all the points. He was the punter, he got the single point, gets the touchdown. He's lined up for the extra point here as well. just respotting the ball. 4:38 left to go first quarter. 7-0, barring the extra point, about to be 8. Snap is down, the hold is up, the kick is up, and it is good. 4:38 left to go. 8-0 Essex Ravens over the Junior Mustangs. And they've been trying to establish the run game. You're down 8. I realize it's only one score. Do you start to panic at this point?
I don't think so. I mean, you got an experienced coaching staff down there. There's no need to panic. You know what you have. You know what's the strength of your team. I still think there's way too much time to even be thinking about changing what you came into the game plan before.
So the Junior Mustangs here, black jerseys, silver helmets, purple pants, will be on the road next week against the 0-4 Etobicoke Eagles, who played last night and lost to Oakville in a close game, then host 2 weeks from now their next home game against the Niagara Spears, always a tough out. And then kind of comes the gauntlet. July 1st, our next stream will be against the Cambridge Lions, then on the road against the Hamilton Junior Ticats. We'll go over Essex schedule here in a moment. Kick is away down to the goal line. Returned out there. I believe that's number 22. Beyond the 25-yard line. Makes the man miss. Pushed out to about the 34-yard line there. Not sure the number. Is that number 22, Dave?
Yeah, it's number 22. Kanye Nethersole.
Nah, number 20, Kanye Nethersole. Another London South product.
Yeah. We don't talk too much about the South product, but a fantastic back. They had those 2 backs this year, both terrific backs. I think Kanye's going to play Beefeaters next year.
Yeah, I believe I think he's going the Beefeater route.
So you got 2 running backs going next level football, which is obviously big for their program.
So Nethersole stays in the game in his lineup in the backfield. 3 receivers to the near side of the field with the fullback. One receiver to the top. Now it's number 20, Nethersole, hit in the backfield, just nowhere to go. 20-on-20 action there. Number 20. No, number 20 is Nawaz. Sorry. Thank you, Dave. Just say it next time.
All right, I didn't want to interrupt.
I'm old and I almost need bifocals, but I don't. I can see great from a distance. You put small print in front of me and it's gone. So I'm trying to call the game without my glasses, and we're starting to get into that. I'm old, should probably have cataract surgery soon, and can't really see. Nawaz with the carry, just met in the backfield, just nowhere to go. Big number 99, Nathan Fillion, we called his name a number of times already. Just, how does a big man like that get in the backfield and make the tackle for a loss?
He is extremely athletic. You watch him, I mean, they're looking to double this guy. He's splitting it. He's been on every run play. But I don't know if at some point you're going to have to get out of this. We have to run the ball on first, second down all the time. It's clearly not working.
Play action, maybe get
something.
A screen, try to hit the fullback on an out
Yeah.
or something. Try to get something different, break the tendency. That's always a key in these type of games. So Rivard's back to punt, standing at the 20-yard line. Kick is away. Bounces at the 52, picked up at the 45, returned to the Essex Ravens. Beyond midfield, the ball is fumbled, recovered by the Mustangs. Number 22, Nethersole with the recovery on that. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Talk about needing a shot in the arm and getting one. Who makes this play right there?
I'm not sure, but number 19 there, Elliott, does a great job of getting upfield, and he loses the ball. I mean, not a great kick. Here we go, just straight upfield. I don't think it was anything special, but
I think it's number
34 there.
Yeah, 34 causes the fumble.
Alejandro Rivera, another Laurier product.
Yeah, Rivera. Again, kind of a special teams ace for this team.
Yeah, great job.
3-by-2 set. Fullback leaks out to the left-hand side there. Taking a shot downfield. Pass falls incomplete. Intended for number 2. That's Noah Amaral playing in the slot there. Just trying to hit a little bit of a wheel route. And again, just playing over the top. Great safety play. Understanding who's coming from where. Great play.
That's a tough one. You want to say he should come up with that ball, but he sees that big hit coming as it's coming right at him.
I don't know if I'm coming up with that play.
No,
either.
And I'm definitely not coming up with that play either. I mean, that's a tough throw, tough play to make.
3-by-1, fullback to the near side of the field, one receiver to the top of the field. Hand off to the outside. That's Dolby, I believe, coming off the edge. Gets to beyond the 50-yard line, down to the 45-yard line. That's going to be enough for a London first down.
And that's a great job by Ferguson on that block, forcing his guy upfield, allowing Dolby to get downhill on that one.
Yeah, rather than trying to run, we talked about how do you break the tendencies. In the first game that we saw here, Essex trying to run to that outside stuff, that's the strength. The strength of this Essex Ravens is inside the tackle box. Don't run inside the tackle box. I know you kind of want to run the ball in there, but geez, Louise, you're not getting any traction in there, and we got a $1:56 left, and you got your first down of the game. Back to pass, scramble, feels the heat. He's going to be met in the backfield by a number of Ravens, led by number 49 for Essex, thrown down for a loss of about 5 yards on that. Great coverage downfield as well, across the board. Just penetration right off the top.
If you looked upfield right off the hop, you had Brian Bennett open across the middle. Nethersole was coming on a little bit of a drag, Armorall. It got kind of caught up there with Bennett in the linebacker, but good penetration by the Ravens on that one.
2nd down and 15. Ball is snapped at the 51-yard line. 2-by-2 with the fullback on the right. A little bit of cross action happening there. Dumps it off into the flat. Caught right away and hit out of bounds right away. 84 with the reception for the Mustangs.
That was a big hit by number 9 there, Chandler. Just, an easy little route to get some yards. Set up an easy punt here. Try to flip the field a little bit here.
Well, exactly. With 1:04 left to go, Mustangs bring out Rivard and the punt unit. And again, right now you're just trying to play the field position game. Establish yourselves. Your defense playing well. You gave up a return and set them up for a goal-to-go situation. Let's see if the defense can get some pressure. Maybe can create a big turnover difference in field position here. Rivard standing at the 52-yard line. Kick is away. Low punt. Bounces at the 20. Takes a Mustang hop. Picked up at the 4-yard line. Crosses the field trying to get out to the edge. He's got the edge, though. All the way across beyond the 15-yard line to about the 16. Decent return by the Essex Ravens despite the bounce.
Yeah, I mean, great bounce there, and obviously a great return just to get that ball anywhere upfield by Jackson. Going back to that last Mustangs pass, though, after the interception, I think it's important to reestablish a rhythm for your quarterback.
Yeah.
So even just throwing that little 5-yard out, having to punt the ball, it gives them a little bit of confidence going into the next series.
Essex Ravens next week will be at Niagara. We talked about that long 4.5-hour bus ride coming up for them. Niagara is sitting at a 1-2. Then the big game coming up there on the 24th versus Hamilton at home. 3-0 Hamilton, 3-0 Essex in that game. Oakville 2-2 on July 1st is the road trip for the Ravens, and then end the season at home versus the Burlington Stampeders. Inside handoff, met in the backfield, drives forward to about the 22-yard line, met there by number 25 for the Mustangs. Good run on first down.
Dylan Will in there with the nice hit. That's a great job, great execution up front from the Essex Ravens. Great kick out on that. Nobody got up to that linebacker. He does a great job of stuffing that play. Good 6 yards, though, on first down here for Essex.
Well, playbook's wide open now, and now you've got that quick passing game coming into effect. And again, you've got some mismatches size-wise on the outside here for the Ravens. Three receivers to the top of the field, 2 to the bottom, 1 running back to pass. Little dump off screen, hits number 25 in the flats. He's got some real estate, takes it beyond the 40-yard line, down to about the 41-yard line. Number 25 for the Essex Ravens with the reception and a Ravens first down.
I really like this kid, Tayshawn Jackson. He's got some quick speed here, quick burst, and just a great design there. I mean, it looks like they were running a lot of deep concepts, just a little underneath throw, get the first down, some big yards on that one.
And that was the last play of the first quarter. Let's just going to recap it here. 8:37 and left to go in the first quarter. The Essex Ravens hit the Rouge for the 1-0 lead. All the points scored by number 87 for the Essex Ravens. At 4:38 left to go, the 10-yard out pass from the big tight end catches for the touchdown on a just really great job reaching the body over from 2 yards out and kick the extra point. 8-0 left to go. 8-0 to start the second quarter. You're live here on London Football Television. Thank you for joining us. I'm Ron Fawerda in the booth today, joined by the Melroses, cameraman Adam, producer Stephanie, and of course, my color man today, Dave, the Coach Hawkins. Quarterback keeper takes it over the left-hand side, flags on the play. Play's going to be coming back on a holding call, I believe. It's going to be before the yards gained, so that's going to go back 10 yards.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of running that quarterback out right now, too, especially away from the quad look. I mean, the field's wide open on this one. Just a good concept, great upfield block in there with 68. 62 still engaged. I'm not sure about the hold on that one, but...
Well, they're calling it, I believe it's on number 62.
Yeah, I mean...
Right there. He had him, and he kind of hooked him at the end. He's got him. Right here is where it's number 60. See, he kind of turns them. So they're going to say it was after yards gained, though. So they are going to give him the first down, move it back 10 yards. We're going to reset the sticks, and it's going to be first down Essex. 11:32 left to go in the first half. 8-0 if you just joined us here in Alumni Field in the beautiful Forest City. Thank you for joining us here on this Saturday night for the Battle of Ontario, Essex, London. Taking a shot downfield, falls incomplete. Great coverage downfield. I believe that's number 84 that was in on the coverage.
Number 24, Amos Thomas.
And famous Amos in on the coverage. The St. Thomas Aquinas product.
Yeah, he's been with this organization for, I think since he was like 6 years old.
Yeah, he played receiver for me the 1 year in Bantam. I thought he was a decent receiver at that. Good to see him back playing, grinding. Really good-looking athlete, tall, lean. He's got great feet. I always thought the kid had great feet. Mustangs really showing 12 men within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage. No deep safety. Back to pass. Trying to hit the back out of the backfield again. Wasn't going to gain much. That's going to bring up a third down and 10, and we're going to see the Essex Ravens trot out the punt team.
And a good blitz call on that one. Number 7, Wes McClellan coming off the edge there, kind of forced him to rush that ball a little bit.
Yeah, almost untouched coming out there, and then really, he didn't. I don't think at the back quite had his head turned around looking for the ball yet. I think he thought he had a half second longer. So the lights finally come on here at Alumni Field. Back to punt of the Essex Ravens, booming punt. Bounces inside the 35-yard line, goes out of bounds about the 32-yard line.
Oh, just a great directional kick. No chance of return.
Yeah,
it's a great job.
It's a 35, 40-yard punt with no return. You take net 40 every time if you're a kicker. And I didn't say it in the last broadcast, so I'm about to say it now. Coach Adam, kickers are people too. So, John, we talked about the upcoming schedules for both of these teams. Much more beefier at the end of it for the Mustangs. The Ravens seem to have gone through a lot of the meat of their schedule. They've got some big games coming up against Hamilton and Niagara in the next few weeks. Dolby carries the ball off the right-hand side, makes the first man miss, second man miss, beyond the 45-yard line to about the 47. Gain of about 17 yards on that play. First down, London.
Yeah, just a good design here on the option, and Hunter Swift keeps the ball here, keeps it off the right side. And you can just see the holes opening up there, and great cutback.
See, and I thought it was Dolby, 8 and 9. And again, those dark numbers, those dark jerseys, it's hard to pick up the numbers when you're sitting 2 stories in the air at the 40-yard line. They're difficult to see as we see a injured Raven walking off under his own power. That's always great to see. So again, but the other thing, Coach, is they're not really running at affiliate anymore. They're trying to hit the edge more, which is, I think, where you're going to see more success on the ground game. 3 receivers plus the fullback on the short side of the field. Trying to hit that slant, complete to number 19, beyond midfield, down to the 45-yard line. First down, London. Who's the receiver on that?
Nicholas Fonte, another Laurier kid. But that's just, a great job with the play action, right? The backers, they're anticipating run on first down. A little slant route across the middle, wide open.
So again, just a great heads-up play and a very simple route. It's just a slant from your Z receiver, but again, really, really good. They isolated him one-on-one onto the wide side of the field. Empty backfield, back to pass. Swift tried to hit that screen in the middle. It was complete and then dropped by, I believe, number 0 for the Mustangs.
Yeah, Dylan Fulton. I mean, he was hit as soon as he caught that ball. That's a great job by the linebacker there.
That's a big hit from the linebacker as we see Fulton kind of just a little woozy after that play, down on one knee. As we see Coach Mills, who we weren't 100% sure if he was going to make it down here. And again, Coach Mills has been with the Essex, is really being the heart and soul of the Essex Ravens program for over 20 years now. You know, just a great guy, you know, fierce competitor, fierce rival to London, but always the utmost respect for the gentleman and the Essex Ravens teams. Boy, oh boy, I always hated making that drive down there, but I always loved coming out with a victory.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you talk summer football, there's no better feeling than going down to Essex and pulling out with a victory.
Yeah, especially when you used to have that drum.
Yeah, that's right.
The big drum and the big flag, and then
Yeah.
going to the cornfield in behind the Essex High School there, and then just the heat, unbelievable heat and humidity, and there's like no breeze in that place. But anyway, I digress. 2-by-2 set, fullback offset to the left there. Swift back to pass, throws it. Pass falls incomplete, intended for Fonte on that. In and out of the hands. Fonte's got a chance for a score if he catches that.
It's a big play. I'm not sure if he gets the separation to score, but I mean, it's a good dig route there. Great ball. You can't put that on a receiver any better than that.
No, great pass.
Great protection. I mean, that's a great job up front with the guys that give him that kind of time. That's a long developing route that needs time.
That's a 15-yard slant or dig downfield there coming from the Z receiver coming into that. You've almost got that switch happening there as well, as we see Rivard standing at the 50-yard line getting ready to punt this ball away. 8:50 left in the first half. 8-0. Ravens do lead over your London Junior Mustangs. Rivard standing, catches it at the 51-yard line, drops it, and then the ball is blocked by the Ravens. No punt, sack on the play, turn it over on downs. Essex takes over at the Mustang 49. Miscues, Coach.
Oh, and that's 2 negative plays in a row. You got the drop first down, that's going to be big yardage, and then you got a snap. Maybe he could have cut that cleanly. That's a tough one for Rivard.
He's cut. There's this guy's, even if he catches it cleanly, this gentleman is coming off the edge there. I believe it was number 20, just screaming off the edge, untouched.
Yeah, they've been untouched on that. On all his punts.
You can't leave that edge guy that close to the edge, that free of a runner. You just can't do it.
No.
1st and 10 Ravens, back to pass, taking a shot downfield. Great coverage downfield. Number 5, I believe it was, for the Mustangs, coming over from look at that, tall reach. Great play by the Mustangs there.
And I absolutely love the play call. Anytime you come off a turnover like that, I always like the chance to take that ball deep. See if you can just hit him right off the hop.
There's number 5 there. Spencer Harry is the defender. As we have a slight injury on the field, and it was actually the official that got caught up in the action a little bit. Good to see the white hat up and standing and moving around again. Don't have to switch it or anything else. So I harp on the officials a lot if you've heard me before, but the officials do a great job of calling the games, and just overall great job by the officials. Hardest job to do is be an objective official.
Oh, for sure. And the game gets quicker and quicker. It's harder to keep up. They do a tremendous job here.
3-by-2 set, 3 receivers to the bottom of the field, 2 to the top. Inside handoff, little zone read. Nowhere to go for the Essex Ravens. Actually pushed backwards. Can't throw him down like that, number 25. No, it's an exciting play, but you got to be careful with that. He was stopped in the backfield, and then they just pushed back. I think they're going to give him the forward progress up to about the 51-yard line. But again, it's going to be a loss of about 4 yards on that.
Well, you've seen a little bit of an issue with the exchange, and then Andre gets inside on that play instead of being put. He does a great job of getting inside leverage and forcing that ball to kind of go a little wider than they intended on that. Great job by number 90.
Good stop by the defense for the Mustangs. Ravens back to punt, standing at the 45-yard line. Kick is away. Good directional punt. It's caught down about the 15-yard line. Return across the field. Mustangs got a little bit of that business happening here. Return beyond the 35-yard line to about the 39, almost the 40. Call it the 39-yard line. Great return. That's why we saw those directional kicks out of bounds so effective. Now we see a big return by the Mustangs.
And it's tough. You're kicking to two athletes, right? I mean, I'm with you. I'd rather see more directional than kicking it directly to. Connie does a great job of getting outside, getting the ball up to the 40-yard line.
Yeah, former bus buddy of mine, just for the record, and I got pictures to prove it.
He's a good kid. Tremendous football player.
They are going to mark it at the 40, so they gave him the 40-yard line. First down, London. 7:39 left to go in the first half. 3 receivers plus the fullback to the top of the field. 1 receiver down to the bottom here. Handoff outside to Dolby. There's that outside running game again. Starting to see some success with that. Gain of about 9 on that. It's going to set up a second down and short. That's starting to see some success with the run game now.
Yeah, and you see the chip with Bennett on the end there, which allows the tackle to overtake him, and it gets the leverage to the outside there. Great job on the outside there, too, by the receiver.
Yeah, some good blocks downfield. We talked about in the first game, the difference between a 4-yard run and the 40-yard run, a lot of times is the work that they do on the edges with the blocking with the receivers. So 2x2 set, fullback off to the right, inside handoff. Dolby's going to be met in the backfield, drags him forward for a gain of 3. He could have been thrown down for a loss of 3. That's a good plus 6 yards on that carry, and it's going to be enough for a London first down.
And he should have been. I mean, Dolby's a strong back, which is obviously why they have him here. I mean, that should have been a -1 for sure. He does a great job of driving and getting that first down.
Ethan Dolby is just a fantastic kid. Smart, great athlete. He could play receiver. He could play slot. He could play safety. He wants to have the ball in his hands, and he understands in a Mustang offense that's run-centric, he wants to be the ball carrier.
Yeah, and he's, like you said, he can go anywhere. I was watching him in warm-ups catching balls from the queue, and I don't think he dropped a single thing.
Yeah, like it just even I'll go back, even more, like even back in the London minor days, they had a couple really, really great athletes on that team. They had a kid named Joey Kravitz, who was stupid fast and just great speed and everything. And our whole key was, well, let's take away the jet, let's do this. And Ethan Dolby absolutely crushed us. He absolutely ripped us apart. And there was nothing, we could stop 1 or 2 of them. We couldn't stop the third one. And that was a heck of a third head on that Hydra that they had back then.
Sounds like it.
So first down for the Mustangs. Ball is at the 52-yard line of London. 6:27 left to go. 8-0. Ravens do lead here. Mustangs with a first down and continue to drive. 3 receivers to the top of the field, 1 on the bottom of the field. Fullback is also on the bottom of the field. Slice action, inside handoff to Nawaz. Straight ahead. Big hit by the Ravens as well. Gain of about 6 or 7 yards, though. That's a good positive run on first down. Look at that hit at the end there.
Yeah, I mean, big hit there by Kevin Rakowski, but great job with Nawaz, too, just getting that ball upfield. I really like this kid, Ron. I thought he was a standout. I thought he was maybe one of the best running backs in London this year. He's coming here to Western. He's got big-time potential.
That's a kid that could be looking at, with a few more pounds, could be looking at that next great fullback in the Western offense as well. Inside handoff to Nawaz again. Look at it. Just keeps the feet just churning. Got to be careful with that. He's got an ankle. Maybe a quick whistle on that. They're going to gain of 3. It looks like he might be short of the first down.
No, it looks like they gave him the first down on that one. Great effort, though. Great patient run early on, too, before you opened up that hole. Seen that hole, just hit it.
Yeah, but this kid has got unbelievable speed. A lot stronger than he looks. Like he's not a small kid by any means of imagination. But boy, oh boy, he loves to churn the legs. 3x2, one receiver to the bottom of the field here. Inside handoff, there goes Dolby off the edge on the right-hand side. They've had some success running to the right edge, I find, as opposed to the left side. Dolby's just hitting that. Look at one cut downfield. Boom, there you go. You get the ball beyond the 35-yard line and a gain of 7. So it sets everything else up. You still have run on the table available. You've got the short passes available, and you got the shot.
Yes.
So
I mean, you're looking at 3 downs possibly, right?
yeah, I think at this point you are. I think you're just slightly outside of Rivard's field goal range. Swift keeps it himself, calls his own number. Great decision. Gets it to the 35-yard line. Gain of about 7.
Mm-hmm.
Mustangs are rolling. First down, London.
And that play right there told you that they've already decided they're going for it on third down.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's a great play call. I like what they're doing right now, a little misdirection too with the Q, a little option play.
It makes you defend all 12 men on the defense.
Yeah.
If your quarterback is as an athlete and can move around a little, boy, oh boy, it just changes what you do defensively. Little jet sweep action happening. Inside handoff to Dolby, this time to the left side. We saw that kind of slice sweep action. That's how I like, if you're running the jet, or what I would call the joker on that, and then you come back, I like that hitter off the short side away from the jet, because you're trying to get the linebacker to chase the jet, and it opens up the hole for you.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you're not running that jet action towards the boundary on that play anyway. I like the play call, though.
2nd down and 7. This time Swift pulls it himself, keeps it off to the right-hand side, gets it beyond the 20, down to the 15, drags the defender down inside the 13-yard line. That's going to be a big gain, and a Mustang first down.
And again, I like the play call, a little misdirection. It looked like he was going to give that ball early. There was that danger point where it looked like the running back had clamped, and he was pulling out right there.
Watch what he does here.
Yeah,
Look at He's still keeping alive as a passer.
Yeah.
So I like the fact that the receivers recognized that and kept pushing downfield. That opened up the run lane for
sure. It froze the corners out there too, because now they got to be honest with the pass.
Yeah, exactly. So 1st down and 10. Ball is inside. Ball is at we'll say it's the 14-yard line. That was a 3-minute whistle. 2:49 left to go in the half. Fake the jet sweep action. Handoff inside to Dolby. Straight ahead off the left-hand side. Gain of about 4 yards on that, setting up a 2nd down and 6.
And again, like you said, everything's open now. I know you're only 10 yards out, but you have so many options from here.
You know, that out pattern, something like that. The swing, or the what I would call the switch, or the switchblade. Watch for the fullback leaking. Trying to hit him in the flats or something. You don't account for certain players on certain plays. And again, if you can get something coming across, it could be death. So again, a little bit of motion action. This time you're going to pitch the handoff, and he's going to get into the end zone. Touchdown, Mustangs! Number 2 with the carry. Noah Amaral on a little jet sweep action. Gets to the edge. Look at the block downfield. Who's that, number 0 again?
Number 9, that was Ethan Dolby. You watch him. He takes 2 guys out here. He doesn't even touch them. He forces the guy to come in.
Wow.
And then you got Nick Fonte on the outside taking that corner.
So there's the difference between that 4-yard run and the touchdown run. The blocking downfield, or the effect of the blocking downfield. Now, Coach, I like the call here to line up for the single. Don't be chasing points at this point in the game.
There's too much time. I mean, it's not even halftime yet. You're only down 2. So take it to a 1-point game. You got, like you said, you got the Rouge still in this game. There's too many options in the Canadian game to be chasing points this early.
Flags on the play. Multiple flags on the play. Rivard with the extra point. Extra point was good. I believe that you've got too many men. I think he had 13 men against the Essex Ravens. Just waiting for the white hat to clear things up for us.
I think we have too many on London here.
Well, they threw the flag from the back.
Yeah, BC 13 running off the field here in a hurry. We're all waiting on the call here.
We're still waiting on the call here. But yeah, somebody had 13 men. So regardless, I believe we're going to see the extra point attempted again. 2:24 left to go. London on the board for the first time tonight. much closer game than last year. Let's call it what it is. At this point last year, I believe it was 30-0 for the Ravens, and they didn't really let up, and they just had mismatch after mismatch. Um, Much different feel to this game, much more of a heavyweight fight, which is what we were hoping for. You know, both teams hanging their hats on their defense, both teams making explosive plays on offense. But again, overall, very heavyweight fight feel, kind of the jabs and the body blows. Let's see how this plays out in the next couple quarters. So illegal substitution against London, offside against Essex. Penalties will offset. We're just going to re-kick the try.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to move 5 back.
So they are going to move it back 5. Okay.
But, I mean, you said a heavyweight fight. That's the difference between this game and the JV game. The JV game felt like Essex was going to pull away at any point. It looked like – or London was going to pull away at any point. And it looked like Essex was struggling to keep in the game. You got two teams right now just battling, making big plays. It doesn't feel like the game can get away either way.
No, and even if it does, I think it'll be in spite of the game.
Right.
You know,
right.
like a play or two that just gets made. But that first game, the Essex just didn't seem to have an answer for a problem from step one. These teams have both made adjustments. Rivard makes the extra point, and it's good. So again, 2:24 left to go in the first half. It is 8 for the Essex Ravens, 7 for the Junior Mustangs. Coach, I know we talked about it earlier, but the difference in the game right now is that red point, that rouge.
And that was a big drive by the Mustangs there to just take that ball downfield, use up a lot of clock, keep that defense on for Essex, and just pound it. I like what they did on that drive by going with more of the reads, giving the Q the option as the defense flows. Now they got, like you said, 12 guys have to be – they got to count for everything at this point.
Exactly. And again, it changes your philosophies on the defense. You know, when you kind of key on one thing, like they're going to be a run first, and you flow and penetrate to follow that, if you got a tendency breaker like the quarterback pulling the ball and running it, all of a sudden it changes how you can defend the game. And this is moving back on the kickoff, way back, down to the 30-yard line. Did I miss something here?
I missed it too then. I'm not sure what happened here. The other thing that read sets up too, though, is it allows you to go away from the fullback.
Yes.
Like a lot of teams will run typically at a fullback. I know at the high school level you see a lot of teams key on the fullback, and you do at this level as well. Now that zone read allows you to come back away from that fullback as well.
What almost sets you up for, I want to use that fullback, I want to use that queen as a decoy and come back with the counter, which is what we were trying to get that other team to do, the other Essex team to do earlier today was show that jet motion all you want, but come back with the counter. You know, try to sneak it inside here. Rivard's kicking off from the 30-yard line, approaching the ball, foot to ball, kick down to about the 27-yard line. Number 25 or 26 for the Essex Raven takes it beyond the 40. Oh, it returns it to about the 44-yard line, and another late flag against the Essex Ravens downfield. Number 82 is going to get 15 yards on this one for extracurricular downfield, way behind the play.
Well, that's 30, 40 yards away. I mean, that's the epitome of a dumb penalty. I mean, you can't have that, especially off a nice return there by Jackson.
Yeah, because now instead of being at the 45-yard line, you're going to be scrimmaging from your 30.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I mean, they're going to be watching film on Monday, and that young kid's he's gonna hang his head.
You know, you're right. Unnecessary away from, but this is what we're trying to get out of the game.
Yeah,
is that it wasn't that it was a physical hit or not unnecessary hit. It was what I used to tell my kids. I said, don't be a meathead out there.
Right.
Okay, you don't need to be making a play 30 yards away from the play, because that's all you're doing is feeding your ego at that point.
Yeah.
4 receivers to the top of the field, 1 to the boundary. Receiver slips on that turf, which we've seen a number of times in previous games. Not so much today, but as the temperature drops and we see the humidity level changing, we're going to see a couple slips. Intended for number 84. That was just a simple hook pattern that they're trying to run.
Yeah, it looks like they had 5 hooks on the field there. I mean, just a little underneath stuff. But you said it. I mean, I haven't been around this field a whole lot, but even the red and black game, there's a lot of people slipping on this new turf.
Yeah, and that was something that was it happened a lot even at the Western Mustang level as well. When this field, when you get a little dewy, it hasn't quite been broken in yet. So when you get that moisture on there, it's slick. Like a crossing route, quarterback decides to keep it and run with it beyond the 40-yard line to the 45, beyond the 45-yard line, down about the 48-yard line. Good game. We talked about, hey, accounting for everybody. There's the answer for the Essex Ravens. Quarterback keeps it. Gain of about 17 on the play. First down, Ravens.
And just a great job of looking downfield. He's checked off 1, 2, nothing there. He sees it wide open. They run that little in route there, and it opens the outside of the field.
It's almost like a mesh. He didn't have the second mesher coming across, and if he did, he was too far downfield. But what I liked about it is the Mustangs were sending pressure, and again, London gets really good pressure from their edges. He stepped up inside of that pressure and escaped. He didn't have a linebacker staying home.
No, and the tackles do a great job of forcing that pressure to get upfield, and allows him to step up.
So 50 front shown by the Mustangs this time. There's that there's that simple hook pattern to number 84. Completes it, gets it to about the 42-yard line. Gain of about 15. First down, Ravens.
Yeah, number 84, Nathan Smith. I mean, big body here. You said it. There's some mismatches there with the receivers and the size. Going against number 24, Amos Thomas. That's a tough ask. You got to be wary of the deep ball on that one. So he gives it a little bit more room than probably should have.
You know, Amos playing the boundary corner there. He's kind of the man on the island. But big number 84, that's more of a tight end. He looks like he's a Y. He looks like the traditional Canadian Y body. 3 receivers to the bottom of the field, 2 to the top. Again, dump off to number 25. Great block on the edge. 25 could get to the edge. All the way down to the 12-yard line. Producer Stephanie, look at this block right at the top of the field here. Right there. Does a great job stealing it. We talked about it. The difference between a 4-yard reception and a 40-yard reception. Great highlight, Producer Stephanie, just by the way. Right there, kids. There's 35-yard line all the way down to the 12. It's a 27-yard difference.
And I love the concept there. You got 2 little short slant routes, and they're looking to hit that back quickly, and it turns into blocking right off the hop.
And just a great play design, but that's the difference between that's the difference in fundamental football.
Well, that's championship football right there.
Exactly. 3 by 2, 3 receivers to the top to the bottom of the field, 2 to the top of the field, 1 running back in, back to pass, thrown to the corner of the end zone. He's got a man there just a little outside of his reach, intended for number 19 for the Essex Ravens.
Yeah, just a little corner route there. I mean, just overthrew him by a hair. Elliott had his step, and he just missed him.
Good ball. Really good ball. And again, as a quarterback, you did the right thing. You put it to the outside, only where your guy's going to get it. It's not in danger of being intercepted on that. So again, smart decision by the quarterback. I really like the quarterback play here overall from both sides of the field.
Both sides. I mean, Dimitrov here, Demoski, he throws a great ball.
Yeah, he
absolutely
does.
love watching this kid throw the football.
So again, 3 by 2, 3 receivers, 1 receiver to the top of the field, fullback over on the near side of the field as well. 1 running back. Quarterback keeps it, calls his own number, takes it over the left edge, down to about the 4-yard line, breaks a tackle, down to about the 2-yard line. They're going to mark it at the 1. First and goal, Ravens. Quite the answer with 1 minute, 18 seconds left. This was a designed run right from the very beginning.
Yeah, and we talk about his passing ability, but he's probably got about, 60 yards worth of running at this point, too.
Yeah, at least. And now you've got that one-on-one with that big tight end body out there. Timeout, London.
Yeah, and I like that shot to throw it up over top there on that with 84 on Thomas.
Yeah,
see what you can get.
We're both kind of seeing that up here. Just how you're lining up is like I'm running that quick slant right now. You know, I'm saying that my big body's I'm gonna play basketball with you. I'm gonna shield you out.
I might even just throw it to him on the spot and let him go one-on-one and drive over him.
Yeah, you know that's something as well. Coach Hollenby trying to make a few adjustments on the fly here. And again, really good defensive game by both teams here. Low-scoring physical, 1:10 left, 8-7. Essex Ravens do lead. Just to recap the scoring, Started at 8:37 in the first quarter. Essex Ravens missed the field goal for the Rouge. 1-0, number 87 for the Essex Ravens with the extra point. Then 4:38 left to go in the first quarter, and number 87 caught that nice little 10-yard out pattern for the touchdown and the extra point. 8-0 for the Ravens. Mustangs answered at 2:24 left to go in the first half. Noah Amaral on that jet sweep little pitch pass took it over for 9 yards, and Rivard with the extra point, and that's our score with 1:10 left. But the Essex Ravens on the 1-yard line, knocking on the door, looking to go up by another score. Coach coming out of the timeout. Obvious call. You want to blitz. You want to send heat. Do you trust the one-on-ones out here?
I would. I mean, it looks like big number 99, Logan Hunt, just came out of the game as well, so they're a little thin in the middle there. I would bring everybody.
Handoff. He's in for the touchdown. Flags everywhere.
I think you might have the Mustangs offside on this
I think you do as well. Number 11 kept the ball in for the quarterback. Offside against London. Touchdown stands. Ravens go up 14-7, barring the extra point.
You know, he got you all the way down the field. Why not finish it off with the touchdown? I like the little keeper there on the outside, especially against that interior. Just like you said earlier, that's a killer drive if you're the Mustangs right after you scored. You come down and give that up right off the hop.
Lining up for the extra point. Number 2 is the holder. Snap is down, the kick is up, and it is good. So, 1:07 left, 15 for the Essex Ravens, 7 for the Junior Mustangs. Really entertaining, well-played game by both sides.
Yeah, it's been a great first half, and still 1:07 left here. I mean, there's time to do for this offense to go downfield, at least get some kind of points on the board before we finish the half.
Yeah, and usually you see the adjustments coming at half, but what I'm noticing in this game is they're adjusting on the fly. London was trying to run that inside scheme early in the game, wasn't going anywhere, switched to more of an outside edge scheme, and they had some success with it. Essex, all of a sudden now, with the success of the quarterback with Swift running the ball, they go back to number 11 carrying the ball for the Essex Ravens, and then all of a sudden you just kind of see what we talked about. You got to account for that quarterback in there. So now you can't blitz the linebacker or you can't drop in the coverage. You got to account for him in there. That's going to open things up in the passing game, I think, as this game goes on for both teams.
No, I agree. They're going to have to figure out a way to spy that cue on that.
45 kicks it off. Short kick over to the left side. Picked up at the 40-yard line. Makes the first man miss, second man miss. Returns it out to about the 49-yard line. Dangerous play. Look, this is a designed kick. You're trying to get that. But all of a sudden now, if you don't make that tackle, there's not a lot of defenders over there, and he made the first and second man miss, wasn't able to scrape all the way through, but gets it all the way down to the 50-yard line. What should have been a dead ball is a 10-yard return, first down London.
When they've kicked it deep, London's typically not been outside the 30-yard line. I'm surprised it's a short kick with only a minute left.
Well, we saw...
They've had great coverage.
We saw in the first game, kind of go for the throat, go for the onside kick. So again, Swift hands off. This time it's to Dolby on the inside. Nowhere to go this time. Gain of about 1. Trying that inside run again, and it's just not there for London. Great penetration. Look at how the ends collapse completely on that. 59 seconds left to go. 2nd and 9 for the Mustangs. And the Essex Ravens call timeout. Coach, put yourself in the Mustang shoes. 2nd and 9. You had some success, but a lot of it's like being in sustained drives. What do you do? Because you don't quite have the ability to get those chunk plays so far in this game.
They've had success in the middle, whether on the slant or the dig route. They've had some open routes there. We haven't seen Bennett out of the backfield. We know he's a dynamic fullback. You can run some deep concepts and try to release him. But I'd be looking for either a quick slant here or something across the middle.
And if you're Essex, what are you trying to do? You can't cover everything. And now, do you bring pressure and think that maybe I'm going to get to the quarterback before he can escape? Gives up the big play opportunity downfield, though.
Yeah, no, I don't. I don't think you're going to bring pressure here. You're going to allow the little underneath stuff right now. Like you said, you can't take away everything. So what are we gonna give up?
Yeah, and I'll give up the 3-yard gain
Yeah.
as opposed to the 30-yard gain in a heartbeat.
And
here.
the Mustangs front's done a good job in pass protection so far. I wouldn't blitz anybody. They've gone 2 safeties up high here.
Yeah, that's exactly. They're playing more of an umbrella look here. 3 receivers to the top of the field. Fakes the handoff, bringing pressure. Swift escapes, brought down at the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play. Great blanket coverage downfield, nowhere to go. You did have Fonte screaming across the middle, but I think it was just too late coming across there.
It might have been too late. It looked like he wanted that kind of deep ball off the hop on that, kind of go for the big play. Great job there by number 9, Sonny Chandler, though, sticking with it and then stepping up to make the big tackle. They had some, a couple of things underneath on that one, but again, I think he was looking downfield.
Trying to make a play where there really wasn't a play to be made.
No, and there's enough time that that we don't need to go. He didn't need to go deep on that one. Just get what you can take underneath, get the first down, keep the drive alive.
So 53.6 seconds left to go. Rivard out, going to kick the ball from his 35-yard line. Let's see if they can pick up that edge pressure a little bit quicker here.
Yeah. And then if you're Essex, what do you do at this point?
I know what I want to do.
Yeah, I agree.
Snap is away. There it is. Snap is away. Caught clean this time by Rivard. Boots it down. Bounces at the 35-yard line. Bounces over his head. Drives inside the 10. Flags on the play. I believe they're going to call no yards on this. Big hit on the sidelines. But I don't necessarily agree. If they're going to call this no yards, I'm not necessarily sure I agree with the call. But the flag came out right away when he caught it.
I'm with you. I'm surprised by that one. I thought for sure he had enough space. We'll see the replay here. Ball goes over. He's stopping. I don't know. I think he's 5 yards.
He's at like 4.5 if he's not 5.
I'm not a big fan of that call.
Now, again, it did hit the ground, though, so it'll only be the 5-yard kind. Now, there was talk last year of just making that, I'm just looking at the calls here.
Looks like you might have an unnecessary roughness on London. I know he signaled the Essex way,
but they're moving Essex, but that's moving up 15 yards. They're just moving up 20 yards.
20 yards. You got a 15-yard penalty there. I'm not sure on who.
And a 5-yard no yards call. So oh boy. So was there? Okay, so head blow to the head. So that's illegal strike zone.
I mean, that's now you everything's open for Essex. You're
40 seconds left to go in the half. If you're the Mustangs, man, you guys better play coverage. I'll give up the 20-yard run here as opposed to that. And Coach Hollenby calls timeout as they were short a player on defense.
So that's 2 miscues, one on the convert, one on defense here. Too many men, not enough men. Uncharacteristic penalties with the Mustangs, especially, a Hollenby defense.
Yeah, this is...
And that was number 25 coming on late there, Dylan Whalen.
So if you're Essex, we saw a lot of this in the first game. We haven't seen a lot of step off screen or anything in this game.
I haven't seen any of it, no, even in the first game. But the Canadian game, the clock's going to stop on a first down. So there's, 40 seconds can seem like an eternity. You don't have to go deep on every play here. There's tons of time.
No, and again, we talked about it. Why not take that one-on-one with you? You've got a physical mismatch on the bottom of the field here.
Well, now you got safety rotating over top on both sides.
4-by-1 look, and you've got a couple of screamers coming across. Quarterback runs out unaccounted for, gets beyond the 50, beyond midfield, out to about the 50-yard line of Essex. Big run of about 20 yards, but again, gets out of bounds. but takes the clock down to 31 seconds. Big chunk play. You got to account for the quarterback in the run game.
They're going to have to in the second half. That's got to be their first adjustment defensively because that's what's killing you right now.
So they're saying that he stepped out before the 50-yard line, marked it at the 52. First down, Essex, with 31 seconds left, but they are giving them the out-of-bounds call on that. 4 receivers to the bottom of the field here, 1 to the top of the field, 1 running back as well. So that 4-by-1 set. Mustangs 5 in the box, rush 3, sends it downfield, 84. We talked about it. Just that little out route keeps him. Amos Thompson, though, does a good job keeping him in bounds, though.
That's a tremendous tackle. That keeps the clock going. I mean, that's a great job by number 24 there, Amos Thomas.
Clock blows in. Clock is running. 20 seconds left to go. Back to pass. Scrambling around. Gets outside of contain. Takes it beyond the 40, inside of the 30, to about the 29-yard line. Maybe the 30. It's going to be enough for a first down for Essex with 11.1 seconds left. You still have 1 timeout left. I think you got 1 shot before you're bringing out the field goal team.
I agree.
So what do you like here, Coach? 30 yards out. You taking a shot to the end zone?
Well, you might have to because we're down to 5 seconds here. I think you got to take a shot here. You're not going to get field goal opportunity here.
Back to pass. Throws it up into the end zone. Intercepted in the end zone. This is returned out by the Mustangs. Number 10 takes it beyond the 40-yard line. Big play. Big play to end the half. Coach, heck of a ball game going on here. Tried to squeeze it into a small little window. Let's just go over the recap real quick here as we reach the halftime. Started at 8:37 of the first quarter. Essex Ravens scored the single on the missed field goal. Come back a couple minutes later, 4:38 left to go in the first quarter. And big number 87 catches the touchdown out of the tight end position, kicks the extra point, and accounted for all 8 points in the first half. Mustangs return the favor with 2:24 left to go in the first half. Noah Amaral with the jet sweep over the left-hand side. Rivard with the extra point, making it an 8-7 one-point game. Ravens just came marching right down the field. Minute 20 later at 1:07, quarterback keeps it 1-yard run over the left-hand edge for the touchdown. Number 87 with the extra point. 8-point lead at half. Coach, talk to me about an adjustment.
Well, I think both teams have to start counting for the quarterback. I mean, that's been the big thing on offense is Q's running the ball, whether it's number 11 or number 8 for London there. They both have to be accounted for. But number 11, he's just done a tremendous job of stepping into the pocket, looking downfield, and then when nothing's there, he takes off. But if you notice, too, as their receivers, as soon as they see him starting to run the ball, they're turning and blocking. They're not discontinuing their routes.
No, what I've been really impressed about this game is the downfield blocking and recognitions by both sides.
Yeah.
I thought both teams have done a really good job of recognizing and making blocks downfield, being unselfish for your teammate. This has been a great first half of football. Can't wait for the second half to start. We're going to take a quick break here on London Football Television. My name is Ron Forwarder for Dave Hawking. See ya in a few minutes. And welcome back to Alumni Field here at Western University. My name is Ron Forwerda. I'm joined in the booth by Coach Dave Hawking. And Dave, we just witnessed an excellent first half of football, much to what we expected it was going to be, between the defending OSFL champion varsity Essex Ravens and the team that they beat in the finals, the London Junior Mustangs.
Yeah, and we've seen some good adjustments throughout the game. I mean, it was a little sluggish to start the game. London trying to keep the ball inside, going nowhere. Essex, just trying to throw the ball deep a few times. And both teams made adjustments offensively. And we'll see how they come out in the second half with, defensive adjustments to kind of counter these.
It's been a whale of a game. London wanting to run the ball in the middle, getting to the edge when they started running the ball out there, and very much the same thing. The other thing has been accounting for the quarterback. And I'm just going to throw another thing out here that I think it's going to become a factor as this night goes on. There is a haze in the air, and I feel this field is going to get slip. And I think the difference in this game could be somebody slipping, missing an assignment, and a big play. Not saying, I'm just saying. I've been around this field long enough where I've seen that type of thing happen. Rivard's about to open up the second half here. Kick is away, boots it down to about the 5-yard line, picked up about the 6, return beyond the 20, down to the 25-yard line, makes the second man miss, beyond the 35, about the 35-yard line, but there is a flag on the play. Coach, what did you like there? I really liked how he just went straight up field here.
Well, and that's what we talked about in the first game, too, with the Essex returners. It's just straight. There's no dancing. There's no juking. They're just trying to get upfield, get yards, get field position. Now we're going to see what the result on the penalty was.
So the return out to the 35-yard line. Still haven't seen what the call is on the flag. Don't know if it was a hold or a block. It was a hold on the play.
It's a face mask on Essex.
Face mask. So there we go. That block. That illegal blow to the face. So it's, people are saying, well, how can you have a face mask against the offense? You can't get the hands in the head and the neck area, offensively or defensively. So that is going to bring the ball back to the 25-yard line. Excuse me, the 20-yard line. It was 15-yard penalty. So Ravens first up under center. This time they bring the tight end in. 2 receivers to the top of the field, 1 to the bottom of the field. Jet motion happening. Handoff to the short side of the field. Nowhere really to go. Gain of about 4 yards on that. Good tough run on that.
Yeah, it didn't look like much right off the hop, but they got a good solid 5 yards on that.
Slow to get up, I believe, is the ball carrier on that. No, that's number 87. Boy, that would be a big loss for the Essex Ravens if he were to go down.
Yeah, he's back. Oh, no, he's down. Looks like he's
a little bit stiff there. But that was kind of the play where we see that jet motion going to the wide side of the field and trying to hit that quick hitter on the short or the counter side. It's really effective because you can't chase the jet. And what that opens up is that clear out, hitting the flats. That's a big body coming out there.
Well, you see the corner just completely bail on that motion too. So we'll see if we go to that later on in the game.
Back in the pistol formation, 3-by-2 set. Back to pass, throws it out to the flats. Complete to number 25 beyond the 35-yard line to about the 35-yard line. That's going to be a gain of 10 and enough for an Essex Ravens first down.
And here's the same concept we saw earlier in the game where they run those little shallow slants here and hit the back right out of the backfield. You see the linebacker flow over, but that's a tough ask on number 25 out in open space.
There's just too much traffic in the middle there, and he's just getting caught up. And it's a natural pick that's basically happening there.
And I like Jackson in open space against any of these linebackers. That kid's quick.
Yeah, and again, not the biggest kid, but very elusive, great feet. And if this kid gets the edge, I think he could be a long way going. Back under center, 2 receivers to the top of the field, 1 at the bottom of the field. Inside handoff to Jackson. He's not designed for that.
No, I don't like that call. I'm with you on that. I don't, he's more of a east-west kind of guy. I'm not a big fan of running him up the middle like that on more of an ISO concept.
NFL comparison there, he's Austin Eckler.
Yeah.
He's going to catch the ball. out of the backfield. He's the outside zone guy, not the guy that you bring inside the tackle
No,
box.
I agree with you on that.
Again, Austin Eckler, because me being the Chargers fan, just rooting for the home team. Second, and we're going to give him we'll give him 2 yards on that. So we'll say 2nd and 8. Back in the pistol formation, 3 receivers to the top of the field, 1 to the bottom, 2 running backs inside this time. Swinging Jackson back out. Quarterback's looking to bail a little bit. Again, lost track of Jackson, and this is what we were just talking about. Gets down to the edge, down to the 25-yard line, inside the 15, inside the 10, brought down about the 8-yard line, and you're going to have a high tackle coming against the Mustangs. That's going to be a 1st and goal here for the Essex Ravens. We literally just talked about this kid in space on the edge, long run. Look what happens.
And that's a great job with, the QB sitting in the pocket there and allowing that play to develop. I mean, that kid's dynamic. I like watching that kid. How about number 5 from Western, though? Spencer Harry, chasing him downfield to make the tackle. I know he's going to get the face mask penalty. That's a great effort play.
I don't know if it's a face mask as much as I think he got the
You think the
hand
horse collar?
Yeah, I think it's the hand inside the cylinder tackle, so it's that horse collar tackle. So it's really kind of hit and miss. Objection. So there's 2 calls.
Oh, wow.
Oh, boy. So there is a call on the sideline at the 52-yard line, and then the horse collar or the unnecessary roughness is basically what they're going to call it. It's objectionable conduct against London, and then the rough play. So it was. I'm almost wondering if they got an objectionable conduct on the bench.
It might be. I mean, he was picking his flag up around the 45 there. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So something happened there. But regardless, 1st and 10 for the Ravens, opening drive of the 3rd quarter. Hand off, just quarterback keeps it off the left-hand side. So hard to do. The quarterback keep, touchdown, Ravens. And folks, we got a 2-score game, 21-7. Number 11 in for the touchdown.
Yeah, and you knew they were going to go back to that play. You had 25 Jackson in the backfield. They're not going to run him up the middle on a goal line play like that. You got a big quarterback, just run off the edge. Easy touchdown on that one. That was an impressive drive right out the hop here and start the 2nd half there, Ron.
So 21 for the Ravens, 7 for the Mustangs. Extra point is pending. Good to see number 87 back out on the field there. Extra point is down. The kick is up, and it's good. 22-7 for the Essex Ravens with 9 minutes, 8 seconds left to go in the 3rd quarter. Heck of a statement coming out of the half.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it at halftime. Mustangs needed to stop there to start the 2nd half. Now we'll see how they react. And lots of time left. They don't have to get away from their game plan. But they can't go blow to blow the rest of the game with Essex. They're gonna have to get a stop defensively.
Yeah, and they've played tough. It's been a tough physical game. We kind of talked about a little bit about composure and who wasn't going to take those penalties. Essex has played with a lot of composure. Don't know I can't remember a lot of flags against the Essex Ravens in general in this game. So they're playing a very disciplined brand of football, very clean. They're very physical. Mm-hmm. But London they just seem to be a little bit off right now. And let's see what adjustments their offense has made as opposed to we saw what the Essex Ravens did and get the ball into number 25's hands on the edge. Kick is down, caught about the 12-yard line, returned to the 20, over the 25-yard line, starts to cut it upfield. He's got a little bit of a lane, takes it to the 35-yard line, all the way to the 39-yard line. Great return by Noah Amaral, number 2 for the Mustangs.
And that's a big return. I mean, now you've got the whole field to work with here from the 40-yard line. You're not backed up. Again, just getting upfield. Nothing special about that. Finding your blockers, finding a little lane.
Yeah, I really like how when he saw the lane, he didn't hesitate. He shot right through it. So 3-by-1, fullback also on the top of the field, single receiver at the bottom of the field. Outside zone handoff to Dolby, getting to the edge, makes the first man miss, second man miss, drives forward for a gain of about 6 yards. Ethan Dolby, same formula as the first half.
Yeah, it just off tackle there. I mean, nice hard run. He's dragging bodies with him. I mean, look at that. He's still dragging that number 28 there.
He got hit a yard behind the line of scrimmage and still made a positive run of 6 yards.
And I think that's the difference between the two backs, whereas Nawaz is more of a finesse speed guy.
Yeah.
He's a big play guy. Dolby's going to punish you.
But Noas is hardly a small gentleman by any means of the imagination.
No, not at all.
2-by-2 set, fullback also to the near side of the field, back to pass, feeling the pressures, hit under pressure, sacked by number 48 it was for the Ravens, and flags everywhere. 2 different flags on this, one on the Essex Ravens backfield, one on the Mustangs backfield. Interesting to see what these calls are going to be.
Well, you see number 67 get upfield too. He makes a play there. Finn Kaplan allows that number 49 to come in and make the tackle.
We can see that highlight one more time here. This might be objectionable against the Ravens. Because at the very, very end here, you can see somebody screaming across downhill. Right there. The taunting almost. No, they're moving it back. Unnecessary roughness against the Mustangs.
I didn't see anything there.
Well, we talked about the composure thing, Dave.
Yeah,
Wow, I'm
I don't know what I didn't see anything there.
yeah, I'm not sure.
I mean, it's obviously after the play.
Yeah. Producer Adam just asked me if I turned the lights on. Yes, I did.
No, I said it's not burning. I'm just trying to figure out.
No, it's not. It's my brain working. So 7:53 left in the third quarter, 22-7 for the Ravens over the Mustangs. Rivard standing at the 12-yard line, about to kick this ball away. Referees are coming over to explain things to Coach Wilson.
That was a quick explanation there.
So again, punt formation, 3rd and about 25 is the call here. Snap is down, kick is away, kicked at the 12-yard line, downfield, bounces beyond the 50 to about the 42-yard line, getting to the edge, getting beyond midfield, past the 20. That ball's on the ground again. I believe it's recovered by the Mustangs. That is the second fumble on returns today. That was number 34 for the junior Mustangs, causing the fumble and recovered. I'd missed the recovery number.
If that was Alejandro Rivera, that's twice now he's done that on special teams.
Right here, chopped at it.
Yeah. Well, you called him. He's Mr. Special Teams on this team. Big play.
Big play there by the Mustangs. Boy, oh boy, they needed that one. Now, you've got the turnover. You need to capitalize.
Yeah, you can't come away with this on without points. You need to score something there.
Back to pass. Going downfield for Dolby. Touches it on. We talked about the fullbacks and the running backs getting involved in the passing game. Talking about on the sidelines. I think he got the foot down.
Was he bobbling it, though, I think is what they're debating.
First down, London. They're giving him the reception.
That's a great catch. Great composure in the pocket, sitting, waiting, and letting that develop.
He caught it. There was no bobble, but it was whether the feet were down. And from my angle when I was first, and I'm not saying it because I was a homer, I'm telling you, I thought he caught it clean. First down, London at the 42-yard line. Back to pass. This time he keeps it. Swift breaks the tackle, gets it beyond the 40-yard line to about the 38-yard line. Gain of about 3 or 4. We saw that adjustment. The quarterback running with the ball. Hey, guess what? Essex kept the linebacker in to spy him. See, there's a linebacker, that safety coming over across the top. You know, they're accounting for him now. And Coach Kirk just saw something, so he's calling something down to him. Let's see what they've got coming up here. Gave him a gain of about 4 yards. 2nd and 6 here for the Mustangs. 6:28 left to go. Third quarter, back to pass, dumping it out. They got Dolby in the flats, and he's off to the races, down to the 20, inside the 15, dragging him down to about the 14-yard line. I told you, Coach Kirk saw something right away. He wanted to get that call in inside the 10-yard line. 1st and goal, Mustangs.
And just a great play call. I mean, they're not picking him up out of the backfield. They run a little deep concept out there, open up the field.
So what they did is, rather than accounting for the back coming out of the backfield, they kept the man in for the quarterback, and we talked about it's going to cause problems, open things up. Welcome to what it caused. 1st and goal, Mustang. Ball is at the 10-yard line. Little jet motion action happening. Here comes the Amaral getting to the edge. He's got the ball over to the 10. Touchdown, Mustangs! Same play as last time. Noah Amaral with the jet sweep in for the touchdown. 5:34 left to go. 3rd quarter, back in the ball game. 22-13.
Great call. And watch number 22, Nethersole here. He makes a block here on a big number 48. You got Fonte again, and we talked about it all night, Ron, it's the downfield blocking. You had Nethersole blocking for Amaral, a little south combo there. Great touchdown.
So 22-13. Rivard lining up for the extra point. Snap is down. The kick is up. It is good. 22-14 for the for the Ravens.
That's a big drive, though. A big answer for that first drive by Essex. All capped off with that special teams turnover.
That's what it starts. Yeah. Okay, so we talked about it. You've got to make plays on all 3 facets of the game. You know, Essex with the interception earlier in the game. They made their play on special, on defense.
Yep.
They've made some great plays offensively. The Mustangs have had the advantage on the special teams so far. Call it what it is. You know, they've forced 2 turnovers on special teams, and it's been the same gentleman on the return. The ball's a little bit loose. He's on his hip. They recognize it. They're tomahawking it, and they've caused 2 turnovers here in this game. And that last one got the Mustangs back in this game. So, kicking from the 45, Rivard, with 5:34 left to go, back in the ball game. Kick is away, drills it downfield. Great kick by Rivard. Bounces into the end zone. Essex trying to get that ball out, not to give up that single point. They got him in the end zone. Did he cross the end zone and go back in? Is it a safety? Oh, boy.
If that's
Flags.
London, that's going to be a big flag.
Wow.
I thought for sure he was getting that ball out. They did a great job in coverage here. Number 10 there for London.
So they are counting the Rouge.
Yeah.
Well, are they, though? No, they count the Rouge because they're going to. So, single point for the Mustangs. Rivard with the single point. That was a heck of a kickoff.
That'll make Mike Butts proud.
Yes, absolutely. 22-15. So now, 1-score game. Objectional conduct against London.
Again, composure. London just doesn't seem to have it right now. It's key penalties that are just.
Are they calling they got to be calling taunting or something?
Excessive celebration.
Yeah. But this is coming all the way out to the 45-yard line. That's a massive penalty.
I didn't see anything excessive there. I think, the letter of the law, I understand the rule. I think at some point we got to let these kids have fun.
Who made that? That's number 10?
Number 10. Thomas Silcox.
Okay, but 89, if you watch his highlight again.
Yeah, okay.
He stands over him and barks at him. That's the right call. Didn't see that as the play was going on. 100% the correct call. Quarterback draw, breaks a tackle, slides down, gets to the midfield, 55-yard line.
And here's that turf coming in.
Yeah, because he just slipped.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100% just slipped. That's a first down, guys. Reset. There we go. I was wondering, he got exactly 10 yards. As the crowd starts to wake up here at Alumni Field, 2-by-2 set, 2 running backs in the backfield. More of a 3-by-2 look to it, I guess. Handoff, 25, Jackson gets the edge, makes the first man miss, keeps his legs driving, inside the 40. First down, Ravens, big chunk play.
It's a nice little counter action there with number 22, Ryan Connolly. He does a great job, and you can see at the end of the play, he's making sure he's not giving up that ball.
Yeah.
2 hands on the football.
I'm sorry, I thought that was Jackson who was the ball carrier, is number 22 that time. So, again, what they're doing is they've got that slice action, and we talked about it ad nauseum in the JV game. You know, why don't you do that? Well, they're making a living off of it today. 3 receivers to the top of the field plus a fullback, so it's almost a 4-by-1 set. Fake handoff. Coming off the edge. Sacked in the backfield by the Essex Raven, by the London Mustangs.
You got another
flags on the play.
That was a great job by number 33, Tyken Zare, forcing him back into Wesley McClellan there, who ends up cleaning up the play here.
Are they going to get 33 for objection of conduct on this?
Maybe the guy on the ground, I think he might have kicked the Mustang guy off of him.
I'm waiting to see the call here.
Right there.
Yeah. Oh, that's on
the quarterback. Yeah.
So, after the play, after the sack, so we're going to have like a 7-yard sack, and then we're going to move it back 15 yards. This is going to be second down and a lot. 32 yards approximately. What do you got? How many second and 30 plays do you got, Coach?
I have none.
I got screen, and that's about it.
That's it, yeah. Maybe you're hook and ladder.
I'm not even screwing around with that right now. I'm running screen.
I think you might see a draw here.
Maybe
simple.
a draw.
Just get some yards.
But I got a screen. That's about all I got.
Here we go with that little.
Intercepted! Number 5 for the Mustangs. I think this is just a bad read by the quarterback.
Well, you're seeing that double slant concept. They're looking to block, both those receivers, trying to get number 25 in the flat, and he threw it to a receiver looking to block.
This receiver doesn't get his head around.
He's not even looking. Look, they're looking to block. They're both looking to block. There
he looks around late, but they had a little bit of pressure. So, big momentum shift here. 3:01 left to go, third quarter. Mustangs with the ball, 52-yard line. 3-by-2 set. Fullbacks on the near side to make the 2. Pressure coming. Swift carries the ball. It's going to be hitting the backfield. Oh, things are starting to get chippy out there.
And they're looking for some kind of unnecessary roughness here. Head tackle.
Yeah.
That play looked messed up right off the hop here.
Yeah, I think the running back went the wrong way.
Yeah. He looked over at Emerald on the right side there on the little bubble screen. It wasn't there. Essex kind of smelt that out right there. You can see, and then he had to come back. That didn't look good right off the hop.
Well, if you're going to run bubble and you're counting on blocking that too, why don't you run them off?
Yeah.
Okay? Put your head down and go after him. And I know the safety's coming across, so they're making the quarterback come out because the helmet came off. I don't think that this is the right call because his helmet was taken off. That is not Wow.
Yeah,
Well, Sweeney's in at the game.
I'm with you on that. His helmet was ripped off. Yeah.
2x2 set, fullback in the near side of the field. Fakes the jet sweep, throws it off to Amaral, trying to. Pass falls incomplete. Sweeney laid up on the ground. Third down here. Essex stands. Their defense stands after the momentum swing.
Just a little easy route. You got a young quarterback in there for the first time. I mean, they knew they weren't going to throw anything deep on that one. Bring the rush, see if you can rush a throw off of that. Again, tough call there with the helmet being ripped off, forcing the quarterback to come out.
Yeah, I talked about, hey, the refs made the right call earlier and a couple times. Don't agree with that one. I just don't. I thought, if anything, it was a high tackle.
Yeah.
So, Rivard catches the ball at the 35-yard line, kicks it away, bounces at the 32, picked up at the 25, returned over to the 30-yard line. Good coverage down there. There should be multiple flags on this. So you got a flag at midfield. You got a flag on the 35-yard line. And I think you got a flag out of bounds. Composure here, kids. Composure, composure. You got a cut block. You got a crackback block there. And you got an illegal hit out of bounds. This should be going back 10 yards against Essex.
Yeah, no, for sure.
So there's your crackback block. That's your second one. And then you have the illegal hit out, then the late hit out of bounds. Here's your first one right there in the midfield. Here's your second one right there. That's the same gentleman.
And that's a tough. I mean, to me, that's almost a dirty play, Ron. You see the back of a jersey.
That's the pedestrian block. You can't do that. No. And they are moving back.
And I understand in the heat of the moment, it's not dirty. I mean, he's not thinking at the time, but those are the hits that they're trying to get him out of the game.
Roughness against the Essex Ravens. Move it back 15 yards.
Yeah.
We talked about composure and how, there's been not a lot of penalties. Essex taking their share of penalties in the third quarter, and we're starting to see that composure of 19-year-old boys and 18-year-old boys kind of coming into play a little bit here.
Yeah.
Handoff inside, nowhere really to go. Wes McLennan with the stop. Gain of about a half a yard on that. Second down right away.
And again, nice play there by Andre Thompson on the edge, forcing that ball back into Wesley. Great tackle.
That's not what you want to see. That gentleman's had himself a game. That's number 25, Jackson.
Yeah, he is.
Coming off the field there, a little bit gimpy there.
Well, and that's going to change their passing game a little bit here.
That changes their passing game a great deal. And I know we've seen 87 out there for kicking.
We haven't seen much out of him from the passing game. You saw a few things early.
Yeah.
We haven't seen anything since early in the first quarter.
Yeah, and he kind of, in the start of the third quarter, he was in that one play and it kind of went down gingerly.
Yeah.
He's still out there, but he's not, I'll be honest, he's not moving the same. So 4x1 set, 4 receivers to the bottom of the field, 1 to the top of the field, 1 running back to pass. Number 11, blitz is coming, taking a shot downfield. Pass is complete along the sidelines. Big catch, missed the number.
Number 84, Nathan Smith. They got those 84 and 87, 2 big bodies. And there's that mismatch you talked about, right? You've got a smaller corner with
And I'll be honest with you, this was the kind of the guy I kind of thought was going to have more of a role in the second half. And I'm just thinking, he hasn't really done much in the passing game. First time I can really recall him being targeted. Big chunk play for the Ravens. Takes it almost to the 50-yard line. Scrimmaging at the 49-yard line. First down, Essex. 33 seconds left to go in the third quarter. 2x2 pitch out to the outside. This time met after a gain of about 3 yards on that. Tackled by number 24 for the Mustangs. Good scrape downfield.
Amos Thomas.
Yeah. Amos has had himself a game tackling out there. He's made some big plays.
He's done a decent job in coverage. Even that last play to number 84. I mean, that pass was thrown to a point that it was a perfect pass.
Yeah,
There's not much you can do sometimes as a defender
No.
when the ball's put into, the perfect spot.
Yeah, we talked about, the incompletion in the end zone in the
Yeah.
first half here. It's like, hey, his guy was going to catch it if no one else's.
Yeah.
This kid, he's made one errant throw and it was picked off. Other than that, he's been spot on.
Mm-hmm.
Back to pass, looking for that slant pass. Little bit high that time. Amos Thomas again in the coverage. That's going to be a third down, forcing a punt situation. And that, Dave, is the last play of the third quarter. Just to go over the recap of scoring in the third quarter, it was 15-7 at the half. Essex Ravens scored with 9:08 left to go in the third quarter. Number 11 with the 1 yard run. Extra point was good. 22-8. Then London came back. Number 2, Noah Amaral with the jet sweep, his second jet sweep touchdown of the game. Rivard with the extra point. Then the big rouge in that game, Rivard. Kickers are people too. If you don't have one, you can't play football in Canada. I'm telling you. But third down, 12 minutes left, start of the fourth quarter. Ball is at the 54-yard line. The Essex Ravens are about to punt. Mustangs to get the ball. We talked about the feel of a heavyweight fight and how the last time these two teams met, game kind of got out of hand real quick. It's been a much tighter, well-played game by both teams today.
Well, we talked about if Essex scores coming out of the half, how's this game going to go? But London's reacted extremely well. They had that drive. You take the penalties away from that other drive, and who knows where this game is at this point. But London's reacted really well, and we'll see how this drive here goes.
So, not the best punt in the world. Another special teams kind of miscue. It's only about a 20-yard punt, as it turned out. Mustangs are going to be scrimmaging with it at the 30-yard line, and that's the third play. So swiftly the quarterback comes back out, 2-by-2 set, fullback to the near side. Outside handoff to Noaz. Gain of about 2 on the play. Oh, gain of about 7 on the play. My apologies.
You're going to have a block in the back on Amaral on this one. I think it's coming back.
Yeah, there is a flag on the field edge. Yeah, you're 100% right.
It looked like he tried to let up, and then you see the bump there.
Yep. So we're going to move it back 10 yards, and then we're going to replay the first down. Now, second. See, London's had success with the drives when they've been able to get that chunk, not necessarily chunk play, but good yardage, consistent yardage on first down. When they are behind the sticks, Essex has been able to tee off on them, play coverage downfield, and get to the quarterback. The difference has been the escapability of the quarterback from London. The adjustment, they've allowed they've kept the linebacker in tight. Let's see what happens here. It's 1st and 20 here, back to pass, bringing the pressure, escapes, right on cue, scramble out to the left, and dropped for another loss. Helmet comes off again.
And that's the difference with 3-down football as opposed to 4-down football. Once you get behind the 8 ball, even on 1st and 20, that's a big chunk of yardage to take up in 2 plays.
So again, scrambling out here, brought down, and the helmet came off. Are they going to make him come off the field again?
He's going to have to. They've already set that precedent.
The referees are discussing it. And Sweeney comes back into the game here. Second down and about 25.
Yeah, 22, 23.
Screen.
Draw, screen, something just to get some yards. You got to get out of your own end. I think, from here, you're taking a safety. You're not, I don't think you're risking a punt. Rivard hasn't punted the ball deep at all today.
Sweeney in the game. 3 receivers to the bottom of the field. 1 to the top. Fullback also to the top of the field. Inside handoff. Makes the first man miss. Misses the second man miss. Takes it out to beyond the 30-yard line. Got back to the original line of scrimmage. great play
It's
inside run there. They haven't had a lot of success running the ball inside.
Well, on a sure passing down, you got linebackers dropping out of coverage on this one, but I like the call. I like you got 13 yards on that. Now you can punt the ball as opposed to taking a safety and see what our defense can do here.
Yeah, the defense has really played stout since that first drive of the third quarter.
That's right.
They've really settled in, and it's been a really defensive struggle since that point. The turnover on the special teams kind of put London in the position there. The interception kind of put London in the position. But Essex defense has stood up to a couple of those as well. So again, Rivard is back to punt, kicks it from the 15-yard line, takes it all the way to the 52. Good coverage downfield, takes it beyond the 50 to the 45. That's about as far as he's going to go. Essex Ravens to scrimmage with the ball at the 46-yard line of the Mustangs. 10:04 left to go, 22-15. And a game that absolutely has not disappointed today.
No, not at all. And you see number 22 there, Ryan Conley on the return. So number 25 still hasn't come back into the game.
Yeah, that's unfortunate because he's really played himself a whale of a game there, and I thought he was kind of, for me, the best player for Essex.
I agree.
The quarterback's had himself a whale of a game as well. 3 receivers to the top of the field plus the fullback, 1 receiver to the bottom of the field. So you still got that 4-by-1 look to it. Swinging out the backfield. Quarterback calls his own number. It's a quarterback draw all the way. Gets to the edge, down inside the 15-yard line. Pushed out at the 14. They pulled the lineman across that time. This was a quarterback run design from the very beginning.
And I'm not sure if it's 61, but watch the puller on this. He does just a great job of getting across.
Double pullers.
Yeah, but look at him get upfield and take on Wesley there as a linebacker. That's a tough ask sometimes for those guards to do. He's got to shift around completely to get upfield. That's an absolutely excellent job there to get upfield.
Who is number 61 for their Essex Ravens?
Donovan Sure-Little.
You know what? You make a play, we'll say your name. That was a heck of a block.
Yeah, for sure.
1st and 10 for the Ravens. Ball's at the 15-yard line. Inside handoff to number 22. Gets down to about the 10. Maybe inside of giving them to about the 8-yard line on that. Good gain of about 7 yards on this.
Yeah, just a nice hard run. He went through the linebacker on there. It looks like they got a little double team on 92 to open up the hole here.
2nd down and 3. Ball is at the 8-yard line. 8:40 left to go in the ball game. Quarterback under center. 2 receivers at the top of the field. Quarterback keeps himself inside the 5. He's going to get the first down to about the 2-yard line. And the Ravens are knocking on the door.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see that play call again. I mean, like you
Call
said,
the hunch, yeah.
if it's not broke, why fix it? As soon as he went under center there, kind of figured he was going with a little keeper to the either left or right.
Yeah, and it's just simply it's just a read play for the quarterback. Where do you think the mismatch is? I'm going to run on that side.
Well, and this line's done a great job of pushing forward, and you got a big, fast, athletic quarterback back there.
Same play again.
Yeah, for
Straight
sure.
ahead. This time he kind of sneaks over to the left-hand side. Gain of 1. I don't know if he got in. They are saying that he got in. Touchdown, Ravens. Number 11 with the touchdown. 7:56 left to go. 4th quarter. Ravens bring the lead back out.
When we started this broadcast, I thought for sure Demoski's arm was going to lead this team, but it's been his legs that have just dominated this game.
Yeah, he's it's the adjustments for the quarterbacks to run this game. That's been the difference in this game. Kick is down. It is good. 29-15. Ravens lead. We're back up to a 2-score game, Dave.
Yeah, and I think now we're starting to talk at the point where how long do you stick with the running game here? You've got to – there's still enough time that even if you don't put points on early here, you can get a stop. Canadian football, the game can drag a little longer, but I think now we're kind of in that danger point for the Mustangs.
Okay, but if I can play devil's advocate for a moment, because I tend to do it so well, can you name 2 plays downfield from the Mustang receivers all night?
No, there haven't been any.
The biggest pass
With
play
Adobe.
was the pass to
Yeah.
Dolby, the running back.
They just don't look like they have the explosion on the outside.
No.
But, Essex hasn't either. The difference has just been the running game with the quarterback.
Essex, the difference in this game for me is being the physicality of the size mismatch on the outside for the Ravens.
Yes.
They've taken advantage of their big players.
Although not as much as I thought they would.
No, and really that's been kind of the, I kind of thought that this could be ugly fast. Ball's caught at the 5-yard line, returned beyond the 20, down to the 25, hitting a seam, down to the 30, tackled at the 35-yard line. Big return by Amaral beyond the 35 to about the 37-yard line. First down, London.
Yeah, another great return. They set himself up in good field position. We'll see what happens here.
Patient,
Yeah.
hit the alley. Don't hesitate. Run right through it. Big tackle there.
Yeah. That's a tough kid, though, Amaral. He just gets up right away.
Yeah, Noah Amaral is just one of those type of kids that to look at him, you think undersized, quick, but not tough. Kid's tough as nails.
Oh, for sure he is.
Fake the jet sweep action, handoff to Dolby. Takes it over the left-hand edge. Gain of about 3 or 4 on the play. Second down, London.
I think he picked up 6 on that one. That's hard running on that play.
See, I need cataract surgery. It comes with age. Ball's at the 42-yard line. Wow, that was deadly sight all of a sudden here. Ball's at the 42-yard line. Second down and about 4. Fake the jet sweep action. Inside handoff to Dolby. Met in the backfield right away. Throwing down for a loss of about 2 after that. Boy, oh boy, nobody was filled on that one.
No, I think maybe they've gone to that play a little too much here because you look at the big 99 back in there in the backfield right off the hop.
Yeah, that's just penetration right away. Again, thank you very much for joining us here on London Football Television. My name is Ron Forward. I'm joined in the booth by Coach Dave Hawkins, producer Adam, producer Stephanie, actually cameraman Adam, producer Stephanie, the Melroses, taking you through here this Saturday night football action from Alumni Stadium here on the campus of Western Ontario. Ravens lead 29-15. Hey, if you like what you see, if you're a Ravens fan, you want to see this again, hit the like and subscribe button. Adam likes you. Dave likes you. I might even like you too. Back to punt. Rivard standing at the 25-yard line. Catches it. The ball is away. Kicked at the 20. Ball falls out of bounds. Good punt. To about the 47-yard line is where the Ravens are going to scrimmage. Good punt of about 35 yards. No return. So again, Rivard hasn't had the biggest distance on his kicks, but he's done a great job of kicking them towards the sidelines and pinning them in.
And he's done a good job with. He did that with the high school season. Yeah. I mean, we obviously we preach not to kick it to athletes, so he does a good job of directional kicking.
Coach, we had this conversation off air earlier. I'm a big believer. Don't kick it deep. They're back there for a reason. I don't want to put the ball in their hands.
And I'm with you on that. And that's when you see the highlights teams do that, and you always wonder why.
Yeah. 3 receivers to the top of the field plus the fullback. 1 on the bottom of the field. Inside handoff. Breaks it over to the right edge. Gain of about 6 yards on that. Number 22 for the Essex Ravens. Just a good, tough run. Look at the pullers coming across again.
Yeah, Ryan Conley. We haven't seen him actually break anything. That might be his longest run, but a good job of just getting upfield and allowing those 2 guys to get ahead of him.
Yeah, and again, just tough physical run. Stay on track. Gain of 6. We see Conley coming out, being replaced on this play by another ball carrier. Number 32, I believe it is. First time we're seeing him in the game.
Yeah, Donovan Osman.
4 receivers at the bottom of the field, 1 to the top here. Maybe a shot to the outside. That's what I'm thinking. Flag on the play. This is going to be a time count against the Essex Ravens. That's exactly what it is. So they got London with that earlier, trying to milk the extra clock. just couldn't quite get the snap off in time.
And there's just too much time for that. But they had a mismatch again. You look on the outside there, you had 84 and
Yeah.
Amos, and Amos was about 15 yards off on a 2nd and 4. That's a quick little pass. You're going to get 8 yards right away
and
off
that's
that.
kind of what, when they're coming out, it's like, yeah, I don't think he's getting the ball on this play.
Yeah.
So 2nd and 9 now after the 5-yard penalty. Same formation, 3 receivers to the bottom of the field here, plus the fullback, 1 receiver to the top of the field. It's big number 84 out there. Inside handoff, met in the backfield right away by number 25, throwing down for a loss of about 3. That's number 22. That was Conley back in the game.
Yeah. Now, I don't know. I'm a little surprised by that call. I thought for sure they'd take, it's only 2nd down and 8. It's not an unmanageable down. It looks like they just conceded that possession.
But you're under 5 minutes.
I still think, I don't know. I would tend to take a shot, not a shot downfield, but I'd still be looking either run with the quarterback or just hit for something short.
So they're running the clock now. There's not a lot of substitutions happening in here. I think Coach Mills is going to run it down 20 seconds and call a timeout here. Call it a hunch, considering he's standing on the 30, 45-yard line.
And there you go with the timeout.
Timeout Ravens. So, yeah, they're trying to chew the clock. So 4:23 left. You're up 2 scores. You're basically saying to the other sideline, you ain't got enough firepower to get downfield and get 2 scores on us that quick.
Well, and we've talked about it. They haven't shown that they do have that ability in this game anyway. They have a lot of possession receivers, it seems, but no deep threats.
The receivers that they have are very young.
Yeah.
They're all first-year varsity players, or for the majority are first-year varsity players. There's some real playmakers out there.
Yeah.
But it's catching up with the speed of the game, and every time you go from level to level, the speed of the game changes. The windows become smaller. The coverage becomes a little bit more physical, a little bit tighter. And there is a defined adjustment period that needs to happen for these kids. And they're finding that it's not quite there yet. Punt is away. Good punt back. Caught at the 25-yard line. First man miss, and now he's got a little bit of room. Takes it beyond the 40-yard line to about the 44-yard line. Great return by, I believe that was Kanye Nethersall.
Yeah, it was. Definitely a good return. Good kick as well.
Great punt.
Yeah. He pushed them all the way back, but he made the first guy miss. Nice little move there, get upfield. And now the Mustangs have the ball in good field position.
They went full out for the block. They had 1 returner back there. In those situations, it's usually, dead man standing.
Yeah.
But it was he definitely made the first man miss, and unfortunately, there we see somebody a little dinged up for the Mustangs. Not really sure who it is. I hope that's not Kanye. I think it might be, unfortunately.
I think it might be as well.
So, again, 4 minutes, 11 seconds left to go in the ball game here. Your big explosive plays have come to your backs.
Yeah.
It's been Dolby. It's been Amaral. Amaral is listed as a slot. He's more of a running back out there, kind of a speed guy. You're looking for a play downfield. Nick Fonte has made a couple plays on there, but Nick's not that explosive receiver. You're 100% right. You've got possession guys in here. Back to pass, feeling the pressure, rolling out to the right, dumps it off. This time he hits, I think that's Dolby coming out of the backfield.
That is Dolby, and just a great job of escaping the pressure. I mean, he was sacked 7 yards back, 8 yards back right here, gets out of the pressure, and then is able to find Dolby. And kudos to Dolby for getting across the field there. I mean, you don't see enough people do that.
Rules, and, you're a short man. You stay in the line, that you stay in sight of the quarterback. You present yourself. 2-by-2 look, also a fullback. Fake the end-off handoff, taking a shot downfield, intended for Camden Melrose, a little bit high and behind for him. And again, brings up a 2nd down here.
Yeah, he had him. It's just a poorly thrown ball. Like, he's above the guy. Like, he's underneath him.
Great coverage downfield here. You can see the safety linebacker dropping into his cover zone.
Yeah.
They thought they were going for the seam shot, and he was playing a robber. He didn't see that mesh route coming across. And had he done it, Miss or Melrose might have been laying on the ground still. 3 receivers to the top of the field, 1 to the bottom of the field. Sorry, Mama Melrose. Fullback also to the near side of the field, 1 running back. Fake the handoff to Dolby. Pressure coming. Escapes it again. Not this time. 49 for the Essex Ravens with the sack. Drops them all the way back down to midfield. That's going to bring up a 3rd down and about 17. 3 minutes left to go in the ball game, Coach. I think punting's off the field.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. You have to take a shot here. What do you have for 3rd down and 20 in this situation?
Well, we talked about it. Screen.
Yeah.
Draw.
I'm surprised we haven't seen any screens at all tonight.
Yeah, from either team.
Yeah.
I think you've had that mesh concept available. Look for the X or the Z receiver to come across in some type of motion and scrape across the middle. It's got to be a 12-yard completion, and you got to make a play. So I don't think you've got a 15-yard receiver down there. You need somebody coming across at 5. Jet sweep, handoff to numbers. To number 0.
Yeah.
I don't get this play call here.
I don't get it either. The play was to Dylan Fulton. I'm perplexed by it too. I don't understand what they're trying to do here.
I've seen a play like this where he pulls it up and
Throws the ball, and that's what I thought. As soon as he got the ball, I thought, okay,
like, jet pass, here we go. I haven't seen anything like that. But there's no, they're all downfield engaged in blocking.
Yeah, there was nowhere to go on that. I'm with you. I don't understand the play call. It just seemed like a giveaway. You're giving that possession away.
2:44 left to go in the ball game. Essex Ravens lead 29-15, and which has been a very, very well played, entertaining game from both teams here. Essex with the quarterback under center. I wonder if it's going to be a sneak. Hey, look, it's quarterback sneak. Takes it over to the left-hand side as flags fly. Leave the flag alone, son. Sorry, playing coach.
Yeah, just more of a design keeper to the outside, but I thought they would have done that to possession before.
I think at this point they're just trying to get out of Dodge. They're just trying to run as much clock as possible.
So
Fortunately, there's a holding call against the Essex Ravens. I believe it was number 64 downfield with a mitt full.
If I'm just trying to get out of here, I'm not letting my quarterback run the football.
Fair enough. Fair enough. And again, it's been a very well played game. The difference has been the adjustments on the fly, where the Mustangs had some success going outside zone, but they seem to be missing that over the top guy. Where Essex, although they don't seem to have that over the top guy, they just physically bigger at certain positions. At receiver, and they're winning the one-on-ones, and the counting for the quarterback in the run game, that's been the biggest factor in this game.
Yeah, there's been no answer for Essex QB running the ball, and they don't have that breakaway receiver, but they have that guy that just go get it. Go get it. It's not going to be a 50-yard pass, but it's going to be a 20-yard. Just go get the ball.
Yeah, and you're basically playing basketball. You're just screening somebody out. 3 receivers to the top of the field was the fullback, bring the puller across, inside handoff to 22. Connolly with the carry. Gain of about 7 or 8 yards on that. It's going to bring up a 2nd down and about, 2nd down and 14 here. Straight inside handoff, Dave.
I think you're going to see it again. I think they're just going to go super conservative here.
Clock. Take 20 seconds off, 20 seconds off.
And they're going to, somebody burn a timeout here?
I think London called the timeout.
Yeah.
So that would have been their 2nd timeout and their last of the half. Again, if you're thinking you need 2 possessions, every second is precious at this point. If you don't have that quick strike or that quick capability, you're going to need $130 to move the ball down, even in the Canadian game when the stops is on 1st downs.
Yeah, even $130, I think that's generous there. I mean, we haven't seen any possession here that they've gotten big plays consistently. They'll get a good 20-yard gain, and then it's 5. Or
God forbid that there's a penalty in there, and then
and that's been a killer this second half.
And that's been kind of the story of this game. Has been momentum shifts and swings have been killed by penalties, and the lack of ability to sustain drives due to what we talked about at the beginning of the game, composure and discipline. London just doesn't quite have the same composure. Essex did a really great job until about midway through the third quarter, where they kind of lost it for a few minutes in there, seemed to have gotten it back. 3 receivers to the top of the field, inside handoff to Conley. Coach Dave, you called it 100%. Just the inside handoff. Tackled in the backfield by McLennan. We'll give him a gain of about maybe a half a yard. It's going to bring up a third down. 2:31 left to go. Just to kind of recap what's been going on in this game. 8:37 in the opening quarter. There is a rouge for the most Canadian score in the game, most Canadian play in the game, to bring the Ravens up 1-0. 4:38, number 87 for the Ravens caught the 10-yard out pattern in the right end zone for the touchdown. Does a good job of reaching over from basically the 2-yard line, where we talked about that physicality that he just offered. And then 2:24 left to go in the half. Noah Amaral with his first 9-yard touchdown run. Rivard with the extra point, 8-7. Ravens immediately go back downfield. It ended up being a 1-yard touchdown run by the quarterback, number 11, who really has been the player of the game for me in his ability to run the ball. 14, extra point was good by number 87, 15-7 at half. We'll recap the rest of it after this punt. Kicks it at the 44-yard line, and the punt is blocked. Picked up by the Mustangs. And it's still being returned. Number 25 is in. Touchdown, London.
Dylan Wheaton with the touchdown.
Oh, boy. They had it on. This is why you called the timeout. Composure, boys, composure. Keep your composure. I think it was number 13 that blocked it. We can get that replay one more time, producer Stephanie. The block's coming right in the gap here. Straight up, boom.
I can't make the number out.
42.
I should
42
think
made
it was
the block.
85 there. It was the guy running up with them there.
Yeah, I thought it was 42. Regardless, my oh my,
that's the play they needed.
Has lightning struck and flags on the play. This is going to be a reprieve. The Essex Ravens are offside on the extra point, and that is going to save. That's going to possibly save the opportunity here. The Mustangs were actually short a player.
So that's the second time 13's had to either come on the field or come off the field on special teams.
But Essex was offside on the extra point. You're going to take the penalty on the kickoff, retry it. That's a couple missed snaps today.
Well, that's a big one too, especially with Essex being offside. That's a huge play.
Yeah. So Rivard in for the extra point. Extra point is down. The kick is away, and it is good. And 2 minutes, 21 seconds left to go. 29 Essex Ravens, 22 Mustangs.
Well, and special teams. I mean, like you said, that's been the key for the
third.
Mustangs.
That's the third big play on special teams.
Third big play. Two strip fumbles and the block and the touchdown off of it. Not enough emphasis put on special teams by a lot of programs, but obviously.
Yeah, number 25. Who was that with this?
That's Dylan Wheaton.
Dylan
Dylan
Whelan, yeah. So, wow. You got a short kick coming here, or do you got a deep kick and you hope to play some defense?
Got no timeouts left, right? So I think you're going to kick it short.
It's got to be moved up 5 yards, too. This should be being kicked from the 50. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So
moving
you
it
got
up
the
5
extra
yards.
5 yards. I think you go short with this.
Yeah.
You've got two good returns. So even if they get the ball, you hold them. You got two good returners.
And they know it's going to be a short. They're
Yeah.
not even hiding it.
No.
They're not even hiding it at this point, which is you only got one guy standing on the 15-yard line here. Boy, if you really want to play around, drill it to the back of the end zone, get a rouge, make it a 6-point game. Sorry. Not sorry.
We're not doing that now.
Rivard kicks the ball. Flags are down everywhere.
Yeah, the Mustangs were offside on that kick.
They're offside, and then you also got illegal kick out of bounds.
Yeah.
Essex is going to retain possession here with 2:21 left. So just to kind of go over the recap and the scoring, it's been a wild second half here. At 9:08 left in the third quarter, Essex Ravens, number 11, with his second 1-yard run of the game, brings it a 27-1 game. 21-7 game. Extra point was good. Then at 5:34, Amaral with his second touchdown of the game on the same jet sweep over to the left-hand side, 22-14. Rivard on the next kickoff makes it a 7-point game, 22-15. And then this wild fourth quarter, which has just kind of transpired in the last 2 minutes and 54 seconds. First and goal, first down and 10. Essex Ravens quarterback keeps the ball, takes it over the 50-yard line. I thought the ball was fumbled for a second there.
It looked like he was holding it out. I mean, he's got to make sure he protects that ball.
It just
London sold out on that cue on that
just
play.
the way the shadow came across, too. I'm like, is that ball out? And then I realized it was the shadow of something. You can kind of see it coming across. Right there, you can kind of see what I saw. I was like, wow, wait, the ball's out? It's like, what a change in event.
So they've been ultra conservative on offense the last few possessions. What do you do here?
You stick with the game plan because the clock is running. You're under 2 minutes when this is snapped.
You don't expect to see it in the air, right?
No, I really don't. Not at this point. 3 receivers to the top of the field, 2 to the bottom of the field, single running back. Quarterback is back to pass, feeling the pressure, escapes the pressure. Met at the 50, dragged down at the 51-yard line. No gain on the play. Flags everywhere. Oh, man. Did somebody just lose their composure?
Well, they definitely dropped back to pass on that one. I like that he kept it, though, not risking any kind of incompletion.
Unless the guy was running wide open.
Yeah.
And, again, immediate pressure up the middle. Good clean tackle.
Yeah, what's the late?
Right there.
That's
a flop.
That's pretty soft. He's just trying to move the guy away from his quarterback on that one.
But no flag, so they're picking the flag up.
Yeah, I like that. I like that they got together and talked about that one.
Yeah. So this should be a third down here.
Yeah.
Sorry, just watching the referees get this right. This should be a third down and 10.
Yep, there we go. They signaled over.
And now you got to bring the punt team in with 1:49 left to go in the game. What has been the difference in the game for the Junior Mustangs, the special teams, is coming on the field. So 2:54 left to go. So basically at that point, 29-14 is like, well, that's pretty much all she wrote. Quarterback number 11 with his third touchdown run of the game. And then all of a sudden, lightning in the bottle. Number 25, Dylan Whalen, blocks, picks up the scoop and score from 45 yards out, and the Mustangs are back within one score. And the Essex Ravens have just called their last timeout. Make sure we got the blocking right this time.
Well, you're gonna have to, right? You can't afford to have any miscues here. If you're London, are you setting up for a full-out punt block on this one, or are you going to try to make a return with your 2 returners?
You've
that you
sold
have?
out for the punt block the last
Yeah.
2 times, and you got there the last time.
Yeah.
I think if you're Essex, you just squeeze everything down and make them come through a wall.
Yeah.
I know everyone likes this shield punt formation.
I'm not a big fan of it, to be honest with you.
Anytime you get a free runner at your kicker or your quarterback, not a big fan.
No, I'm with you on that one.
I'm sorry. I like the old what we call a Frodo alignment, foot to foot.
Yeah.
But again, you're keeping everyone in fairly tight. But you're gonna have a rusher or two coming free here. Quick kick is down, bounces at the 35-yard line, picked up at the 25, straight up the sidelines. Number 22.
I thought he got out of bounds a little early there. I thought he could have easily picked up a few more yards.
Well, it's time, I think, what they were looking at.
But you're still going to have to get those yards at some point.
Yeah, buck 22 left.
There's nobody within 5 yards of him when he gets out. I understand trying to conserve the clock, but.
So my apologies. 121 left. 29 Ravens, 22 Mustangs. Ball is at the 40-yard line. It is touchdown or bust here for the Junior Mustangs. 3 receivers to the bottom of the field, plus the fullback over to the right. Slice action happening. Handoff to Dolby over the right side. Gets down to about the 50-yard line. Gets down. Clock is still in play.
And I like the call. There's no need to panic on this one. You get the first down. Clocks are going to stop while the chains move.
So they did give him a first down. I thought he got 9, which I thought it was kind of a dangerous play. But now, unfortunately, you got a Mustang who's down.
Looks like number 84, Ian Laliberte.
$1:14 left to go in the ball game. 1st and 10 Mustangs. Ball at the 51-yard line. 56 yards away from pay dirt. Handoff to Dolby over the right-hand side again. Breaks a tackle inside the 40, down to the 38-yard line. 54 seconds left to go. First down, Mustangs. Dave, here we go.
And I like the call. I mean, Essex is selling it on the run. He did a great job there with Bennett in the right tackle there, sealing the end in, and just a hard run.
I don't know if I'm going to have time to say what I want to say, but they have not hit Brian Bennett on a pass yet.
No,
today,
they have not.
That's coming.
Yeah, he's dynamic if he gets the ball.
Fake the handoff. I think they're trying to hit Bennett that time.
He's got to get out.
Pass completion to number 2 for the Mustangs. Takes it up to the 39-yard line. Gain of 5 on the play. 37.5 seconds left to go. Clock is running. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock.
I'm a little surprised even at that quick huddle that they weren't just on the line of scrimmage.
Dolby with the handoff. Cuts it back inside. Over to the 35, over to the 20-yard line. Down to the 19-yard line. 23.9 seconds left. First down, Mustangs. Oh, me. Oh, my. We are inside the red zone. Coach, clock is running. 20 seconds left. You got to hurry up here. 15
seconds.
Too long. 14. Back to pass. Scrambles out to his right. Throws it. Melrose with the catch on the sidelines. Down to the 12-yard line. Stops the clock. 7.3 seconds left. Coach, you got 1 play left for the game.
I might be looking at Dolby on a wheel here. They haven't really had anything get upfield.
12-yard line.
You got a Ravens player down. That benefits the Mustangs here.
Wow. I kind of speechless a little bit here. Like, this kind of finish, we kind of looked at each other with 3 minutes left going, well, that's game.
Yeah. It
block punt, and all of a sudden, there's life. Oh, shit, they got to stop. Oh, wait, they got to drive. Now we got 7.3 seconds left to go. Touchdown and a convert ties this game. Clock
This is the
is
last play.
running. Last play of the game. What do we got here? Back to pass, fakes the handoff, scrambles around, throws it incomplete. Clock hits 0, and that's the ball game. Ravens elect to bring pressure, and boy, oh boy, what heck of a ball game. Pass falls incomplete. 29 Ravens, 22 Mustangs. Coach, what do you got?
That's just a hell of a ball game. I mean, he had nothing downfield on that. I still
No.
think he's just got to throw the football, though. It's the last play of the game. You can't kind of hold it there. But that's, like you said, a lot of pressure came. What a finish, though. Absolutely great game.
And the greatest line in sports is about to happen. After battling each other's hearts out for each other for the last 48 minutes, last couple of hours of actual time, the respect that is shown by both the organizations, shake hands with your fierce rivals from down the road, and congratulations to the Essex Ravens who have done it again. 29-22. Just one more time, recap the scoring. Started with a single point by number 87 from the Essex Ravens. Then, at 4:38 left to go in the first quarter, number 87 caught that out pass, kicked the extra point, and it was 8-0. The Mustangs got on the board with 2:24 left to go in the first half. Noah Amaral with the jet sweep, 8-7 after Rivard kicked the extra point. And then a minute 20 later, Essex Ravens scored and went ahead. Quarterback run, his first of 3 quarterback touchdown runs. 1-yard plunge over the right-hand side, 14-7. Extra point made it 15-7 at the half. Ravens came out to start the third quarter. Marched down. Quarterback again. 1-yard scramble for the touchdown. 87 with the extra point. 22-7. Then Noah Amaral, 5:34 left to go in the third quarter with his second run of the game. 22-14 after Rivard got the extra point. And then the Rouge on the next play, and that became the one-score game that we had. 22-15. Essex Ravens, 2:54 left. Number 11, the quarterback, who for me, the dynamic player of the game for the Essex Ravens, made the third touchdown run of the game. Extra point was good, 29-15. Mustangs blocked the punt on the next possession. Scoop and score, 29-22. Drove down to the 12-yard line on the second down pass, falls incomplete, and that is your ball game, Coach. Heck of a ball game. What do you got?
Just a great finish. I mean, you saw two teams battle it. Like you said, 3 minutes ago, it looked like the game was over. Even Essex, the way their offense was just kind of conceding possessions there, just trying to kill clock. And then for London to battle back and make a game of it, it came down to one play at the 10-yard line to decide the game. What a great finish by both teams. And you said you get two teams like this at the rivalry, you're always going to get a close game for the most part.
Yeah, you know what? And this was a heck of a game that we witnessed. The Mustangs fall to 2-2. The number 1 Essex Ravens survive the trip to London with a 29-22 victory. Great football game. 2 class organizations. Again, Road Warriors next week for the Mustangs as they go to Niagara, I believe it was. I had it written down here earlier. Yes, they go on the road to Etobicoke, before hosting Niagara here for their next home game. The Niagara Spears will be at home versus the Essex Ravens next week. For Coach Dave Hawkins, my name is Ron Ferwerda. For all the camera people, all the staff, cameraman Adam, producer Stephanie, the Melroses, we thank you very much for joining us on London Football Television. Good night from Alumni Field in London.